so many times in his life, and he had to transfer to Oklahoma. Everything I know about him, he just never gives up. And I'm a Saquon fan, too. And I actually think Saquon Barkley's been the best football player on a NFL field this season. And I think he's got a chance to break the all-time all-purpose yardage in this game in a single season. I just want a different story. I care less about the city of Philly and their fans or something. I mean, my cousin does live in Northeast Philly.
Okay. I agree that Hurts is likable.
Next to Stoney's sister?
No. I would agree that Hurts is likable. You've said the same. I think Barkley's likable. Sure. Yeah. You don't think Barkley's likable?
It's probably more of a Penn State James Franklin.
Okay.
I think it sets a bar, too, for the Lions, to be honest. I mean, I felt going into this season that they were the threat, the Eagles. Been consistent from day one. They also took Jalen Carter. I think it creates some interesting conversations. And I feel, Howie Roseman, I think he's a better GM than Brad Holmes. And Brad Holmes needs to do some things that Howie Roseman does.
More bold moves. Some of the ticket texters have actually brought up the Lions component in all this. One guy says, I root for the NFC. Is this like rooting for the Big Ten? You root for the NFC? That's a stretch to me. The other side of the coin I think is interesting. It says if Kansas City wins, better chance Philly falls apart and makes the NFC more open for Detroit because of the Super Bowl hangover.
Right.
So that's a reason to root for Kansas City. Texter says we don't want manufactured champions. That's what this matchup feels like. Another one says Tom preach. They're not the greatest ever, even if they win. Kind of hard to take down Mahomes when you can't touch him, especially when he uses that to his advantage. Holy crap, this is hard to listen to. Stop glazing the Chiefs on Detroit radio. It's gross. Get some respect, Kyle in a car.
Stop glazing the Chiefs.
Guys, they're good. I know we don't like it, but they're good. We don't get to create an alternate universe because we don't like them. I'm sorry.
I would like another perspective on this because we'll get the picks tomorrow, but Heather, who is it that you have a rooting interest for in this one?
I don't really have a rooting interest, but if I'm going to pick one that I mean, it's more fun to have something.
Sure, yeah. You start watching the game, you're going to pick somebody you want to win.
I'm going with the Chiefs.
Oh, we got
a three-peat on the show.
Yeah.
Is it how much? I don't stereotype.
Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's so cute. It's so much fun.
And he might propose after the game.
He's not.
No.
No.
You shut that down every time we bring it up. Tony, you're next up. You're on 97.1. Death not an option. Who you rooting for?
As unfortunate as it is, gentlemen and ladies, I have to root for the Chiefs for the reason that Philly is a disgusting fan base. Ever since they took back Michael Vick, I've hoped that they lose every game. You can't let a franchise get away with that.
Did Michael Vick not pay his debt to society?
John, I understand where you're coming from, sir, but animal torture.
Sir.
I mean, come on.
Okay,
you're not condoning.
Yeah, but so I some mistakes are bigger than others. But once you pay your debt to society, are you not allowed a second chance?
That's a long conversation, and like in a short conversation about rooting interest, I'm gonna say no, but I get where you're coming from.
It's enough to tip the scale for you.
They're not able to be redeemed.
Tony, I get it if it tips the scale for you. You're a dog guy or you're just someone who doesn't like seeing that happen to dogs. I think that's understandable. No one in Kansas City has...
does. I'm not just trying to justify that, but this question does come up a lot, and I'm just curious as to why, like, if he spent time in prison, paid his debt to society, is he not allowed to...
He is. I don't hold it against the Eagles organization for giving a guy who paid his debt, was eligible to play. If you don't play for the Eagles, you may play for the Eagles opponent.
But I get it from a fan perspective. If you just don't like
that's fine.
Michael Vick, you don't like the fact that he came back and he played for the Eagles. Now the Eagles are in the Super Bowl. Hey, whatever floats your boat.
You have to find a reason to root for one of these teams. That's not an option. 248-539-9797. Two Grand Slam. Dear John, we'll get into the Pistons a little later in the show. They got to be making another move at some point here, right? I have to believe more is going to happen than just collecting second-round picks. Plus a trend in the NFL, John. They're taking it to the extreme, and I think I know where you stand on it. Absolutely not. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, There's a law firm out there that truly cares about you. It's KG Law. Lawrence KG and his team are looking for you guys, looking to help you guys, and I'm excited to have them on board to share what they're all about. Lots of personal injury attorneys will pass you around or leave you in the dark. With KG, you're going to have the same point of contact the entire time. It's part of actually caring about their clients. Lawrence KG built his business with a loyal staff. They've been there from the start. They don't cut corners. They care, and most importantly, they win. The phone number, 877-KG-CARES. Lawrence KG and his staff take care of their clients. They've won millions because he fights and he wins big. So if you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. KGCares.com. That's KAJY, KGCares.com. All right, before we give away some money, it's time for the news with Heather.
All right, you guys, a Detroit man who had his home burglarized and his dog stolen is begging for help. Less than a month of living in his home near the Dearborn-Detroit border, somebody broke in, stole some high-end electronics, and also his dog. And you know what he's saying? I don't care about these two big screen TVs that were taken. All I want is my beloved dog back. He says he's had this dog since the dog was born, 5.5 years. It's basically like his best friend.
Yeah.
Like, screw all the stuff I own. I just want the dog back. He could be out there unfed, scared, low. Who knows?
Or worse.
You know. So he is now offering a $1,000 reward to get his little friend back. So if there's photos out there, it's a little cute little dog. If you see him out there, give him a call. Longtime Fox 2 Detroit reporter Al Allen passed away at the age of 79. He passed away Tuesday night. He was just a beloved figure in Detroit television news. I mean, you hear the name, you know the name, you see his face, you know his face. He's was working there for like 30 years. So obviously he's done a lot of news, covered a lot of stories, but a lot of people really knew him for his early morning segments covering weather and traffic. So sad news there. Condolences to his family for sure. As police and fire crew just continue to investigate that deadly fire in West Bloomfield, the victim's mother is speaking out, sort of. She hasn't actually spoken out, but she has created a GoFundMe account. So she is trying to raise money, raise donations. It doesn't go into any detail really on I haven't looked at it today. I don't know if she's updated the story, but it's just thanking everybody for their support, asking for donations. Now, the funeral home is going to cover the cost of the funeral and burial. They've kind of spoken up and said the owner of this funeral home has children that are in the same school district as two of the victims and said, you know what? I just want to support them. The names of the kids have been released, Hannah, Jeremiah, and Jacob. Again, still no word on what caused the fire, why they couldn't get out, what was going on at the time. So just sad news every time you see the story. A 16-year-old has been charged after stabbing a classmate at Avondale High School. The teen was charged with assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder, carrying a concealed weapon, and possessing a weapon in a weapons-free school. Authorities say the fight broke out in the bathroom. A 15-year-old boy was stabbed multiple times. And they also say a kitchen knife was later discovered. Yesterday, it said it was a pocket knife. This now is a kitchen knife. The suspect is lodged at the Children's Village. Let's see. Executive orders were signed on Wednesday by the president that bans transgender athletes from participating in female sports. So Trump signed this order titled Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports and promised that transgender athletes competing in girls' sports was going to end, and it was going to end right now. The order in part will reportedly give the Education Department authority to basically pull federal funding from schools that allow transgender athletes to compete. Trump is also hopeful that the order will impact the Olympic Games, which are set to take place in LA in 2028.
Yeah, trying to protect our women's sports.
Yes. We talked about Super Bowl food earlier this morning, dips and such. Well, there's a new poll of 3,000 Americans that found that buffalo wings are the most popular Super Bowl food, followed by chips, nachos, and pizza. And they looked at everyone in different states. So in Michigan, it turns out that pizza is the most popular Super Bowl food.
It's not surprising.
It's not.
It's super easy. You just
Very
order
easy.
it. You
Never
either pick it up or it's
disappoints.
delivered. Yeah.
What do you feel about the charcuterie boards that's on there as well?
It's fancy. I don't think it fits for a Super Bowl.
No,
It's a lot of preparation.
it's communal.
It's not quite as communal as a dip.
Yeah, but I mean, any food that you put out at a Super Bowl party by
potluck is
definition
communal.
It's communal. I
Yeah.
know. I was just poking
Yeah,
fun at
I
it.
mean, it's just how many toothpicks do you have to stick the cheese with?
Heather with the news. Do you agree, by the way, pizza, number one Super Bowl food?
Not mine, but yeah, I do agree that it is
Popular.
very popular.
Okay.
Yes.
Heather?
Oh, yeah. Why not?
Okay. Let's get to the
Who
two
doesn't
Grand
like
Slam.
pizza? Everyone likes it.
All right, we do it every week. Heather, let them know how it goes.
Let's do this. Who doesn't like winning money, right?
Oh, yeah.
They can buy a ton of pizzas for their Super Bowl party. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. Obviously, $2,000 if they can get them all right. So super simple rules. Plus, it's never as easy as it sounds. So if our contestant doesn't know one, they need to pass. And if there's enough time, we'll get back to it.
Chris in Belleville is our contestant this morning. Chris, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing today?
We're doing great. It's great. The better question is, how are you doing this morning?
Awesome. I have a snow day today. I'm a teacher, so I'm very happy. I've always wanted to play this. I've never played this before. But let's do this.
All right, Chris.
Here we go.
You sound fired up.
Yeah.
I'm excited. You got this. Your time is going to start as soon as I start reading the first question. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go. A.J. Brown was originally drafted by this AFC team.
The Tennessee Titans.
Patrick Mahomes played at this college.
Texas Tech.
What is the nickname of Bowling Green State University?
The Broncos.
Southgate is located in this Michigan county.
Wayne.
Matthew Tkachuk plays for this NHL team.
The Panthers.
Who is performing at halftime of the Super Bowl on Sunday?
Kendrick Lamar.
John Jansen grew up in this Oakland County city.
Clausen.
Who is the all-time points leader in NBA history?
LeBron.
Where did Joe Burrow originally attend college?
Ohio State.
This city hosted Super Bowl 58 last year.
Vegas.
You did amazing.
I got the one wrong. I got the one wrong on the Broncos. I got that one. It was the Falcons, right?
Yeah. Oh, you were so close.
Oh, I know it. I knew it. Oh, God. And you know what? When I thought about it, I was like, oh,
don't say a bad word.
Brain fart. Brain
Yes,
fart.
yes,
Oh,
there you go.
man.
Brain fart. Yeah, put your
Great
teacher hat on. Yeah.
performance, Chris.
Chris, not to make you feel any worse, you had like 10 to 15 seconds. If you had just passed.
I know. I was like, I played in my mind. I played in my mind. Played in my mind, and oh God, it's gonna eat me alive now. It's gonna. Oh man.
At least you have the day off to think about it.
Oh God, come on, man. We're you and I are go blue, man.
Yes.
Oh man.
Oh, hey, well done. First of all, I appreciate the energy, the confidence that you brought to the table, and well done with 9 out of 10.
Oh, don't tell me that.
Oh, he didn't even know he only got that one wrong.
Yeah, that was the only one.
And you know what? The weird thing was, I played it back in my mind, and you know what? I see it on 75 all the time, and I should have known that. Oh man. Oh God.
Chris, you did a great job.
10, it's 9 out of 10's okay.
It's great. It's very good.
$225.
Yeah, versus 2,000, but
Don't say that.
Thank God. Thank God.
We'll put you on hold, Chris. Great job. We need more teachers to call him. He was
we
outstanding.
need more snow days.
He was on fire.
Yes, he was.
I did think if he performed poorly, his students would never let him hear the end of it.
Yeah.
But he did great. I wish he would have passed. This is the best performance we've had in the new year by far.
Oh, there's no question. It blows everything away.
Yeah, there's hope for society again with that performance. We were starting to get very down, and even the ticket texters have been ruthless about the performance of the contestants lately. That was probably the second most dramatic in the history of the game, dating now for 10 years probably?
Here's one on Twitch before we get to, he obviously nailed them all, so we can go through it if we need to, but on Twitch, he brings hope that the kids might be getting an actual education these days.
Aww.
Well done.
Yeah.
Strike one up for the teachers.
That's a great point. Really quick, rapid fire. A.J. Brown, Titans drafted him. Patrick Mahomes played at Texas Tech. The Bowling Green Falcons. Not the Broncos.
Man.
Southgate is in Wayne. Tkachuk plays for the Florida Panthers. Kendrick Lamar is doing the Super Bowl halftime show. John Jansen was born in Clawson.
That's not correct. If you listen to the question, it was, I told Heather right before we went on, grew up in Clawson.
Yes, I said grew up,
Yes.
not born.
Oh, okay.
I changed
born.
that question.
It was asked correctly.
Yes.
Okay, good. The all-time points leader in NBA history is LeBron. Joe Burrow originally attended Ohio State, and Las Vegas was the Super Bowl last year.
Wiki says you're born in Clawson.
So are we doing, which city was the
hospital?
The hospital, which I'm not going to go that route, right? That because there's no hospital in Clawson. The home that I lived in first, the community I lived in first was Oxford.
Oh, really?
We didn't move to Clawson until I think I was like 3.
The Wikipedia editors get on that today. Mm-hmm. All right, we got Dear John coming up next. We will talk about the Pistons. It's deadline day in the NBA. Try to make sense of what they're doing. There has to be another move, right? And the NFL has made a decision. They're going to keep pushing the envelope when it comes to international games. And John is not a fan of the latest destination. It's 97.1. All right, Dear John. You can send him in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. The topics: petty homeowners, raising daughters,
Oh, boy.
when to get back with my ex, and dry Super Bowl party. Heather, you want to start us out?
Sure, I'll start. Dear John, I bought a new house last summer and it seemed like a dream home, but we recently discovered that the basement floods quite often. Every time it rains or we get a lot of snow, it just backs up. The old homeowners had to know. They just had to know, and it must have just slipped through the inspection. I've been petty, so now every time that a piece of mail from the last owner comes into my mailbox, it goes right into the shredder. Am I overreacting?
Yes and no. Did they know? I mean, if there's something major like that, I'm sure they had to have. And I don't know how an inspector, when water backs up in a basement, there's always something that is the telltale sign. So that's on the inspector. It's also on the homeowner for not disclosing that. But in terms of the mail, if it's junk mail or if it's something, if it's a tax document that shows up or if it's a bank statement that just somehow didn't get forwarded, don't be that petty. That's an important document. I think you should still forward the mail. Put it back in the mailbox. Put a note on it that says, please forward or something. I don't think you need to be that petty.
I wonder how long the person has lived at this house now.
Well, it says they bought in the summer.
So last summer. So it's recent.
Summer, yeah.
Oh, you got
under a year.
You got to send
During
the
the
mail
dry
back.
months.
You got to send the mail back.
For how long?
Important.
For how long?
So that is a great question. How long?
Yeah.
And I think if it's an important document.
But how are you going to know it's important? I mean, you can open their mail.
Tax document included.
Yeah, I mean, it says, tax documents. It says bank statement. It says something. I would say, just put it on there, please forward or return to sender. If you return it to sender, that you could do that. And that way the bank at least knows, hey, we don't have the right address.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I still get mail from the original homeowner 6 years later.
Oh, really?
Really?
Nothing important, but I get Christmas cards a lot. Every Christmas we get Christmas
Like
stuff.
from their friends or family?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That clearly don't know they moved, so it can't be good friends.
Not close
right?
friends.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Last house we lived in, every once in a while I would get, statements or something like that. And I would just put in there because I have no idea. They moved overseas. So I would just put in there return to sender.
Yep. It's pretty simple.
This next one says raising daughters. Dear John, I grew up in Metro Detroit, but I moved away to Seattle in my late 20s. I've started a family, and we've moved back to Michigan.
Okay.
I've got 2 daughters, 8 and 6 years old, and I want to raise them as Detroit sports fans, but I don't want to force it on them. The oldest kind of has a soft spot for the Seahawks and the Mariners. The 6-year-old, not so much. I don't know if she even likes sports. You've got daughters. What's the best way for me to do it?
Take them to a game. And not the Lions versus the Seahawks or the Tigers versus the Mariners. Take them to a game and let them see how much fun it is to be a Lions fan, to be a Tigers fan. And when 8 and 6-year-olds experience something and they think it's fun, they want to hop on the bandwagon. There might not be a better class of individual that can be bandwagon fans than kids. And bandwagon kids fans turn into lifelong fans.
This is the sweet spot, right? Like you start to get some of your big sports memories right around that time.
And you buy them for girls stuff, right? You buy them cute things to wear that are Lions things. And then all of a sudden it just, you indoctrinate them and you raise them as you should as a good sports parent.
But you got to be careful forcing it though, right? Because
people
rebel against their parents.
Sure, it's not what you say. You don't say, hey, you have to root for my team.
We're
going to go do
Piston fans.
No, you go into the Lions game, you just say, hey, I got you some cute Lions clothes. Let's go as Lions fans.
We all go together.
And have fun during the games. And involve them. Like include them when you watch the game. You could have fun little blue snacks. They're things that they're into. They're still kids. They're really little. But if you have fun with the games too, I think that's a way to get them excited about things.
And don't force them to stay longer. Like you have to accept when you take a kid to a baseball game, you might leave in the second inning. Even though you paid the tickets for the entire game, you might leave in the second inning. For a football game, if it's not an exciting game or if they're bored, don't force them to stay past when they're staying power.
All right, here's the next one, John. Dear John, my ex and I broke up over the holidays primarily due to my alcohol use. We lived together and had been together for a year. A lot of hurtful things were said that I wish could be taken back. We have been now no contact since that time. I'm actively working through my issues. I'm going to AA and therapy. When, if ever, should I reach back out to my ex?
That's a great question. I don't know that there's ever a good time, depending on what was said. And maybe it is at some point you send a letter or an email these days or a card, and it shows up in their mailbox, and in it you say all of the different things that you wish you had said or you wish you could take back in regards to, hey, accept the blame, even if you don't think it's 100% your fault. Accept the blame and talk about the things that you have done because that moment motivated you to be a better person. And just put it out there that, hey, you would like to at least be friends and be able to have conversations. And who knows if it ever leads to anything else, because it may never. Yeah. You just have to accept that fact that you make mistakes in life and there are consequences for those mistakes. So own it.
I think you have to accept that you aren't owed anything in this. It feels still kind of new. I mean, the holidays were less than 2 months ago. How much? I gotta be honest. How much work have you really done in 4 to 6 weeks?
Well, I've never been through the 12-step program or any of those programs, so I don't understand them. I don't know what they go and how far and how quickly you can get through it.
Improve yourself. Be confident in the improvement that you've made, and then I like what you said because it takes the pressure of them answering a phone call right away. It's the ball's in their court. If they don't want anything to do with you, then you got to accept it and move on.
Yeah.
I agree with you guys. I don't think there is I don't know what his intentions are. Is he hoping to get back together with his ex? Or just otherwise
reconcile?
There's really, like there is no right or wrong time. I mean, I think it's the card fine is fine. I mean, I guess now texting is okay too, but if she's going to ignore you if she wants to either way, whether you send her a card, a text, email seems wrong. I don't like that.
I mean, but I don't like the pressure of like, I'm not going to call up just because
to ambush you.
Well, to ambush you, but at that moment too, if her response isn't what you were hoping for, emotions can be triggered and you might say something in the moment that is again regretful.
Yeah.
It's a tough spot.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Next one.
I'm not laughing at the situation. Yeah.
Just how flippantly she said it.
Yes.
Good luck.
Thoughts and prayers.
Dry Super Bowl party. Dear John, so last year I went to a Super Bowl party and I had a few too many. John, it wasn't good. I don't remember it at all. The game or my behavior. The host ordered me an Uber home and the next day told me I was sloppy and embarrassing. This year he wants to do a dry Super Bowl party. That's ridiculous. It's the Super Bowl. Is he overreacting? Do I stay home so everyone else can have a good time? What should I do?
If you don't want to go and you can't drink, then don't go. It is, if they're hosting it, it's their home, their party, their rules. And so if you don't like it, and you don't want to play by them, then don't go. I don't think the guy is overreacting. If I don't want somebody to show up sloppy drunk, and here's the other thing too, if that's how you're going to act when you do drink, take a look at yourself. I mean, let's take a look at these last two. There's an outside influence here, alcohol. You can be a social drinker, but you also have to know how you react in those situations. And if you react poorly, maybe that's not the situation for you.
But you have to make the whole party dry. Just don't invite this guy. This guy clearly can't handle himself. Everybody else can't have a good time at the Super Bowl?
Well, I mean, okay, so who are you inviting? Is it a whole bunch of people with families, with little kids, or like? I mean, I understand.
Even so, I don't think it needs to be dry. Even if you bring a kid with you,
it doesn't have to be, but it's his party, his rules.
Drink.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
I agree, it's his rules, but I do think he's overreacting.
Yeah, because previously he was cool with people having a couple at the party, and now because of one guy.
Well, and if everybody says I don't want to come because I can't drink, then he has the ability to either adjust or say, you know what, I just don't want alcohol at my party.
And that is Dear John. Get some of your reactions. You can listen to the show on the Odyssey app. Listen to 97.1 The Ticket on the app for a chance to win the ultimate trip to Vegas. You could win $20,000, plus you and 3 friends will stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Vegas premium sports viewing destination, and the spot for the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's 97.1.
Hey, Super Bowl 59 is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. With FanDuel's $5 million touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $5 million in bonus bets. All you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or the last touchdown, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. And it doesn't matter if you're watching your favorite team or if you're just simply rooting against the biggest rival in the game. FanDuel is giving everyone something to cheer for during Super Bowl 59. So don't miss your chance to score in the biggest game of the year with FanDuel's $5 million touchdown jackpot. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit, and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Each $2.5 million prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
response on each of the questions to Dear John. We got phone calls, ticket text, 248-539-9797. Top of the hour, the NFL, are they going too far with these international games? It may impact the Lions. They're going to a destination down under. Let's get to Brian in Ann Arbor. Brian, you're on 97.1.
So I had a call about the getting young kids as being in sports events. First, I got to say, look, man, if a guy doesn't want booze at his party and you don't like it, don't go. It's his house, period. But I digress. I got two young daughters. My oldest will be 6 in a couple of weeks, and my youngest just turned 3 on Tuesday. So they're not quite at go to game age really just yet. But as far as getting them into sports and being Lions fans, I'm a diehard Lions fan. That's my team. One of the things that I've done is I've kind of made it be something fun with them. Obviously my 6-year-old gets it a little more, but they both have shirts, and I let them pick out a shirt this year. My oldest picked out one with sequins on it and stuff. And during the Lions games, they'll sit down with me when they're on because a lot of it's because they get snacks and popcorn and stuff like that. So we have our little tradition of popcorn and pretzels and stuff that I like to have. And my daughter will be go Lions, and she'll yell and she thinks it's fun. Now they might only last a half hour doing that with me before they want to do something else, or she's on her tablet or something. But it's something that they, at least my oldest for sure, is looked forward to it. Dad, did the Lions play today? And now she has started to ask some questions about the game. He needs to get into the blue, being the end zone. Oh, he dropped the ball. And she's asked, who's our favorite player? And I told her, well, my favorite player on defense is Aiden Hutchinson. So she's asked about him before. And then I said, this year, he broke his leg. And, a couple of years ago, my daughter had broken her leg. And she's I broke my leg. Is he going to be okay? So it's just kind of making it fun.
Yeah.
When they're a young kid. So, it's in their head. She likes wearing her shirt to school if there's a Monday game. Just little stuff like that. So
and Brian,
that's what I've done, and it seems to be working.
And Brian, tell me if you've witnessed this. I'm sure you have. Is they want to, first of all, if you're excited about it, they get excited about it. If you see something that happens and you cheer, you look over and they're having the same reaction, which is good and bad, because when something bad happens and you drop an F-bomb, they're probably going to repeat it as well. But your reaction or their reaction?
Yeah, 100%. If I cheer, she'd be go, 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 go.
Yeah, they got no idea what they're cheering for. Yeah.
Yeah, but then there'll be a replay, Junior Gibbs will be look how fast he can run, and she's oh my God, and she knows he's called Sonic, so little stuff like that to make it fun. That if it sticks, it sticks. Hopefully it does.
Yeah.
But it's something that we've done together too.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah. Well done, Brian.
Rename the segment Dear Brian. He's got it all down pat. I do think the Sonic and Knuckles thing probably helps with a lot of the younger Lions fans too.
Oh, sure. I mean, Teddy, I didn't even know who Sonic and Knuckles were until they made the comparison to Gibbs and Montgomery. And then I'm okay, who are these two guys? And now they came out with the Sonic and Knuckles movie.
Yep.
And we've seen it 50 times because Teddy loves Sonic and Knuckles.
Big Jahmyr Gibbs fan.
Yeah. And so, Montgomery. Now we do that. When we see Jahmyr Gibbs, all right, I'm hey, there's Sonic, bud. And he starts to make that comparison.
Have you seen, there are people who are really good at video editing? They've edited Jahmyr Gibbs runs where he's collecting the coins in the Sonic games.
Yeah.
Some more ticket texts on all of it. Most of these texts actually are about the mail. The homeowner issue.
Yeah.
That homeowner can still hold the seller liable, this ticket texter says, if the previous owner really did know about the issues. Yeah, but how do you
prove it?
And he lists a bunch of disclosure acts and laws. I think you just got to have to deal with it at that point. You bought a house. Houses have issues. Your problem now. The mail thing, 6 months to a year, they got to start getting their mail sent to their own house.
Well, yeah, but the post office is not batting 1,000%. And so there are times where mail is, I've gotten a call, I just recently moved, and the people that bought the house have sent me a text message, hey, got some mail for you. And,
I think
I've
the
had
first
it
couple
forwarded.
months. Yeah, of course.
And so you can have it forwarded for 6 months or a year. That's what you could do. So I did the year. And hopefully by that time I get my act together and I change the addresses on everything that's supposed to be changed. But there's always something you're going to miss.
Yeah, we've lived in our house for more than a year. And if we get rarely would we get mail from the previous owner, but if we do, it's going in the garbage at that point.
It's usually junk mail.
It's junk mail.
Well, yeah,
Yes,
so
and
junk
it goes
mail, there
in the
is
trash or
clearly a
recycling.
difference between junk mail and something else that says tax document enclosed.
What if it's like a wedding invite?
Oh, I think I've gotten some of. I mean, not that I know, but you kind of can tell
Because that's
by
in
the
between.
like.
It's like it's not
the way
tax
things are written.
document, but it's not
At
junk.
what point
You should RSVP for yourself.
There you go. You're invited
Yeah,
now.
or
Take the vegetarian dish,
or
yeah.
if you're that big of a jerk and you want to, because your basement's flooding, you want to RSVP and screw their friends over, then say, yeah, we're coming, we're bringing whatever it is, and then just not show up.
Don't do that.
Some people have had this happen, though. This texter says, I'm going through a similar story right now with my house. I just bought it in the summer. I work for a USPS as a letter carrier. Throw that a-hole's mail away. So that's apparently sanctioned. I bought a house that flooded too. I was the bigger person. I didn't shred it. I just set it on fire.
Legal question. And I don't know, I have no idea the answer to this question. If it comes to your house, but it's not labeled to you, are you legally not allowed to open it? Is it illegal if you open
illegal to open
even if it comes to your house and it's
not addressed to you? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's illegal. I think even the junk mail, like throwing out junk mail
Throwing
to
out
somebody
can't
else.
be illegal. Opening would be illegal.
right. I'm just opening it.
It's opening.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do
You
that.
could throw it away.
You just did something I hate.
Yeah,
When you ask a question you don't know about, and then the text and phones will just light up forever.
Oh, well, I mean,
I didn't think you were even supposed to throw it away.
You can't
Can't
open
recycle it? Then I don't know.
I always recycle it, but I don't think you're supposed to.
So you're supposed to
If it's
track
like an
them
ad
down
from
on a
Ace Hardware
scavenger
or
hunt?
something, sure.
yeah.
But
Yeah,
What if
nobody's
they
going to press
move-
charges for that.
What if they move twice or three times? I got to go on a quest to get them their mail
No,
back?
no, your quest is put it back in the mailbox and say, not me.
what if you get like a big package, like a delivery of something they ordered? I mean, that's illegal. You can't open that, right?
You can't open anything that's
not
addressed to you.
But if it is addressed to your address,
But
No,
not
but
to your
has
name.
to
there's
be
no
addressed to
statute of
you.
limitations on, hey, well, I've lived here 10 years. I get somebody's bank statement, every, tax document, whatever it is.
My understanding, it has to have your name on it to open it.
That's what
That's kind of how I
understand,
default. Yeah.
I mean, just remember here, the crux of this is not forwarding somebody's mail or helping somebody out that you bought a house for. It's not doing it because they left you a nice little surprise in the house, like flooding or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's a spite thing.
Yeah.
Couple more. This one was about the guy who wants to get back with his ex or reach back out. Says, concentrate on sobriety first, one step at a time. You can't possibly be clean at this point. That's Jeff in Petoskey. And on the dry Super Bowl party, it's not a Super Bowl party without some drinks. If it's dry, it's a get-together of losers.
Okay. You have to have a drink at a party. Tell me you're not bordering on question number 3.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we'll get some more of your thoughts. We'll get to the NFL going to Australia. The Lions could end up in Australia in 2026. We'll talk about it 97.1. Coming in 2026. Announced the NFL will host the first ever Australia game. John has lots of thoughts. It's not out of the question the Lions could be playing in that game. We know this fan base travels, but to a land down under, we'll get to it. And we'll get to the Pistons this hour. Trade deadline is today. The move so far, feels very Troy Weaver-esque.
Oh, that's a low blow.
It's not Langdon's fault. He doesn't have his own first. We'll talk about it, but so far it's just been kind of moving food around the plate, right? Second round picks for cap space. Whole lot of just kind of idling.
Let's just see where it goes.
You're offended that I even invoked his name today.
Yeah, I think that is offensive.
I think there's another move coming. Has to be. Anyway, Steve's on hold, wants to wrap up Dear John. Steve, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am very well, thank you. Anyway, recently I got a wedding invitation in the mail. They didn't even have the right street. That's how bad off the post office did this one. But I opened it up and actually called the people who sent out the invitation and told them so-and-so is not going to receive an invitation because the post office delivered it to me. They were pretty grateful to hear about that, to make sure whoever their guest was going to receive an invitation. By the way, the guy who said, a gathering of losers if it's a dry party, I don't know. Sounds like he's never been to one. So
yeah.
Steve, appreciate it.
Yeah, try it before you knock it.
Exactly. Have a great day, fellas.
Thanks, Steve. Yep.
All right, so this Australia thing really...
it set me off.
Yeah, it got you going.
It really did, because the first thing I did was Google how far is a flight from Detroit to Melbourne, Australia. And it's over 20 hours. That, to me, is ridiculous. And so then I thought, well, okay, I need to know how far it is to Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's over 12 hours. That is ridiculous in and of itself. Munich, who they're going to be playing in Germany, is over 10 hours. You're starting to get into I can accept it for, the NFL wanting to make this a global sport. But going from Detroit, or I know the Rams are in 2026, they're the team that is slated to play in Melbourne, Australia. They're going to have to play against somebody. I don't know if it's going to be the Lions. I don't know what that schedule looks like. I don't care who it is. Any one of the 32 teams. If you have to go to Melbourne, Australia, it is a huge competitive disadvantage, not necessarily just for that game, but for the games that follow it. Even going to that game, if you've got a guy that's been in the league 10 years and you have the rosters are loaded with 8, 9, 10-year vets and plus. When I traveled at that time, you'd have to wear compression socks. You'd have to do all of this stuff to prevent swelling. You'd get up and you would never do the Russell Wilson, a workout or exercises down the plate. It's just simply get up and walk and move around. But your knees, my knees would swell. My feet would swell. My hands would swell. And to think that you're going to go 20-plus hours in a plane and then play a game and then come back 20-plus hours and then have to play a game in another 8, 9, 10 days. And I know people do this all the time, but you're not playing professional sports, especially in the NFL, where every single game matters in the end result of your season.
The Rams are going to be the host team in 2026, hosting a game in Australia. You bring the perspective of saying, hey, this is where we're going too far.
It's absolutely ridiculous that they would expect two NFL teams to travel 40-plus hours in a plane in the span of a week, and that it's not going to affect them have negative effects. That to me is absolutely ridiculous.
What if you tack a bye on? Is it not enough you could do?
No, 20-plus hours in a plane during an NFL season, no thank you. I don't want any part of that. And it's just, this is another, when the NFL talks about player safety, they talk about, competitive balance, they talk about any of these things, and then they make a move like this. And I know Roger Goodell came out this week and talked about, well, the 18th game, it's not going to happen until we get a chance to, negotiate with the players. That's a PR move. They want to do it. They're going to do it.
It's going to happen eventually.
They don't care what the players actually think. They're just trying to put it out there. Oh, well, we're going to have this conversation with the players. Then we're going to strong arm them because the NFLPA is the worst union in all of professional sports. Then it's going to happen. And they will not care if a team has 30 plus or 13 plus injuries on the defensive side of the ball. And I'm just using that because we went through that with the Lions.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's someone saying, boo-hoo, they're millionaire athletes. If it impacts the product, that's why you would care as a fan.
As a fan, sure.
Yes. Now, as a fan, I wonder, are you interested in making this trip? Because we're talking to Lions fans who are amazing fans. They'll travel everywhere. They'll take over every stadium. If the Lions played in Australia 2026, if they're the team that ends up playing the Rams, or at any point down the line, is that a trip you'd take?
The biggest obstacle my wife has in getting me to travel, I love to travel. I love to drive to travel. But I'll fly to some place. She wants to go and travel internationally. The biggest obstacle she has is getting me to commit to being on a plane for anywhere over 10 hours. 10 hours is kind of my limit. We've done the Hawaii thing. We did that for our honeymoon.
That's right at the edge.
It is right at the edge. And anything over that, as soon as she says, hey, I want to go here, I Google it and say, damn, that's a 15-hour plane ride.
I've never done more than 5 hours. It was to the West Coast.
Sure.
I mean, I was ready to lose my mind. Although that was when you didn't have the technology.
It's different now. You can get Wi-Fi. You can watch TV,
look,
movies.
I killed a trip to Vegas watching Endgame. I mean, it was just completely killed the time. First off, the Lions can play them. So the Lions could be the team. If the Lions finish in the same place as the Rams in their respective divisions.
First, second, third, whatever.
Yeah, they will be a team that goes to the Rams. So this is in play potentially for the Lions fans, but they like some of the other home opponents are like the Cowboys, the Chiefs, Chargers. I doubt they'd move the city game out of they only
No, they'll take America's team.
So I think Lions fans would love to make this trip, like in a heartbeat.
It is one of those destinations that you probably wouldn't go on unless you had a reason to, right? And this would give you a reason to.
Well, sure, it would give you a reason. You're always looking for a reason to go somewhere and do something. But I think the one thing, and I don't know, I didn't even Google what it would cost, but you have the cost in terms of how much it would take to actually make that flight. You have your hotel room. How long are you going to stay? You're not just going to be there for a day. That would be the most insane trip.
No, you got to stay. What's
so
the minimum
it's
you got to stay?
Hotel cost.
Yeah.
And then it's tickets to the game, which I don't know what tickets would cost for a game like that overseas.
This is a vacation you take and then you go to a Lions game while you're on vacation.
So it's like a 7-10 day trip.
Either that or you do what? I think Rico did it, and you guys have closely did it with the Vegas trips before. You go and you come back.
Sure, but
because you just want to go to the game.
3.5 hour flight.
Miserable.
Right.
You can't do that. That's not an option.
Well, you'd never have to change the times and do all that stuff. So
you wouldn't even know what day it was.
I know.
I mean, that would be unbelievably insane.
And I'd feel like, listen, how many times in your life are you going to go to Australia? The answer might be 0. If you're going to go, you should at least see Australia while you're there, not just get off the flight, get in a car, go to the stadium, watch the game, and then go back to the airport.
I got to believe, because you're not going alone.
No.
This is not one where...
Solo travel?
Just solo travel. You're going to go to the Lions game in Melbourne, Australia by yourself.
You go with friends, family.
If you take your wife, or you take a wife and 2 kids, I mean, you're talking about a $10,000 to $15,000 investment.
Yep.
Well, that's a trip, but you're just adding on the game cost. That's a normal trip that people would potentially take, and you just go to the Lions game while you're there.
And it's time off work. It's all of those different things that you have to do. If you're going on vacation, right, you're taking time off work. But I always go back to, what does this mean for the players? And I think it's a huge impact and burden for any team that has to go to Melbourne, Australia to play in that game.
All right, so the big challenge here for the NFL is the time difference. Like, this is a new ball game in terms of time difference.
What's the gap?
14 hours. So, like, right now it's 10, 12 p.m. in Melbourne.
So when would you kick the game off?
Like, we were trying to think of options behind the glass here, and 2 of them were, well, if you started at 10 a.m. and that's not right. It started 11 p.m. in Melbourne. It'd be the 9 a.m. Sunday morning thing.
Okay.
But that doesn't, it just doesn't. it's going to be very hard for them to strategically find this unless they do some unique thing that the NFL's never done.
What about like a Thursday night? Is there a way?
So they're playing tomorrow, but we're living today.
Yes.
If you did Thursday night,
is it Monday Night Football then? If it's Sunday here but Monday there.
Thursday Night Football, which is actually what I think they'll do to build in kind of that 10-game double bye thing. You can have the bye before one, and then you have 10 days off. I think that's what they'll do. It'll be Thursday Night Football, 8 p.m., which would be 10 a.m. in Melbourne.
Which isn't great for their fans.
I mean, we got college football starting at 11 a.m. here now in this country. Actually, Colorado played at 10 o'clock this year.
Yeah.
For the big noon. It's all for TV, baby.
You're right. I shouldn't.
Do Lions fans want to go down under?
Yeah.
Let us know. Sure, phrase it that way. Lions fans, do you want to go down under? 248-539-9797. The NFL to Australia in 2026, it's 97-1. Second time in as many games, Pistons lose at the buzzer.
Tough ones.
Sar Thompson said, I shouldn't have gone for that steal late in the game. I was trying to make a play. He regrets it. We'll talk about the deadline, end of the hour. Pistons have until 3 o'clock today to make some moves. They made a very few minor moves yesterday. Is it part of something bigger, or is this just going to be what the deadline is? We'll get to it. Some ticket texts and thoughts on Australia hosting NFL football games in 2026. John? Ticket texter says, the NFL wanting to expand internationally would be like Taco Bell trying to sell chicken sandwiches. Ugh.
Yeah.
Texter points out 7 p.m. in Melbourne is 3 a.m. in Detroit. Sick game time for TV. Yeah, there's going to be a juggling act there.
Hey, you know what? What would it be for us to? No, if they did it Thursday night, a midweek game, would we get a short show? That's our. That might be our chance. If it airs, no, because it's not going to air in the morning here. They wouldn't do that.
No.
6 a.m. here would be 8 p.m. there. So if they went Melbourne prime time. But I don't know why they would do that.
Why would they do Melbourne primetime? They're always going to primetime in the U.S.
Yeah, they want the U.S. audience.
I think so. I hate doing math on the air, but if they do noon in Melbourne, that would make it what here? 10 p.m.
Maybe that's the trade-off. Yes. I don't know.
10 p.m. is a late start here.
Thoughts on it being a week 1 matchup that could go better with spreading out travel and practices, but you still got to play a week 2 game.
Yeah, so then and you're not going to have your bye week in week 2. That'd be worse than the Lions having a bye week in week 5.
That's the Thursday night, the season opener. Well, don't you put the champion in the season opener? Maybe the NFL will get away from that.
Maybe. Couple more on this. It says, guys, the stadium they'd be playing in is freaking awesome. It says, I've been there for Australian rules football. It would be awesome. Texter points out, John, it's 20 hours commercial, but not private. Yeah, but there's only so much you can do. It's still going to be a long-ass flight, guys. I mean,
what is a private? You're still flying a monster jet. You're going to shave an hour off?
John, as far as long flights go, I was stationed in Japan for 4 years. 18-hour flights back and forth. Step 1, pre-flight buzz. Step 2, tell the flight attendants you wake up for every meal. Step 3, nap like a king. Sleep as much as you can. Like, Lions fans would go to this. I have no doubt if the Lions end up in Australia, seeing this fan base travel, this is a bucket list destination for a lot of people in and of itself. We would be well represented out there.
I think we would, and a lot of credit to Lions fans, but that's an expensive trip. I don't know how many Lions fans are going to drop that amount of coin on going to see it. And I understand it might be a once-in-a-lifetime trip, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, but that's a lot of money.
Would you rather save your $15,000 and put it towards Super Bowl
or season tickets?
I just got a text from Rieger. He said it will be the Rams the season opener because they will win the Super Bowl with Stafford again.
Okay, yeah.
And they will play the Lions that season, and they'll open with the Lions. That's what he said.
Okay. Heather, do you know people in Australia?
I do. I have a nephew that lives there.
Yeah, I got a college roommate that lives there.
Yeah, I would love to go. Like, this is the time for me to go. Somebody who lives there that can show me, like, the great spots to go. You know, like that locals know more.
Yeah.
But my sister had asked, like, she wants to go visit her son. Like, you want to come with me? You could take the kids because he's got a son similar in age to Emily. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, in 10 years.
Are you kidding me? I'm not taking two toddlers on a 20-hour flight. It would be miserable for everyone involved. So, no, I'll pass. I would love to go, though. And if fans go, they're going to go and make a whole vacation out of it, right? They're going to plan it. You have to.
100%. Well, it's just and the part of the issue is the schedule release because they won't announce who. It's not. They'll give you tidbits here and there. Okay, the one in Australia, they may announce that one in. Early April?
I'd say April, May of the year of the game, you'll know. Yeah. Hard to turn around.
Yeah. And are you saving up now for a trip that may happen? Because if it doesn't, then all of a sudden, hey, I got $10,000.
I think you have to be someone that already wants to go to Australia. It'd be a really big ask if that's not on your bucket list.
Cross-reference that with Lions fans.
Well, there's a lot of Lions fans.
I understand that.
Don't you doubt this fan base.
I'm not. I'm. Yes, it is. Thank you, Lummis.
248-539-97.
When did we get TJ after that game?
Yeah, does he come in
3 days later?
He hops in like a kangaroo and does the show with us. Oh, let's get to Heather's news.
Oh, man, there's a woman who was severely injured after she fell from a chairlift at Mount Holly.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah.
You see these out west all the time, but not.
No,
there.
I can't recall the last time I've heard of somebody locally right here, like in my backyard, falling off with a chairlift. At least at the height she did. It wasn't like near the end where you're trying to either get on or off and you stumble. She fell about 20 feet, they say,
Ouch.
from a chairlift. This was yesterday happened. The cause of her fall is unknown. I haven't been to Mount Holly in a very, very long time, but I know at Pine Knob, like, it's not like out west where they have like the bars you put down. I mean, it's a small chairlift, but if you're not on there all the way,
I could see it.
Like, I'm a little nervous to take the kids on a chair. I know they're not ready yet, but we've gotten them out there.
They got to use the magic carpet,
which is difficult with it.
That's awesome.
It's fun, but hard with a little toddler. But
but it's awesome to watch them fall too.
It is cute. Well, they don't hurt themselves because they're so close to the ground.
Yes.
So.
And then they're kind of backwards. Their skis are stuck on the magic carpet ride, and they just ride it up. On their backside. Sure.
Well, we're getting them on the snowboard.
Yeah.
Skipping the skis. Yeah, going right for the boards. A Michigan mom is suing her former employer after she claims she was fired for taking medical leave to care for her dying daughter who was diagnosed with breast cancer. So this mom says that back in 2023, she used basically the majority of her vacation days, the rest of her PTO, to go tend to her daughter, right? But then, of course, in 2024, her daughter's condition worsened and she had no time left, personal time to take off. She'd used it all. So what she did was she used 4 of her 12 weeks under the Family Medical Leave Act, right? That's kind of what even she said her employer advised her to do. This was the best way to handle it. You'll have more days if you have another emergency. So she did that. Well, the day she returned to work, she went to go talk to her management and say, you know what? I'm probably going to need to take a little bit more time off. We're going to need to adjust this. My daughter's not doing well. Well, that same day she was fired after working at the bank for 30 years.
Ouch.
Her I'm guessing the majority of her life was spent working at this place. Her daughter, of course, then started to blame herself for her mom being fired on top of her trying to treat her cancer. She did unfortunately pass away that year at 31 years old, very young. The mom claims she was never given a reason for her firing, so she has hired an attorney and she's suing.
That's scummy.
That's an awful situation.
It's really awful.
Yeah.
Amon-Ra St. Brown says that Myles Garrett would make Detroit's D-line nasty. So on the latest episode of the St. Brown podcast, he discussed the latest, trade rumors involving Garrett and Cooper Kupp. And, he talked about, are the Lions in pursuit of Garrett? And he said, you know what? I'm not sure, but kind of talked about what it would be like if.
Oh, sure. Hey, start stumping for this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I would love to have him. He'd be a great teammate.
Yeah.
But why isn't he thinking about the cap in 2027? He gets it, guys. Go get Garrett. So he's going to have to call Brad.
Get her done.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, it's the Thursday touchdown with some Super Bowl questions. It's 97.1.
9504. This is the one for this week. Whether you're riding with the Chiefs or the Eagles, FanDuel has yet another way for you to win big during Super Bowl 59. That's because FanDuel has put together 2 parlays that feature an exclusive profit boost. So if you think the Chiefs are going to win and their QB, we all know who that is going to throw for over 225 yards, you can bet that and get bigger winnings if it hits. Or maybe you think it's the Eagles and they're going to win. Their also star running back is going to rush for over 100 yards. That's cool. Bet on that. You get a profit boost on that one as well. Either way, these parlays are all set to bet. Just visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to claim your exclusive profit boost. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to bet Super Bowl 59 on America's #1 sportsbook and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now in trouble. Profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay. 9511. March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the net. So, hey, maybe it's the #1 team in the country, Auburn, or it's Duke with the #1 prospect in the country. Whatever it is, if you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, here we go. 9513. If you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has got you covered with the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Now, every Wednesday, you can bet a parlay profit boost on everything from spreads to over-unders and even player props. So don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack, and who knows, it might just become your favorite day of the week. Look for the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. So download the app or visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. And make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay. One more. 9512. This one's going to be a lot. When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. And make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, Super Bowl 59 is one game, two teams, and there's endless possibilities. There's no better way to make every play more exciting than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who's going to win the MVP, or who's going to win the coin toss, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every single moment. And with live betting all game long, you can jump into the action anytime you want, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to the final whistle. Plus, to make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. All you have to do, place a $5 bet, and if you win, you're going to get $200 in. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now a trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, what message are you trying to send here, Greg?
Tay-Tay.
It'll be a love story, perhaps on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were getting honest because we missed the obvious answer for who should perform at a future Super Bowl.
Yes, and that too.
Heather, you wanted to react to that.
Well, your dip issue?
What's wrong with my dip issue?
Nothing wrong with
To
dip.
me, guac is dip.
Well,
then that's,
okay.
that's an issue with that's an issue with Tom's question then. But I chose guac over 7-layer dip.
Yes, but the point was they're both dips.
And they're both communal dips.
Yes.
And they both congeal after sitting out for a long time.
And
I don't know
would make the undisputed argument that the 7-layer dip will age better than the guac.
it depends if it's homemade guac or like store-bought. 'Cause sometimes they like put the lemon juice in there so it's it stays fresher longer.
At least looks green.
Yes, it looks green. It
Instead of
doesn't
the brown crusty cover that,
Right.
that guac will generate.
Look, by the fourth quarter, you don't want either of these, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, you also
I'm
act
still
like-
hungry in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, but the dip is going to be gross by the fourth quarter because as much as you want to pretend that everyone's going to just scoop enough onto their plate, people are going to pick through that, and it is going to turn into this like soupy
but
mess.
sometimes when
They're
it's
not-
all mixed together, it's the best.
Put it in the microwave. And as long as they're not double dipping, but no.
Well, people do. You can pretend they don't. They do.
Do they?
Maybe
Party
at
at-
the,
big
maybe at
party?
the young parties you go to.
Oh, the hip cool parties?
Yes, those of us that have learned the fact that double dipping should not be a thing.
Yeah.
It's always one.
So like a bean dip, like refried beans, and you got the layers and stuff or whatever. The look on your face, I love how real you are sometimes. Like you look like you were ready.
It's just not for me. It's not
right.
for me. But why am I
Like
taking the arrows?
guac will go bad quicker than
Fair.
that.
Fair.
And I think sour cream based things or mayo, you need to be careful in the fourth quarter if it's been out since 4 o'clock or something like that.
You said
But-
resuscitate. Yeah, like
Yeah.
reheat and resuscitate.
But the mayo stuff, it's different now than it is if it's out on the boat in the summer, right?
Right.
It's not going to go bad in the course of a game. You're not going to get foodborne illness.
But I just have
Depends
to
on who
say,
made it too. Can you trust that person? That's a whole different
Well,
dynamic.
well,
Okay, well,
potlucks in
whose house are
general.
you going to?
Yeah. But I'm taking the arrows, which always happens on this show. And this guy over here says he doesn't eat like deli meat at all. No
You set
sandwiches.
yourself up for that. No, I'm not a big cold cut fan.
Ham and cheese, turkey sandwich.
No, I don't.
Nothing?
No. I mean, what are you wiping the extra juices off the cold cuts as you put your sandwich together?
What is he
What
talking
do you mean
about? This
juices?
isn't like the lowest grade of deli meat at the at Meijer or something like that.
I don't like
This
cold
is like-
sandwiches. I don't like cold cuts. If given the option, like if Lisa says, "Hey, I'm going to order from one of the sub shops," I will. Can I get a buffalo chicken wrap versus if the only options are cold cut subs, I'll just be like, hey, I'll eat something else, I'll just abstain.
One of my favorite meals is an Italian sandwich.
Good for you.
Growing up, my grandpa would take me to Italian delis. You get capicola, you get mortadella, you get Aldani salami. You put that together, you little Munster cheese. I know that's not Italian cheese, but we throw that in there.
That's great for you.
But
I'm
I
not
think,
going to
John,
sit there
John,
and
this is
split
like-
a foot-long sub with you.
I
This
wouldn't
is-
share
Well,
with you
that's
anyway.
another story.
I'm stunned that you don't like subs.
I just don't. I mean, if it's a meatball, so I like hot sandwiches. So
You like
if
a hot meat.
I do. Yep.
Okay.
Fresh, hot, steamy.
Okay. Like a Philly cheesesteak.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Philly cheesesteak. I'm all over that.
See, I did the whole Geno's and Pat's in Philly at the same time. We did split one there, and then we went to the other one split. I thought Pat's was by far the best. I'm not big on the cheese goo on it compared to the true
Whiz. Yeah.
provolone.
I'm with you on the provolone.
See, I'm with you. Good Italian sub, Jim. I love that.
See, when you present it as cheese goo, it's a little misleading. The cheese goo, whether it's provolone, cheese whiz, or goo, as you put it, it helps hold everything together. It is, like I talk about gravy, it's the glue of your meal. It's what connects all of the loose objects.
I don't need it to be glued together, though. I think part of the joy of eating a sub is sometimes the stuff kind of falling off and you grab it with your hand and eat like a pig.
I guess eating a Philly cheesesteak or anything like that is much more sophisticated, it sounds like, than your crumbs falling on the floor and you picking it up. 5
Not
second
on the
rule.
floor, on the plate.
Yeah. No, I for the Super Bowl, I would much rather have the wings, the pizza, because there's just more variety when you have pizza. Like you mentioned the sliders, right? If you could have 5 different sliders.
A chicken, pork, beef.
You go to someone's home, and unless multiple people bring sliders, you're not going to have more than one version of sliders.
Depends on the party you go to. Maybe you're not going to the right parties.
Yeah, trust me, if you're there.
My favorite thing about the Super Bowl party and the food, I like when it's stuff I don't eat very often. That's my only knock against pizza. You can't go wrong with pizza. You know? I mean,
right.
And I'd eat it in a heartbeat at a party, but I'd prefer to have the other things that I don't eat quite as often. We eat pizza at least once a week.
Good for you. I love pizza. Pizza's going to be part of my Sunday.
One of the secret, really good Super Bowl foods that you don't eat often is a potato skin.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, because they're a little bit involved to make them right.
Yeah.
You get your cheese, you get your bacon, you get your sour cream, because you got to make sure you scoop out enough potato so you don't get too much potato, but you got to have enough, and it's got to be a crispy skin.
Ratios are important.
And it's very important that it's the right size potato, because it needs to be, if you're doing it right, you've got to be able to scoop it. Sometimes you scoop the sour cream. Sometimes you scoop the as you put it, cheese goo.
I actually think if John
Butter.
did videos on making different things,
do well,
that it would get a lot of hits. Like
So
the way
I
you
used to
describe
have-
food is there's a slight I don't know, it's soothing. When you explain that just then, it's like, wow, I'm ready. Let's go.
Yes. Yes. Wait till tomorrow, and I get to describe once again the bacon bombs. That will have you salivating and ready for Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah, when you said that, it felt like one of those like articles you click on, like John saves your Super Bowl Sunday with 2 words, bacon bombs. Click below. We'll do that tomorrow, because I am very excited to hear you break all of it down. We're going to break down some of what's going on with the Pistons coming up after the update. Try to make sense of this, because, John, I'm not really sure that we're going to see much today, but what to expect, what we want to see, and what's happened so far.
What to expect when you're expecting?
Are we expecting?
Did somebody make a book like that?
They did. 9 months from now, the Pistons will be blank. It's 97-1. The people want a food segment out of you?
Yeah, they might.
What did the guy on Twitch say?
So, on Twitch, it's John talking about food with his low voice like an overnight radio guy would be awesome. I think there was some deliciousness involved in that. I used to, in a former radio life, have a segment where this is how, now this is going down a different road, It would be all the different things that I would eat and how I would eat them. So like at one point I was cooking up some goose and talking about how I was making it, breading it, and it was in the cast iron. But then I forgot a fork and a knife down in the kitchen. And I was upstairs doing this from home. And so I had my Leatherman on me, so I took out the Leatherman, right, and I stabbed it, because we were doing it on video. Yeah. I stabbed it, and I was eating it off the knife, and everybody just lost their minds. Like they've never seen anybody eat off of a knife before. You just got to be careful when you lick it, but it's that became a bit for a while. But yes, the food segment's not new, and maybe it does need to come back in a more polished way.
I'd be down. The way you talk about food is the way I hope Trajan Langdon is talking about basketball in the next 24 hours here as he assesses the deadline. 3 p.m. is the cutoff.
Right.
What they've done so far, acquire a couple second-round picks. They've taken on some salaries, and they've taken on some second-round picks.
It feels like they've set the table for something not huge, but something bigger. Like there is an actual main course coming because of the second-round picks, because of the salaries, because of they've picked up guys like Waters or Richardson. Like you don't really think they're actually going to be on the roster.
No, and who knows if Martin, who they traded for yesterday, KJ Martin, is on the team by 3:00 today. I don't know if it might get weaved into an even bigger trade. But I don't know what this is building towards. I will say this. Langdon is in a tough spot because he could buy, but he doesn't have his own first. And he could sell, but why would you do that? The team's actually showing some life and some fight, and JB was on our show the other day and said, we want to finish what we started. I'm not trying to give up Malik Beasley for a late first.
Right.
And I don't think you're getting more than that, so keep him in the fold and try to make some noise. But can they add? Only a little bit, right? Like they maybe they can weave in these seconds and expiring and try to get a better fit for the next 2 months. Ideally, that guy would have a contract beyond the next 2 months. But a guy I liked, CJ McCollum, I don't know if he's going to get moved because Brandon Ingram got shipped out for a first. They don't need the salary relief. I don't know that Weaver's going to – I just called him Weaver. I don't think Langdon's going to do very much.
Well, you kept saying weave in, weave out, and I thought, is he setting up some type of segue to Troy Weaver?
This is a Weaver-like deadline, but I don't think it's Langdon's fault. Can I say both? Like, this is a deadline that Weaver would make. He'd get a couple meaningless second-round picks for cap space, and it wouldn't lead anywhere. Come summertime, the Pistons should have their own first. They should have the ability to find a running mate for Cade. Langdon should have kind of the shackles off of him. Right now, I think he's got one hand tied behind his back trying to navigate the deadline.
Right. The difference is that this team is actually winning games.
Good.
And they don't have to sell. They can still do both in regards to take on some salary, which they have, but not affect the core of this roster. Malik Beasley's still here. And in the era right now, and I say era, the last week of you have no idea what's coming after Luka Doncic was traded to the Lakers, is there something that's going on? Because we heard originally from Malik Beasley. He was asked, do you want to be here? What's the conversation like with Trajan Langdon? And he was very honest. Langdon was honest with him. Business is business. There hasn't been really many rumors that have revolved around Malik Beasley. You would think there would be more scuttle about trying to get a guy that's shooting 40%
on volume.
And there really hasn't. But it doesn't mean it's not happening because we saw a trade happen that came out of nowhere. This one wouldn't nearly be as big, but it would kind of feel like it came out of nowhere because we haven't heard anything. So that's also what leads you to believe that maybe there is something else going on that Trajan Langdon has saved up for today. Even though we haven't heard rumor of anything, we're seeing the process take place, and now we're just waiting for that final punch.
Pre-show, we were counting up all the second-round picks the Pistons have for the next 5, 6, 7 years. They have a ton of them, like 10, 12, 15 of them. They don't need more second-round picks. It's what they acquired yesterday. They got 2 second-round picks for taking KJ Martin.
Yeah.
They got a second-round pick for helping facilitate as a 4-team deal Jimmy Butler going to the Warriors. They took on 2 guys who might not even be on the team beyond today or this season, and they got a second-round pick. I get it. It's better than nothing, but at the same time, none of these are helping Cade Cunningham. None of these are supporting this playoff basketball team. So it's a whole lot of nothing. Maybe there is one more move by 3 because right now they're one over the roster limit and there can't. What's the end game here? Just to get more second-round picks?
Well, hopefully not.
No.
I mean, the second-round picks are you just populating your G League, maybe. And so I'm just going to read everybody a little bit of the message I sent you guys last night. And it involves some of the general questions like we want to know from Pistons fans. Will they make another move before the deadline this afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you want them to pursue? Who's a good fit? Now, in that, there is a lot that goes into making a trade in the NBA because it's salary, it's years, it's draft picks, it's protected picks, it's picks that are 5, 6, 7, 8 years down the road. And I finished the email with, if you understand NBA contracts and salary cap, more power to you. It's confusing as hell.
Well,
like, that's what makes the NBA, the complications of trading players, because you see some guys that are star players. How does Luka Doncic go to the Lakers? Like, how do they have room to make this happen? Yet we're looking at the Pistons going, well, we've got all the room in the world, but we can't make anything happen.
Yeah, it's when you involve mid-level exceptions and aprons and luxury tax and
that's why the NBA sucks.
Pick swaps and lottery. It's a lot to digest that has nothing to do with the entertainment product of basketball.
No.
So what I don't want to do is go too far down the nuts and bolts of the trade deadline. We just simply tell you this. The Pistons had some cap space. They've absorbed some contracts that are low-level commitments, and they got second-round picks back. That is a very meaningless deadline so far for the Pistons.
And so then you're trying to figure out, okay, well, why would they do this? Why would they take on a contract and a couple of picks? They would send anything out. They didn't get rid of anybody. There's still 2 guys over the roster limit. Well, what benefit did this provide the Pistons yesterday? And that's the great mystery.
You guys let us know. What do you want to see by 3 o'clock today? 248-539-9797. Buy, sell, a player, a position. What do you want from this team? John, ideally, Langdon would flip an expiring contract and a second to slightly upgrade a position, give him another guy who can bring the ball up the floor when Cade's on the bench, or can even play with Cade a little bit. Ivy's hurt. They're missing that role right now. So Lonzo Ball was a name, but he just re-signed with the Chicago Bulls on an extension. But maybe a move like that where you flip Fontecchio and 2 seconds and you get a slightly better player for right now. Right? That's the type of move. Like, I'm not sitting here going, they got to find Cade's running mate today by 3 o'clock or Langdon's Weaver 2.0. I'm not saying that. I think there is still a subtle improvement that I want to see them make before 3 o'clock today.
But what makes it so difficult is, okay, you've got to find that player, but he also has to be able to fit the numbers on the salary, and you've got to be able to get rid of enough salary. Yeah. And it's just that's why, like, to try and figure out what's going to happen by 3 o'clock today, it's nearly impossible.
But they have the pieces to, like, they could flip Hardaway Jr. or Fontecchio and some seconds. Like, there's enough for him to concoct something.
Sure.
To make them slightly better for the rest of the season. And I think it's a worthwhile investment because poor Cade Cunningham, he scores 38 last night and they lose at the buzzer. I'm going, oh, heck, what's a guy got to do here? He scored 21 in the fourth quarter. Get this guy a little more
30
help.
In the second half.
Yeah.
Like, he really came on. And so there are still things that you're really, even in a loss, you're looking at it going, okay, Cade keeps confirming that he's the leader of this team, that he's the guy that they're going to build around, that he's the guy that can be a superstar.
Yeah.
They just got to find the right pieces and accumulate enough of the right pieces.
Can I tell you one other thing that's just been kind of amusing to me during this Pistons renaissance?
Sure.
George Blaha, have you noticed? He's getting a little saucy in some of these games. He's throwing out little jabs, little shots. He was going at Halliburton last week. Last night, Tristan Thompson's catching strays. He's like, he hasn't played in a month. He might not have played all year. What's he doing? Some comment about, like, barking dogs won't bite. Like, Blaha's a little invigorated in all of this. Have you noticed a little spice from George?
I haven't, but it sounds like you're describing angry old guy that doesn't care.
No, but
It's like Stoney can say
down,
whatever
Grandpa.
he wants. Yeah.
You guys got to listen.
George Blaha can say whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, he kind of can't. You got to listen to this because last night there's that big hard foul that Allen set, that screen that he set on Asar Thompson, and the game got shut down for like 10 minutes. And they're stalling, and it's on a shot of Jared Allen. And Kelser says, George, doesn't he kind of look like Rasheed Wallace? And George goes, I'm not going to give him that. He's a good player, but I'm not going to give him that. He goes, I'm not saying he plays like Rasheed, but doesn't he kind of the profile, the facial hair? And he goes, no.
George is not one of ours.
George is Blaha's woke up a little bit here.
I noticed this on Sunday too, by the way, that I was watching on FanDuel. And when they have a count that baby in a foul, of course George says it. That's one of his catchphrases. But there's a graphic that shows it. Down in the corner, it was like catch that baby in a foul. And I didn't ever notice that before. Or count that baby in a foul. So I'm like, so is that a FanDuel new thing? Or was that Bally's?
That's a good question. Maybe I've just completely...
It's like blinking and it's like almost in maybe it was I know it was Kids Day on Sunday at LCA, so maybe that's why they did it.
Yeah, I mean George is a legend. Clearly, he's not always on top of the play at this point, but he has a little bit of spice to him still, and he's been showing it now that the Pistons are winning a little bit, and they're playing some feisty games. Like last night, they lose at the buzzer, and it's a game where they could have stole it.
Yeah,
they were never leading really for any long stretch of that game. I think they took the lead for the first time in the third quarter, but they were in it at the very end. It could have been going to overtime. Kate hits the clutch free throws. They're feisty is what I'd say about this team, and it doesn't look like Langdon's in any rush to sell. They've earned the right to kind of stay the course here and try to improve this basketball team. What do you guys want to see? We'll collect some ticket text 248-539-9797. Talk a little bit about the Pistons. We've got Dear John coming up at 9:35. It's 97.1.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care you need to put your life back together and in order after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Mark Champion on the call. Pistons lost last night. Have lost back-to-back at the buzzer. Deadline today at 3 o'clock. So far, a lot of
news.
Second-round picks and cap space shell games. 3 o'clock today. John, Super Bowl this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I feel so bad. Like, people don't care about this game. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about it. Guys, from a football standpoint, we got two good teams.
It could be an epic matchup. You got a really good defense against one of the, if not the best quarterback in the game now.
Can I share something with you? So our Odyssey Philly station ran a poll question, and I was shocked at the results.
Mm-hmm.
So they asked their listeners, which scenario would you rather have? 2 minutes to go in the game. Would you rather your defense on the field up 4 or your offense on the field down 4? 60% of Eagles fans said, give Patrick Mahomes the ball with our defense on the field.
A lot of confidence in that defense. I wouldn't want. Have you not seen Patrick Mahomes and how many times he has had last-minute comebacks?
The last 2 Super Bowls, and even his first was a double-digit come-from-behind victory.
Well, and just the way that they've won games this year. That they've had so many one-score games, and they've been down, and he's the one that has brought this team back, orchestrated whether it's they need 3 or they need 6. He gets it done.
And if they're down 4, he knows he needs all 4 downs, which is the thing that happened last year in the Super Bowl. Bold move, Philly, to say, give me Mahomes with the game on the line. When it comes to the game, though, do you have a rooting interest? Death not an option.
Oh, I hate these questions. This one's a little bit easier than this past, college football playoff national title game between Ohio State and Notre Dame. And I think my disdain for the Eagles fans all plays more of a part into it. And I don't really get I don't want to see a 3-time champ. Too many championships for Patrick Mahomes. Too many championships for New England. Too many. I don't get that. You're watching excellence. Why can't you just appreciate watching something that nobody else in the history of the game has been able to witness, and you get to witness it now? That would be Kansas City winning 3. And I'm not exhausted with Mahomes. I've gone up and down with Kelsey. The whole Taylor Swift thing doesn't play into it with me at all. But I've kind of back on he's a likable character for me. But Spagnuolo on defense, Chris Jones, the way that they play defensively and the different creative ways when he blitzes, when he doesn't, what he chooses to go man and zone, all of that stuff intrigues me, and I just like watching the Chiefs. So I guess I'll have the rooting interest of I want to see the Chefs win it 3 in a row.
Rooting for the Chiefs. How dare you?
Yes.
Well, how dare us, because I'm with you.
Oh, I'm not alone.
No. I don't say it loudly. Mahomes, when you're begging for calls,
So
I
you're
know
a
it's
closet Chiefs fan.
Yeah.
It's okay to come out.
Okay, John,
All right.
with your permission. When Mahomes is begging for calls and exploiting loopholes, he becomes infinitely less likable. But as a sports fan, the better sports story is the team in pursuit of a three-peat, seeing something that's never been done before, seeing history, putting him in this race with Brady. That's a more interesting story than, Philly won their second Super Bowl in the last decade. Cool. What does that do for me? I like Jalen Hurts, he's likable enough.
Sure.
But I don't, to me, the better story is the Chiefs. And I have a futures ticket on the Chiefs, and I'm probably betting the Chiefs. We'll talk about that more tomorrow. But
So now the real reason comes out.
But I think that is part of the story. They are the story.
Yeah.
And now maybe you want the story to end, and that's why you're going to root for Philly. You guys let us know.
Yeah, there's a vomit factor for a lot of people when it comes to the Chiefs. And for all the reasons I talked about, the reasons I like them, other than the whole Taylor Swift, I don't get that vomit factor, but it's there. There's a lot of people that just don't want the Chiefs to be that team that wins 3 in a row. And I guess I'll ask this question. If it's not now with the Chiefs, and because Patrick Mahomes is involved in the community, he's by all, everything that we know about him, seems like a good guy.
Yeah.
And he's good for the team. He's a good leader. He is not a me type of guy, unless he's trying to get calls from the refs. If it's not the Chiefs now, do you just never want to see a team win 3 in a row unless it's the Detroit Lions?
I was going to say that's what people are going to say. That the first team to do it should be the Detroit Lions.
A team that's never been there before.
And if it's not the Lions, I want the best team ever to do it. That's what's my problem is with the three-peat. I don't think the Chiefs will be the best team ever, or best dynasty ever, but they're
on
going
paper
to be.
they will be.
On paper, they will. 4 out of 5. Nobody's done it. So, but to me, that would be a paper best team ever because I believe. Do you think the Miami Dolphins in 72 are the best team ever? This is my argument for
Never
it.
lost.
No, they're not.
But they're not.
They're not the best team
No.
ever.
They're the best record ever, but
On paper, they're the best ever.
That 92 Cowboys would destroy them.
well, and that's why I took the 2007 Pats. They didn't win a Super Bowl, but that was the best team, the best offense that Tom Brady had for a season.
Underrated reason for Chiefs to lose is what is Taylor's reaction?
Is she going to cry?
Taylor tears. That's the New York Post back page.
Well, then
Is it really?
No.
But then it ruins the proposal if they don't win.
No,
Drop the
it
proposal.
steals it.
It's not.
It steals. I mentioned it yesterday. You don't make that proposal because it takes away from. It's a disrespectful thing to your team. If they lose, now obviously it's not the moment to do it, but does it take away any shine from
you can't propose
the
if you
Eagles?
lose the Super Bowl. You can't do that.
So what are they talking about? Hey, it's not the Eagles win. It's not the Eagles. It's about the wedding planning that
You know what?
begins.
You want to talk about being a jabroni? That's a jabroni move. Let's get to Heather's news. Heather, do you have a rooting interest?
Yeah, I'm going to root for the Chiefs.
Okay.
Although I do like Jalen Hurts. We were talking about that, and I wasn't even registering who he plays for. I just said, yeah, he's cute. So I like him. And now I'm like, oh, wait. Who do I like
Kermit?
more? Well, I'm following more the Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes. Like I know them. I feel like I know more about their lives, so I have more of a invested interest in them personally,
As
which then
humans.
makes which then makes me want to root for the Chiefs. But then we were talking about Jalen Hurts, and I was like, oh, he is really cute. So maybe
You'd be okay to see him on the podium.
Yeah, I'd be all right with that. So
Heather, is Mahomes' voice a turnoff?
yes. That's pretty easy, right? Yes.
Could you be married to somebody that talks like that?
All day long. I mean, like, you have to
Or
listen
in
to
the
it all
throes
day
of
long.
passion, you got to hear that.
Could you tolerate that? Is that a deal breaker?
Well, yeah, I think you would get used to it. Like, I think that it would start growing on you the more you heard it, especially if you like the person. But yeah, kind of. A first date, you
Making
show
out
up.
with Kermit the Frog.
It's like a blind date, and you show up, and he says hello, and you're like, wait a minute.
I mean, we could ask Rieger's wife.
Shots fired. Okay, you guys, I just told you about that woman who fell off the chairlift at Mount Holly.
Yeah.
Well, I've got some more news. She was a teacher chaperoning a school trip. So she was there with her school, a school in Hamtramck, and she was like one of 2 chaperones, and she fell off the chairlift, fell 20 feet. She was significantly hurt, taken to the hospital with potential severe traumatic injuries. No word really on how it happened or what happened, but some of the first responders and people who worked there did say, you do need to be very aware of what you're doing when you're on a chairlift because anything can happen at any time. If you just kind of, I don't know, you're fiddling. A lot of people now are fiddling with their phones. Not to say she was, but if you're not really paying attention to what you're doing and you start doing something different, you never know if you're not sitting 100% correctly.
I get what you're saying.
Sad. It's scary because they did say, this stuff happens. It was a freak accident, but it
Another reason not to take your phone into the toilet. You might fall off.
Excuse me?
the toilet.
Yeah, if you're not sitting right, you're fiddling with your phone.
Yeah, but you're not going to suffer severe traumatic injuries if you fall off the toilet. I mean,
could be traumatic.
Well, traumatic, sure. Severe, probably not. Oakland County officials are on the hunt for this guy who's breaking into homes, targeting young girls in Pontiac. They're saying, hey, if you live in the area, really, you live anywhere, make sure you're locking your doors, you're locking your windows, because there's been a string of 4 incidents, and authorities believe they're all tied together. On Tuesday, police say this guy, he was wearing a ski mask, he was armed with a knife, broke into this home and choked a 10-year-old girl while she was sleeping. Thankfully, she started screaming. He fled the scene, but the girl's mother, Monica Smith, is reacting, saying, she was woken up by this burglar in her daughter's bedroom. It's terrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. in that moment, I'm sure she was very, very nervous, especially when you have a daughter in the house like that. Christy McDonald is leaving the WDIV news team. She's the latest well-known broadcast journalist to announce that she's leaving Channel 4. After marking her 30-year anniversary in TV news just this past January, she posted on her LinkedIn saying that it was an honor to be part of the WDIV rich history. And she didn't say exactly when she was leaving or what was coming next, but she did hint that there would be something new in her future, kind of saying there's a chapter ahead and at the right time, she'll update everybody. But a lot of veteran news reporters have recently left. There's been about 20 on-air and behind-the-scene camera staffers that departed through a voluntary buyout. But big names, Bernie Smilovitz, Maura McDonald, Paula Tutman, Rod Maloney, they all left during this buyout. And then Devin Scillian retired in December. So a lot of people at Channel 4 have left, and she is the latest. So wish her well, of course. I'm excited to hear what she gets into next.
Me too.
Let's see what I got. Let me listen to this one. We know food allergies, right?
Yeah.
Pretty common these days. A lot of people have food allergies. But being allergic to sex is pretty rare, but it can happen. Not to the actual...
Depends how long you've been married.
Oh, no.
Well, listen to this. There was a guy who was experiencing extreme physical and mental distress, and he researched his symptoms, and he learned that he may have this rare disorder where he's allergic to his own orgasms. And it's true. He went to the doctor, and it's the truth.
That's a terminal illness.
For years, he was experiencing flu-like symptoms several hours following, what.
Yeah.
And then those symptoms would
orgasms.
Would last for days. He couldn't go to work. I mean, really, really sick. So he went to the doctor. He was diagnosed with post-orgasmic illness syndrome. And they found something to give him. There's a drug that he was taking, cleared all his symptoms. Everything was good. But then he said, let's see if...
Yeah, it's called alcohol.
If they'll go away.
No.
I'm so disgusted with the person I just had sex with. You're just choosing
Beer goggles,
the wrong
is that
partner.
what you're talking about?
You're just choosing the wrong partner.
Heather, very informative.
Yeah, so it's out there. If you're getting sick afterwards, maybe you've got this rare illness.
John is in his element. This is great. Coming up next, you're gonna have to straighten up here. We need your advice on things. I'm not quite sure you're in the headspace for that.
Oh boy.
Dear John is next, 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch so many of our great sporting events is Stadium Swim. We've got one on Sunday. We've got more coming up in March, and it's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all those big moments at a viewing experience absolutely built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
All right, that's a party foul on Tom. He's pointing to one of the TVs and goes, "That could have been you guys. They're in New Orleans,
tasting all the cuisine."
I know. It's just a party foul.
I did think of that so we did that spot on Tuesday about changing plans, and then I got home and I thought, you know what, I could be having some jambalaya, could be doing all the great things, and then we saw obviously Myles Garrett doing the circuit yesterday.
We could have been talking.
We could have been there talking about it.
You see what he said about the Lions, by the way?
Not yet.
Yeah, do you have thoughts on the Lions joining the Lions? Not yet.
Yeah, and I mean, so I don't know what anybody expected him. So you ask the question, and you get the response, and some people are, "Oh, he doesn't want to come to Detroit." No, I don't know that he's even able to talk about.
Yeah, but he talked about being a missing piece for the Commanders. I think yet implies like, oh, we'll get there.
Sure,
we'll get there.
Yeah.
I mentioned with the Pistons stuff, the deadline today at 3. If you've been watching the Pistons lately, that George Blaha has been a little surly.
Yeah.
He's been letting it fly a little more lately, letting people know what he really thinks. We have a couple clips from last night's FanDuel Sports Network broadcast with some minor tweaks. Oh, he wasn't done, though, John, because he had thoughts when asked about Jared Allen and comparing him to Rasheed Wallace. George didn't appreciate that.
Well done, George. Say it like it is. Hey, did anybody catch who was doing the game with George there? Was that
Kelser?
Okay. All right. When he says, close your eyes and look at him. Like, wait a second. Wait. I can't see.
Close your eyes and then really look at him.
Yeah.
That's a Stoney. Candy on top of the dessert, Greg.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes. Close your eyes and look at him. And then get your response from George. That was beautiful.
He was going at Halliburton a week ago. Blaha is just, he's letting it fly.
Mm-hmm. As he should.
Love it.
You know, both broadcasts, I've heard it with Mark, too, and Lindsey Hunter's been on some of them, filling in, and there is an energy in the broadcasting. It's so nice that they matter.
Yep.
Oh, sure. I mean, can you imagine how miserable? Oh, so we always talk about Dan Miller and how miserable it was for so many years and how good he's done, and now that he gets to talk about some great moments, and he's always ready for the moment. Like, can you imagine how terrible it was last year to call a 14-win season?
Oh, I know, and it's football's one thing. I mean, people still, it's football. Basketball, when it's at its worst. When you're a bottom barrel NBA team, like historically.
So when they were in the middle of that really ugly losing streak, they weirdly got more watchable because of just the novelty of it. But once they snapped that, like, what was it, 28-game losing streak, then it just kind of was like, okay, they're bad and it's sad and people really didn't care. Now there's a reason to care about them.
Yeah, and you mentioned energy. Those guys got to be completely energized at the fact that they're talking about a team that's right at 500.
So 2023, they closed out 4 wins, like from early February. They had 4 wins the rest of the year. Yeah. And then last year they had 14. So they had 18 wins over a season and a half, basically, which it's just unbelievable.
I can't imagine trying to find things to talk about for
I feel bad for those guys.
Oh, yeah. It's brutal. We could just turn the page and go, all right, we'll talk about the Lions. You know?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Gator, how you doing, man?
All right, guys. How are you?
Oh, we're doing good. How's your Thursday? How's the commute in? How the roads have improved a little bit?
They've improved a lot. I would guess because it was really kind of uneventful. Although I could tell that it looked like that there was definitely ice out there.
Shoulders are still a little iced up.
Yeah, a little bit. I came down Telegraph and there was it was still. I mean, it wasn't slippery, but you could tell that like the ice they'd thrown down some kind of melt because
ice melt.
It's getting wet out there now, and it's still a little tricky. But be careful. Still be careful.
Our drive-in, you had the people with the hazards on.
I can only imagine.
I never realized I hated hazards until this morning. Got stuck behind this guy. Could not get around him. Driving with his hazards on. It was so distracting, and it just shines on the shiny pavement. Like, dude, I see you. Your car has lights. You don't need hazards. Or get to the right lane.
So he was in the middle with his hazards on?
So I kept getting around him, but he wasn't driving slow. Like he was driving at the speed I was trying to drive at. So I kept trying to get around him, but also be careful. And somehow he just kept getting right in front of me, driving with his hazards on. Turn him off.
Yeah, it's like the stupid blinker.
Yeah.
I
wanted to flash my lights at him, but that bothers me, so I didn't do it.
Don't do that. But that's a poor decision by that driver. Yep. I mean, if you're going to throw the hazards on, get in the right lane.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Get over. Drive slow.
Nobody's going to complain that you got the hazards on if you're in the right lane.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and poor decision that he got in front of one Heather Park.
I was frustrated.
Yeah,
look
she's
out.
Still seething.
Look out.
See how quickly that just
really bothered me this morning.
A little Hellcat over there.
Just imagine if you had pulled up behind him, he had hazards on and a helmet.
Wow.
Why?
Why eating kale
because
too? Probably. Listen to
he's there.
Kale chips.
He was that sexy.
Yeah.
Who do you like to? What musical artist do you like? Not Dolly Parton. Isn't it like
Celine Dion?
Celine Dion.
Dolly, Celine.
First of all, Dolly Parton is a national treasure.
Yes, she is.
She is. I know.
Celine Dion, you can make fun of.
That's it.
I don't know why Doug. I don't know why you're taking
Dolly
direct shots, Doug. There's no point.
What did I do?
I don't know.
I know what I'm about to do.
What is that?
Go turn up the heat.
All right, Gator Solo next. 97.1.
Hopefully I have nothing today that Gator gives 0 Fs about on the agenda. It is the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Glad to be with you. Hope you're Wednesday went well. Anything exciting last night in the Gator household?
First of all, I'm sorry I didn't warm up to your stat of the day.
Yeah, that's all right. I went home and told my wife. I said, "Is this impressive to you?" And she's like, "Yeah, it's kind of cool." I'm like, there you go.
There's your validation.
I will take kind of cool.
Yeah. There's your
cool
validation.
works for me.
So I apologize for that.
Yeah.
Exciting. No, just watched the Pistons last night. It was interesting. They battled back. They stormed back. Cade Cunningham gets fouled on two 3-point attempts. So he's trying to make 6 free throws, and he does, and looks like a boss doing it. Looked cool, calm, collected, the whole bit. And then Darius Garland just ruined everything. It's one thing to knock down a last-second shot. It's another thing to take a step in your just past half court, stand in the logo, and launch a 31-foot 3-point shot, sink as the clock expires. That was brutal. It was a brutal loss, particularly after things got spicy at the end of that game with the confrontation. I forget who the jerk was with Cleveland.
Jared Allen.
Jared Allen. There you go. No wonder I couldn't remember his name. Who's got a name like Jared Allen? But he smoked Asar Thompson on a pick, and he deserved to be ejected for it. I mean, that was bad. But I was hoping there'd be maybe more sparks after that on the floor at the time that it happened. Unfortunately, my thought was this: Jalen Duren didn't see it. Jalen Duren was right there, and he had his back turned to the play, so he doesn't see Jared Allen just blast Asar Thompson. Malik Beasley does, but Malik Beasley's half the size. Had Duren seen it, I feel like Duren would have done something about it. I would have just floored Jared Allen, which would have been awesome. Like, let's get spicy that way. Instead, it just turns into an NBA dust-up where people, hey, stop. No, don't do that's not cool.
So I'm watching that whole thing, and I, of course, wanted all, in the worst way for Detroit to win that game. And they basically were scrambling from behind. They were tied at 0 for 12 seconds. They were tied at 24 for 12 seconds. And they were tied at 115 for the last 5 seconds. And they lost on a last-second three-pointer from the logo, as you documented. But they basically spent that whole game against the best team in the East, battling like crazy to come back. And when they did, they finally tied it, and it was so short-lived, and that was a heartbreaker. Like last night's Piston game was an absolute heartbreaker. But I also thought it was another example of a team that is feeling. I'm interpreting, okay, let me just say this. It may or may not be true. I'm interpreting what we've seen out of Orlando, what we've seen out of Indiana, what we've seen out of Cleveland is actually these teams think Detroit is a threat, and they're trying to keep Detroit in its place. And they're taking liberties with the Pistons. They're trying to intimidate the Pistons. And I go back to, and Blaha said it, and we've said it before, get your pound of flesh now. Get your pound of flesh now, because that's how I'm interpreting it. And I'm also, to make myself feel better, and thinking, you think the world is sick of the Kansas City Chiefs. You just wait. You just wait. Because the Pistons are ready to level up and play at the highest level. Trajan, please figure something out. I don't think it's going to be a trade deadline move. It doesn't feel like they're about to do anything significant here. But moving forward, I feel like Pistons are growing up and everybody's trying to keep them down and taking liberties. And to the Pistons' credit, they stand up for themselves, but damn it, we just have to endure crap like last night. That's how I'm interpreting all this.
I wanted to see a confrontation.
You want an actual fight?
Yeah, I did. I wanted it last night because I thought last night was deserving of it, and it's one of those things where you stick up for each other's teammates, and unfortunately, like I said, Duren didn't see it, and Stewart's on the bench. So you got your two enforcers out there because Jared Allen's a big guy. And I wanted to see that happen. Anyway, and you saw as the play developed, they went back and showed like 5 seconds before that, which was the reason that Jared Allen went after him.
Yeah.
He didn't like that Asar Thompson was trying to play defense and try to squeeze past him on the first pick that he set. He didn't like that, so then he comes back at him and just blasts him. I mean, like let's rumble. Let's go.
Well, the Pistons got the people that can rumble.
Well, they do, and now it's it's within division, and I don't know how much it's going to get play like that. But this is now you got Indiana and you got Cleveland, two teams that the Pistons have beef with.
You got Orlando.
Yeah, they got legitimate beef with some teams. So let's lean into it.
Now the Pistons did get two players and a second-round pick and another facilitator move. So in the last 24 hours, they've added, 3 third-round picks? 3 second-round picks and 3 players, of which I don't know that any of them are going to do anything here. I haven't seen that any of them have been flat-out cut yet. But and the NBA, Jimmy Butler got what he wanted. He's out of Miami, and he is with Golden State. And I guess that's their counter move to Luka going to the Lakers. Kevin Durant still in Phoenix as of now. We shall see if anything goes down with that. But if the Pistons can't come up with a move that just makes them better in the here and now, great. They've got a superstar. I mean, Cade had to step to the line and hit 6 straight free throws last night, in the last dozen seconds or whatever it was, to tie that game up, and he did.
Yeah, he had, 23 points or something like that in the fourth quarter?
It was awesome. But God, that was frustrating when it was over.
Well, it was. It was very frustrating, and I didn't watch the entire game, but I saw all of fourth quarter. And when I saw there was a stat on Malik Beasley was 1 for 7 in the game for 2 points.
Yeah.
And this is when they had 92 points total. I'm like, you're not going to win many games if you're the Pistons and Malik Beasley's not showing up on the score sheet. He's got to be part of it.
248-539-9797. You want to get that Piston game last night. Coming up at 10:30, we got the Blitz thingy. Got some Myles Garrett stuff to get to as we've, continue to watch what's going on. And he's doing the circuit at the Super Bowl and not really talking about teams in particular. But he is making it clear he is going to be out of Cleveland. It is Carson Anderson. If there is anything to report on this NBA trade deadline day, we will pass it along because Pistons still could do something, but I'm not really expecting anything. A reminder to download the Odyssey app and listen to 97.1 A Ticket on the app for your chance to win the ultimate trip to Vegas. You could win $20,000, plus you and 3 friends will stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Vegas's premium sports viewing destination. Visit the biggest March hoops party at Stadium Swim. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Pistons lose last night in a heartbreaker against the Cleveland Cavaliers. It felt like a miracle that they were able to come back and tie that thing in the last couple of minutes and didn't lead the entire game, but they tied it up with 5 seconds left. And Darius Garland, by the way, after he hit that shot, he wanted to make sure that he let everybody in attendance know how happy he was about hitting that shot. He went over to a specific fan and they high-fived and actually bro-hugged. Did you see that? Guy in the front row?
Yeah, I don't really care for that. Yeah.
Kang, did you see that?
No, I immediately turned away as soon as he hit it. I was in disgust. I don't want to watch anything after that.
What I couldn't tell was, did Darius Garland go after that guy because he'd been talking trash all game and he wanted to go let him know about it, or was that an acquaintance of his?
I didn't see it. So did he have a jersey on?
He didn't. I didn't see that he had a jersey on. I just saw him. He went over and he was yelling at this guy. And sometimes I can misinterpret a player's excitement as he's angry. As you know, sometimes guys, when they're celebrating, they actually do look angry. So he goes over and he's yelling at this dude, and then they high five and he kind of gives him a bro hug. But then he walks away yelling at him more, and I'm like, okay, either that's his boy or that's some fan that was heckling him all game long, and he just dapped him up after it was over and said good job, and it was all good. But Darius Garland didn't look like he was. I don't know. It didn't look like a friendly interaction. I don't know if anybody knew the story or had any interpretation of what that was. But then he did. He absolutely was letting everybody know.
Yeah, well, yeah, he was, and it was interesting.
It happens more now than I remember it happening in the last 5 years.
Of what? Of guys
will hit a three, and I swear half the guys in the league, when they hit a three, they turn into the stands and say something to someone. I don't know.
Well, I'm sure he heard something at some point during the game from that guy. There weren't, because it's not like it was a jam-packed house, right? So,
nope.
And people are more sensitive to what's being said, and the players are more demonstrative too. It was kind of strange, that he wouldn't go and celebrate with his teammates. In fact, he was trying to avoid his teammates to keep contact with this guy. And then when it was done, he immediately ran off the court. There was no sticking around on the court to pleasantries with Cade Cunningham or the rest of the Pistons. It was, I'm out of here, which I thought was interesting too. And I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Hey, we just stole one here. Let's get out of here. We almost came to blows 10 minutes earlier. Let's leave. I don't need to be friendly with these guys. I can respect that. But the stuff with the fans, I bristle at that because we're too close to having something explode
bad.
Again, yeah. And I don't need that. I don't need to get anywhere close to that. And I don't think that we need to feel like the fans should feel that comfortable to be able to go up and bro hug a player either. I think, look, if it's genuine, it's kind of cool, but I don't know if this was genuine. This looked like it was a little heated, and I don't need to see that.
At no point did I ever think that Darius Garland was going over to that guy and giving it, hey, that was fun. You gave me a hard time. I hit the shot.
Right.
That was fun.
No, that's
because sometimes that's
to say now.
Yeah.
This happens actually every night in the NBA, because if you've ever been to an NBA game, and you don't have to sit courtside because it's really expensive, of course, but you know how close those seats are to the court. You're literally on the court. And it doesn't matter if it's a packed house or not, Gator. They can hear you. The players clearly can hear no matter what. Russell Westbrook's infamous for, talking back to fans. Every fan, I don't want to say every fan, but every NBA player hears what's going on. And some points, they decide to talk back to certain fans, and sometimes it's friendly, sometimes it's not. But it's clear that there is something going on. And fans nowadays have gotten more brave. They kind of say things they definitely shouldn't be saying.
Well, I think the fans are trying to go viral.
Yeah, that's part of it.
And I think the players used to ignore it. And like I said, it feels like it's not. This isn't like back when I was a kid. I feel like in the last 3-4 years, it's become, it happens a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we don't know the relationship last night with Garland and the fan, but a lot of times it is a long relationship. Sometimes it's a short relationship. Just that game, they've built that relationship, And maybe, hey, that's a season ticket holder, so people know who he is. Other opponents kind of they see the same faces in the front row. But, yeah, I mean, obviously it's all fun and games until somebody crosses a line, and we don't want any of that. And, hey, you can get kicked out as a fan, by the way, almost at any point, so be careful. I mean, those are expensive seats. I don't think you want to just watch half a game there. They're great seats.
Yeah.
You get to sit there and, I mean, really, hey, you kind of gain a new respect for them, Doug, when you sit there and watch them live and see how good they really are.
Do you? That's an inside joke. It goes way back. But yes.
Professional players are really good at what they do.
Are they?
You don't say. Yeah, I don't know if anybody had any intel on what that was about at the end of the game last night, but that was really it's the observation that's happened more in recent years than it happened even 3-4 years ago. And now when he hit that shot, he and that fan, something was going down, but tough one there. Meantime, like I said, trade deadline day, anything else going on, we will let you know, as we are hoping that the Pistons make a significant move. And the other thing we're hoping for is that the Pete Alonso contract gets us to the next day. It's Bregman watch day 39, Gator.
Is this just an arbitrary number you threw out there?
I started it at a high number, and I've just been adding to it one a day.
Okay.
And we're up to 39 at this point, but I think it's roughly accurate.
Yeah, so Pete Alonso was interesting because he had turned down a deal that would have paid him, I think, $154 million. It switched agents and the whole bit. Now he's a Boris guy, and the best he gets is this. It's a 2-year deal for $54 million. The first year is $30 million, and then he can opt out after that if he wants to bet on himself, which sounds like it's exactly what he's going to do. I think there was an offer for more total money if he wanted to do I think it was a 4-year deal that was offered there, but it's interesting to see what he's going to do. Is he going to be one of these guys that once you start the decline, is it done?
You're talking about Alonso?
Yeah. Or is Pete Alonso going to be this, the crusher that he has been? And this was just, maybe a little slip in his numbers, and he can correct that. But going back to New York, where he wanted to be the entire time to begin with.
It's funny because I've read a lot of reporting from the baseball, all the baseball writers that there's a lot of free agents that are waiting to see what Alonso and Bregman do. But now that Alonso has done something, is Bregman now going to be the next domino to fall and fall quickly?
Well, that's the thing. Because if Alex Bregman decides, fine, I'll finally concede and I'll take a shorter-term deal, then that's going to open the doors to other teams to get involved. Maybe the Red Sox get back involved. Although the Red Sox seem pretty hot and heavy now that they want to work out a deal for Nolan Arenado to play third base. So if he were to say, I'll do a 3-year deal with an opt-out after the first year, then, there's the report out there that the Cubs have an offer of 4 years for over $100 million with an opt-out after the first year. You would imagine the Tigers would be another team that would throw their hat in the ring. And would you rather play for the Cubs or would you rather play for Detroit? Detroit's a playoff team. Detroit beat his Houston Astros, and they're on the up and up here with a younger team. I would think that it's probably better to come to Detroit than it is to go to Chicago. But the Tigers also are one of these teams that reportedly have a multi-year offer out there on the table and has been on the table for a while now. So will this give him the impetus to either take the longer-term deal, or will he finally say, enough, I'll take a short-term deal? But if he takes a short-term deal, then he's jumping back into a free agent class next year that's going to have Pete Alonso. And again, you're going to have other guys in it. So his decision is going to be interesting, what it is and what it means. Does he want money? Does he want to play for a championship? Does he just want to stay home?
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Dave writes in, I love that the Pistons are good enough this year to develop legitimate beefs with some teams and to lose in a heartbreaking way. They matter now. Well, they're evoking emotion, Dave, that's for sure, and that's better than apathy. And while the Piston fan base still doesn't spend a whole lot of time calling us, there is emotion attached to this team. Jay and Warren writes in, the Pelicans are selling. I'd love to get CJ McCollum. He's 33, but averages 22 points a game and is exactly what we need to win a playoff series or two and entice a high-profile free agent to come here this summer. Wouldn't hate that. Jalen Duren never gets in the scrum. It's always Beef Stew or Malik. Duren runs away from the scrum and just jaws. Beef should have been starting and setting the tone from the opening tip. Should be starting and setting the tone for the opening tip every game. That was last week's debate, and whoever sent this, we kind of talked about this, or whether or not you want to lean into Whether or not you want to lean into being the bad boys 2.0 and have him play a significant role and be a basketball enforcer.
I don't necessarily want to see them be, thugs like they were during the bad boy era. That was thuggery on the court. Let's be honest. I mean, stuff that Mahorn and more importantly Lambier did.
What are you talking about?
Okay. I love watching those highlights and the stuff that the NBA allowed back then, all the fighting that they allowed.
You see highlights like that, and from that era, and you go, did that guy get suspended for half the season?
Right. When was he allowed to come back and play basketball again?
It was actually later that game. It was just a personal foul.
It was amazing.
It actually looks like not even a league. It looks like rec league, like what they were allowed to do in that court.
And it's not like they were doing it to who's that guy? Let me get my program out. It's Michael Jordan. Yep. It's Larry Bird.
It's Hall of Famers.
Right. It's Magic Johnson. These are guys they were battling with. So do they need to do that? No. But what I'd love to see is that they're not going to back down from anybody. If somebody pushes them, that they push back twice as hard, which is what I wanted to see.
It's weird because, I think you asked the question on your show sheet, Gator, is rivalry. Did the Pistons have rivalry with Indiana or Cleveland? You got to throw in Orlando in there as well. When you start throwing so many teams in there, I'm starting to think maybe it's the Pistons.
I know that's
maybe it's us. Maybe they're just playing a kind of brand of basketball where it's gritty, chippy, whatever you want to call it. It gets under the skin of the opponent, no matter who it is, and it seems to follow them. Whoever the opponent is, right? And do you want that, Doug? Can that survive in today's NBA?
I'm not sure, but I just keep feeling I can't. The formula for Detroit in the 3 championships, the 2 bad boy championships, and the going to work Pistons, we always did it a different way, and so part of me wants to say, yeah, go ahead. Go try and win a championship and do it different than every. Yeah, we're not going to have 5 guys that can hit 3-pointers. We're going to have Beef Stew kicking your butt every night. All right, let's get into the NFL. The Blitz thingy is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It is the Carson Anderson radio program. Are you ready to swing around the NFL, Scott?
Sure.
Let's go. Heads or tails, my friend?
Tails.
He calls tails. It is a head. I will receive.
All right, here we go, boys. Unfortunately, even though the Lions did not make it to the Super Bowl, we're going to do a Super Bowl week version of this. All right.
Let's go.
All right, here we go. Question number 1. Tonight, we will find out whether Eli Manning will be inducted into the next class of Hall of Fame players. Is he a Hall of Famer?
So 11th on the all-time career passing list in terms of yards. He's got 2 Super Bowl wins over the GOAT, Tom Brady, where he was the MVP of both games. He also quarterbacked 2 teams to the Super Bowl in an era where he was dealing with Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, to maybe a lesser extent, Ben Roethlisberger, Phil Rivers, Matt Ryan, peak Russell Wilson, and he quarterbacked 2 Super Bowl champions where he was the MVP. That's
Brett
enough
Favre
for me. Favre at the beginning, yeah. That's enough for me, too. I'm in. He belongs.
I think 100% he belongs. I guess the real question is he a first ballot Hall of Famer? I'd have to look at all the players eligible for it. But, yeah, I think he gets a bad rap. Some of it deservedly so. I mean, he threw a ton of interceptions in his career. Like a ton, which kept his overall quarterback rating down. And that's the thing. You look at him as a career 84 quarterback rating, doesn't look all that good, but he's top 10 in every passing category there is with touchdowns and completions and yards passing. And oh, by the way, 2-time Super Bowl champ. And I'm not sure what more he was supposed to do to earn credentials of being a Hall of Famer. Who was he throwing to? Victor Cruz? I mean, this guy was pretty prolific at the time. I think he deserves to be a Hall of Famer. By the way, he was sacked 20 times during those 2 Super Bowl runs they had. 20 times in 8 games. That's a lot of times.
Yeah, all those stats, that the yardage and touchdowns, all that stuff, that might be attributed to him just playing for so long. Because his actual record, regular season, was literally mid 117 and 117, which is actually kind of funny.
Yeah.
But with that being said, I do think he is a Hall of Famer, and it's based on his playoff record and playoff, just what he's done in the playoffs. I mean, you mentioned the 2 Super Bowl MVPs over the, GOAT. One of those was against an undefeated Patriots team, not just the GOAT, but that team was like the greatest team we thought we'd ever seen. And Eli Manning was the guy who, part of the guy, who beat him and won the MVP. So, like I said, based on his playoffs alone, I think his playoff record was 8-4, 2 Super Bowl MVPs, 2 Super Bowl wins, beat the GOAT, undefeated Patriots team. I think that alone gets him in the first ballot. All right, question number 2. Apparently, the NFLPA executive director has come out and said that no one wants to play 18 regular season games. That's according to him and the players he represents. Do you believe him and the players?
Sure. For now. I mean, they don't really have to make a decision on this until 2031, I think, is when the CBA expires, and Goodell says they're not going to address it until that happens. It's what he says, too. I'll take them at their word at this point, but a lot can happen between now and then. You don't know how much money is going to be bandied about and being offered to the players if they were to expand to 18 games, but it seems like it's a long way away. We're talking at least 5 years.
I don't believe him. I think this is classic negotiating. I think it's another way of saying, show us the money. And, my grandfather had a saying he brought from the old country.
Oh.
Everything has its price. And I think that's the message here. Everything has its price.
I realized Doug was related to the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase.
Yeah, that was his line, too.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, sure you
it's
don't.
Your grandfather.
Mm-hmm. Doug, I actually agree with you, though. Yeah, I don't believe them. I think 18 games is inevitable. They are just playing their cards right now. Yes, they have until 2030, but they can make a deal before 2030 if they come to an agreement on money, because that's, in the end, what it's all about. They didn't want to play 17 games either, guys. How many games are on the schedule right now? 17. Yeah, somehow money played a role into getting them that extra game. And the NFL wants this. And what the NFL wants, they get. They're putting out numbers right now. And personally, in my opinion, I don't really believe all of them that concussions are down, injuries are down. You know why they're saying this? Because they want to add an extra game. You don't say injuries are up and concussions are up if you're trying to add an extra game. So this is inevitable. There will be an 18-game regular season at some point, and the players will be compensated for it. There will be 2 bye weeks. We'll get rid of one of the preseason games. All right, Goodell said this week that he thinks that someday technology will be able to spot the ball. That technology will exist. Is this something you want if and when it's available?
Well, maybe there's the idea of a hybrid system I could see working. What I can't see is that the entire field gets chipped and that every part of the human body gets chipped, because how do you determine when a player is down? That is some technology that is above and beyond what I can even envision happening. But if you have a system where you can determine through video when a player is technically down and exactly where the football is, I don't mind seeing that. Because that feels like it is something that they could define as best as possible, is a hybrid system where the human eye determines when the player is down and the chips in the football can determine where it should be spotted.
On behalf of the Bills Mafia, let's get this done as soon as possible. Look, I think this is a lot like the strike zone of Major League Baseball. When you bring the human element into it, umpires get it way wrong so many times, like way outside of strike zone. If you had it honed in, let's just do it as best we can. Even if you had the chip system, are you going to get it right 100% of the time? No, but you know what you're going to eliminate? All the egregiously bad decisions made by the officials on the field that spot it incorrectly, and then you get the call stands when they go to review and stuff like that, instead of just get it right. They can get it right with technology. Go ahead and do it. And now start worrying about the play clock.
I actually don't think they should do this when and if available. I do like replay, and I do like the advancements in technology that help make the game better and more accurate. But I do think that there should always be a human element involved, and that is just part of sports. I think in football, part of the human element is spotting the ball. It is ridiculous when you say it out loud, like there's billions and billions of dollars into this sport, and we have 65-year-old men running from the sidelines thinking where the ball stopped and landed. Like, yeah, I get it. But to me, sports is changing too rapidly, and I think it's for the worse for the most part. I want to keep this part of it in there for myself.
Sounds like Kang's part of that conspiracy.
I'm open to it now.
Who got to you?
All right. Yeah, exactly. If the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, guys, should they be considered the NFL's best dynasty of all time?
Not yet. They're getting there, though. I mean, what Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs have done under Andy Reid is incredible. 17-3 at this point, 7 straight playoff appearances. They've got 3 Super Bowl wins, a chance to win their 4th on Sunday, which would be amazing. But no, because it's still a long way to go to beat what the Patriots did in 16 out of 17 years. One year they didn't make the playoffs, Brady was out for the season. They're 30-11 during that stretch, 6 trophies, and they had 3 straight. But I'll tell you what, winning on Sunday, though, 3 straight in 4 and 7 years is absolutely putting the Chiefs on the right path, but they still have a ways to go.
So I think it depends on what your definition of dynasty is, because I think when it comes to sports, there's all kinds of different, it gets used in a variety of different ways. My definition of a sports dynasty is a team that when you're in the middle of it, you just pen them in for the next year's championship. You think they're going to win the next championship, and I don't think that yet with the Kansas City Chiefs. Even though what I do think they are, I think they're an AFC dynasty based upon being to 7 consecutive AFC title games and 5 of the last 6 Super Bowls. But the best dynasty of all time to me is the Green Bay Packers, going back to predating the Super Bowl era. They won 5 of 7 titles leading into the first 2 Super Bowls. That to me is a better dynasty.
Jeez, I remember Briggs too.
This guy.
Jeez. All right.
Well, look, I mean, it is what it is. You asked when you ask a question that includes the term all time, am I not allowed to go back to all time?
Oh, no, you went back.
You went way back. All right. I'm gonna say it. Right. Recency bias and everything. I'm gonna say it is. No one's ever done 3 in a row. Okay. We know that. On top
Patriots
of that,
didn't they?
No, they didn't.
They didn't win 3 in a row.
No, they didn't win 3 in a row. Gator. Stats. Okay, on top of that, it would be 4 out of 6. Plus, it would be 5 out of 6. 7 straight AFC title games. I mean, to me, this is the greatest dynasty of all time. I don't think anyone will ever win 3 in a row again if the Patriots do it this year. So I'm going to say it would be. All right, James Harrison and Chad Ochocinco almost literally got into a fist fight during a Shannon Sharp podcast from Super Bowl this week. It happened yesterday, actually. Ochocinco was very adamant that he would kick Harrison's ass. Like, they were going to fight if people weren't nervously laughing and they're on camera as well. Guys, who do you think would win in a fight, Harrison or Ochocinco?
Okay, I'm sorry. If you saw the video and you saw what kind of shape James Harrison is in, I think there's only one man on the planet that can beat up James Harrison, and it's James Harrison. James Harrison would annihilate Chad Johnson. It would make Johnny Morton look competitive in the UFC.
Wow.
I'm not sure there's a current player in the NFL that could beat up James Harrison. James Harrison is still rocked up. No way is this a fair fight.
I don't know if you knew this. Chad Johnson is actually taller. He's 6'1", and listed at 180, something that in his playing career. He's probably close to 200 pounds now that he's moved on from his career, but he still works out. Chad Johnson is also rocked. That being said, James Harrison played defense in the National Football League. There's a whole different mentality when you're playing defense. And what they were arguing about, they were kind of joke. I forget who it was. It was the other guest on the show. Joey Porter, who said something like, yeah, but if he catches you.
Yeah.
And then Chad Johnson got really pissed off. He's like, nobody's talking about catching. And he's like, everybody's talking about the small and the size of the guy. I'm like, yeah, they're talking about the size of the guy because literally if James Harrison catches you and wraps his arms around you, you are donezo. He'd destroy you. I mean, I haven't heard anything about Chad Ochocinco being the next Michael Westbrook, being the karate man. That's a different kind of fight. But this is no. James Harrison is a whole different kind of guy.
So that's the thing. If this is like a regular street fight, yeah, James Harrison all day. He gets his hands on him. He gets to wrestle him to the ground. It's over. Ochocinco has done some celebrity boxing for what it's worth on these undercards of these, misfit fights and things like that. So maybe in a boxing fight, straight up, he could wear down Harrison and get his cardio going on. He is older, and with all that muscle, he would get tired quicker. But if it was just a straight up fight, Ochocinco is not like some black belt jiu-jitsu guy. So it's over if it gets to the ground, and most fights get to the ground. All right, last one for fun. Kylie Kelsey, who is Jason Kelsey's wife, she's from Pennsylvania. Huge Eagles fan. If she is in the Kelsey family suite for the Super Bowl, is she allowed to wear Eagles gear?
Yes, but only because she's family. That's the only. I mean, if she were a friend of a friend who's invited, you can't do it. But because she's family and her husband played for the Eagles, I think you're allowed to do that. I mean, even Jason Kelsey said, look, yeah, I'm rooting. I mean, he split hairs. I'm rooting for my brother, and I'm also rooting for the Eagles. I think she's absolutely allowed to because it's the Kelsey suite. It's not like you're going into somebody else's suite.
Not up in here.
Oh.
You can do whatever you want, just not up in here. It'd create too much noise. Not allowed.
Yeah, I agree, Doug. No way. In fact, not only can she not wear Eagles gear, she can't cheer. She has to sit there in silence. Like, if you're cheering for the other team in our suite, get out. You can sit and watch with us, but you got to be silent. Pretend you're a member of the media at this point.
And that concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. Have an update on the Myles Garrett trade talk we'll get to in the 11 o'clock hour. And an NFL GM said, what? We got that sound, don't we? 11:05, we'll play it. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan basketball beats Oregon last night. Game that Michigan led by double figures and didn't blow the lead. It's funny. The game ends, and a friend of mine, a season ticket holder, texts me and says that game shouldn't have been that close. And I'm like, you remember all those double-digit leads that they actually blew and lost? Here's one that they didn't lose. So they're still trying to figure it out. At least they didn't lose the game. Oregon's a pretty decent opponent. And now Michigan State tied for second place in the Big Ten. You know what's funny, Gator? I always feel like college basketball, I mean, no matter how much someone here at the station may love and watch it all, it really feels to me like people get into it more when Michigan and Michigan State play, and they don't play till later this month, and they play like 2 of the final 5 games against each other. But they could be 2 huge games. They could be 2 huge games.
They could be. They could be massive games. Michigan State was cruising along, and then they went out west and lost 2 in a row.
Yep.
And don't look as good. And I think some people are starting to turn. I mean, it's college basketball.
A long season.
I don't want to say wake me up when the tournament starts, but it's kind of how I'm feeling at this point,
Well, it's the risky run when you make your postseason system so big, is that there truly is little value to the regular season. Those teams that are in the chase for a conference championship, it gives you something to shoot for the 3 months that you play in your conference. But there's a little bit of sacrificing the intensity of the regular season for the intensity of the 3 weeks, which are great. I mean, it's entertaining as all hell, but I've maintained for years it is a ridiculous way to determine a champion. When you think about it's pretty much acknowledged and accepted we are letting teams in that nobody would consider worthy of a national championship. They might get hot, win some games, and every once in a while there's a very unworthy, as established by the 5 months of evidence that we have preceding it, a very unworthy national champion. And we just saw an expansion of the college football playoff. Did they make it too big? Neither you nor I were in favor of going all the way to 12 teams. They went to 12. Was it entertaining? Yes. And we got a first national champion with a Duke's Mayo Bowl resume. But whatever. That's what we play now, and it was entertaining. And so that's kind of the way.
You just say Ohio State is a Duke's Mayo Bowl resume.
You heard that correct.
Yeah, well, Ohio State is the best team in the country. They deserve the national championship.
Duke's Mayo Bowl resume. Anyway, wow. It is what it is. It's when you go big for the postseason, it is entertaining, but the regular season is a little bit boring, relatively speaking.
It's a lot boring.
You know what we were doing in the Blitz thingy there, the technology spotting the football.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that we just kind of accept is the absurdity of watching officials spot the football during 2-minute drills. During a 2-minute drill, if you ever watch,
right.
During the regular timing, the effort that the officials put in to spot the football, to be exact, is pretty incredible.
Right.
During a 2-minute drill, they can miss it by 1.5 yards.
Yeah,
4 or 5 yards.
Yeah. It's
I've seen.
Amazing how
Let's go.
bad.
Move the sticks. Move the sticks. Not that much.
There was a pretty infamous one here that Kenny Galladay did. Remember him?
Yeah.
He caught a ball. It was, I think, against Chicago, and they're trying to spike the ball. And he ran it up 4 yards or something from where he originally caught it, put it down, like gave it to the ref. Go, this is where it is. And the ref just took it, put it down.
Hysterical.
Yep.
I said this before. My niece, when she was playing soccer, my brother would tell me in the stands, he's like, watch and see what she does when she does the throw-ins from the sideline. I'm like, why? Yeah. And he's like, watch where the ball goes out of bounds and watch where she's throwing it in from. And she would try to cheat as much as possible. She would get 10 yards in front of where the ball went out of bounds before she would throw the ball in, and it was never stopped. Like that's impressive.
It's funny that, I mean, in the 2-minute drill official spotting of the football is maybe the least accurate thing that they do, and it's laughable. It is laughable because you just you're like, I mean, that's nowhere near where he stepped out of bounds, or that's nowhere near his knee hit the ground, but they're in a hurry. And so that is one area where I would think that they could do something with.
That's not romantic about football?
Part of the romance.
You can see a player literally almost run it to the end zone and go, down here.
No. And then you're not that far. Then they back it up.
Yeah,
and they still give you another 3 yards.
Yep. Just for integrity's sake, Gator, they move it back a little bit because, we don't trust you.
No.
Well, at this point, when I saw that topic that they, Goodell is saying they could use, I'm like, yeah, I can see why the game could use it, because there are incredibly important plays at the end of games where they are maybe in the vicinity of where the football should be spotted, but I don't know what else they can do because everybody's in a hurry. The clock is an issue, and the officials are doing their best. But all right, I'm sorry. An NFL GM just said something down at the Super Bowl that I can't believe he said it. I cannot believe he said it. I cannot believe he said it out loud. And I don't even think he believes it. I think he made it up. We'll get to that at 11:05. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Hey, look, so it's Super Bowl week, and I just can't shake this feeling that in Metro Detroit, that just like a pall has been cast over Super Bowl week. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just me. I'm trying to get into it. I know that when Sunday rolls around, I'm going to do what I always do, which is turn it on at noon. It's the last day of football, and try to lean into it. I hope that it kind of rekindles something inside for the Super Bowl. But as we move forward here, as this week goes on, I'm just like, game Sunday.
It's hard to get excited about. I mean, I think
you know what it feels like this year. It actually feels like it's just the big game. It's not the Super Bowl. It's the big game.
Well, how much of that do you think is actually because the teams are involved, or because the Lions ended their season a lot earlier than we expected it to?
Yeah, I mean that's that. It's both.
But is it more one than the other?
It's that I thought the Lions were going to be in it. I really did. The funny thing is, I was perfectly satisfied as a casual Super Bowl observer, as a non-participant. But I am now. I don't know. I don't know if I can go back to where I once was. I'm not sure I can. Not sure I can go back to where I once was.
Got to focus on like other things now, like hyper focus on foods and snacks, right?
Yeah. I'm already trying to put together a bit of a plan.
Yep. Karsh is
I'm still working things through.
Yeah. Are you?
Yep.
It's just a rough draft menu right now.
It is, but you're
not laminated yet.
You are right. I have turned my attention to the food, the drink, what we're going to do.
Dips?
Yeah.
Gator loves dips, man.
Don't we all love dips?
You love it more than most, I think.
I might, but...
Remember the crab dip fiasco of 2022?
Whatever, dude. I just made too much. It was delicious.
I know, you love dips, man.
I just made too much.
It's okay.
Love a 7-layer dip.
It's fine. Nothing to apologize for.
A really good 7-layer dip. Not store-bought. You got to make it yourself. Make it with love. And it's got to sit out a little bit so it's you're not breaking chips when you're going in.
You need a strong chip as well.
Yeah, I like the Frito scoop.
Oh, the like little bowl-ish? Yeah.
The Fritos one. Yeah, I like that better than the tortilla.
I got to figure out, I'm still piecing it together. I'm probably going to do a couple pickup orders, and I've never done this. I know people that have, and they've talked about it, and I feel like a lot of people do this, but the cooler in the living room, like just have a cooler there filled with ice. Do you have the hot dog roller still in the living room, or has that been moved, Kenny?
There was a sad walk of shame during the Lions game in the fourth quarter. I picked it up sadly, and I removed it from the room
during the Lions
game.
During the Lions game.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, I thought this lasted well past the Lions game.
No, this did not make it past the Lions game. The hot dog roller is now living in the kitchen where it probably should have lived the entire time, if we're being honest.
I mean,
about
probably,
things.
Right.
How often have you used it since?
I haven't used it since.
See, that's sad.
It's sad memories because it felt like the vibes of the hot dog roller when the Lions were rolling. I mean, the vibes were at an all-time high.
Yeah, I mean that's when you're considering getting the cooler in the living room.
Right,
too,
it felt like a
Doug's
party, and now like Doug's, like you guys have been talking about all week, is this Super Bowl feels like, all right, it's a game on Sunday, and that's kind of how I feel about the hot dog roller.
It's a game on Sunday.
I mean,
it's the big game.
But when you watch the game on Sunday, Doug,
yep,
you watch it downstairs in the command center, right?
Correct.
So absolutely 100%, you can have the cooler.
I think I'll have a cooler down there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that.
You have a lot of people, or just the immediate family?
We sent out the bat signal to the immediate family. We'll see what develops from there. We'll see what you want to come over.
Yeah, we'll see.
There'll be no small children, Gator.
No, I understand. It's the hike and having to drive back.
I understand that.
Otherwise, if this were like a 2:00 game, I'd be like, yeah, here we go.
It feels like a Super Bowl that they could play at 2:00, and I'd be fine with it.
You know what? I'm definitely coming into work Monday. Right? It's like, hey, I don't need it off. Might get it out of hand. No, I'll be there Monday.
That's a great call.
What kind of dip do you have too? Might decide whether Gator would want to come over.
Crab dip.
I mean, crab dip's good.
Okay, let's get to this. Who do I credit for the sound? I'm sorry, Eric DaCosta.
I was on the podcast with Todd McShay. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Was it called like the Front Office Podcast or something like that?
I forget.
DaCosta's the GM of the Baltimore Ravens. So everybody's Radio Row. We've been there. We've done that. Radio Row it's an interesting deal. And I'm glad I got to do it. If we ever go to a Super Bowl, if we ever get to go and broadcast from a Super Bowl again, Gator, ever, some point in our lifetime, I hope we're in a bar and not Radio Row, because I want to be Party Central for Lions fans. And fans can't really get into Radio Row.
No, but the only time I've been Radio Row was when the Super Bowl was here. That was actually kind of fun, even though I was at a god-awful hour early in the morning doing the morning show at that time.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I mean, it's for people that don't know, it's an opportunity to bring back the former players and executives or coaches, whatever, and they're out pitching products and stuff like that. But they're there to pitch their product for about a minute, and then you're talking to them for the next 8 minutes during a segment. And sometimes you get some really entertaining guests, and we had a good time when we were doing that. God, now it's 2006. Got to go back to that.
Yep.
Before you and I were doing our show together.
All right, so it's the McShay Show podcast.
The Kang Show?
And he's got Eric DaCosta on, GM of the Baltimore Ravens. And he admitted something, and here you go. Okay.
What?
Am I wrong? Are you serious?
There are a lot of people in the basement right now rejoicing. I told you. He's not a 91.
Here's why I don't believe him. What would keep you from hiring the people that do the Madden ratings then? If the model in which you use their data spits out something that is 3%, he was specific, 3% better. If you have a model, if this was really true, why wouldn't you just hire those people? First of all,
why hire them when you get the information? All you got to do is buy the video game. You're saving yourself hundreds of thousands of dollars. Oh, I got to pay $60 for the new Madden 26. Okay.
He can't be. Is he serious?
I don't know.
He's like one of the most respected front office guys in the league.
I have cited him as the benchmark.
You're citing Madden guy.
I'm citing Madden guy. I feel duped completely. Is the Ravens' success all dumb luck?
Well,
he doesn't mean it.
It's Madden, not dumb luck. It's in the game.
Okay. But here's my question. I hear that and I go, are you blanking kidding me? Do the gamers think I knew it? And I'm asking. I want to be open-minded here, even though I sound really.
There's a lot of validation going on right now. Look, if you're in the NFL and you're not doing your own research on what, I'm not even sure what the hell they use this stuff for. What? Like, oh, you know what? He actually is. Madden's got it right. He's a little faster than we thought he was. Okay, what? I mean, are you trying to see what plays working against the Tiger Blitz? Mm-hmm. Is that how that works? I mean, what are you really using? The rankings of the players.
I can't believe it.
Do you guys think Matt Millen was using Tecmo Bowl ratings? Is that why he sucked?
Guys, Hanford Dixon is fast.
Sir?
You cannot block Lawrence Taylor. Mark Bavaro is unstoppable. Matt, Mark's been out of the league for 8 years. And LT is in jail or something. What are we talking about?
All right, fine. Olama Francis.
Right.
Okay, so
Guys, I've been able to run Barry Sanders on a 600-yard run to run out the half. He ran all the way down to the goal line, ran all the way back, 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 and finally scored to end the half.
Okay, so I guess I want to know what Madden guy thinks of that. An NFL GM just said out loud publicly, we use Madden ratings as part of our formula and as part of our model.
Well,
and it's only a small part.
Is that what he said, or did he say we have our models and then we look at Madden and we it's a comparison, isn't it?
I think he said, well, let's play it again. I think he said we use Madden ratings as part of our model. It's a small part, but we use it, and sometimes the model kicks out 3% is 3% better than what our scouts say in terms of player performance. Can we play it again here, Kang? Let's play it again and listen closely.
That's ridiculous. You should fire those scouts.
Okay, Madden guy.
That's actually, that's an indictment on your scouting.
I want to hear, and this is one of the teams that had the most success. I wanted to say, I almost said this is one of the most well-run, best scouting organizations in the NFL.
The Ravens, right?
Yeah.
No wonder they haven't played for a Super Bowl.
Okay, Madden guy, what do you think of this? If you're a gamer, what do you think of this? Hey, Super Bowl 59 is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because with Super Bowl 59's $5 million touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $5 million in bonus bets. All you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off, and if your player scores the first or last TD, you win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. It doesn't matter if you're watching your favorite team or rooting against your rival. FanDuel is giving everyone something to cheer for during Super Bowl 59, so don't miss your chance to score in the biggest game of the year with FanDuel's $5 million touchdown jackpot. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on the action. It's FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Each $2.5 million prize pool to be split equally amongst eligible participants who make the correct picks. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, gamers. Look, that's big news in the gaming world. An NFL GM just said that they use Madden ratings as part of their model to predict player success, and I can't believe it. I would have expected to come from like the GM of the Carolina Panthers, the GM at Jacksonville, the Jets GM. It came from Eric DeCosta, who's the GM of the Baltimore Ravens.
Well, they may want to relook at the ratings because Mark Andrews had 91 in catching.
Wow.
And a 0 in accountability.
Yeah. You had a 93 in awareness. Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you sure you want to do that, DeCosta? Would you like that much? Really?
Pretty crazy.
Catching traffic, 91. Short route run. Well, short route running, 85. Maybe that's bringing it back down to earth here for you, right? Maybe it's too damn accurate.
Feedback coming in. Doug, no humans do the ratings. It's an AI algorithm computer, basically IBM Watson. That's from an unnamed texter. Remember, Madden guys are rating guys. For the most part, they are already in the NFL, so the real scouts did the hard work. Remember, Madden guys are rating guys. For the most part, that are already in the NFL, so the real scouts did the hard work. So you're talking about in vetting the players to get them to the NFL. The real scouts are the ones that determined which players the Madden guys are rating. Roger and Ipsy says, Doug, the better question is, what would John Madden himself think of this? Wish we could find out. Whitmer says, Madden ratings are done by scouts, correct? Shouldn't they just hire the Madden scouts then? Yes, that's my point. If he's saying their model is spitting out at 3% better than their scouts, then hire the people who come up with the ratings that go into the model that is better than what your scouts are doing. Hey, guys, the Jets owner just said the same thing about the Madden ratings. Paul New Haven. Yes, he did. And that shocked nobody. Nobody. He is also not in personnel. I have a buddy in the military, and yes, they use Call of Duty as training. Okay, that's way more serious, and I want to know if it's true. Maybe somebody out there from the military world can attest to that. I seem to recall there being racing simulators from watching Drive to Survive on Netflix. There's all kinds of training that the Formula One drivers go through, and I do remember there being a racing simulator, but I don't think it was the one that you can get and upload to your Madden and play in your bedroom at night.
Well, there is a guy who heads up the ratings for Madden, near as I can tell. His name is Dustin Smith, and he's got a group of like 10 guys that work under him. I don't know if they're NFL scouts. They may be scouting the NFL, but not the capacity of the NFL, as far as I can tell.
No, they wouldn't be.
So people say, well, they're scouts. Well, they're scouts for this guy.
No. I'm sorry. You're talking about that one text.
Yeah.
He's saying that Madden is only evaluating the players that the real NFL scouts got into the league. That the real NFL scouts are the ones that are vetting and getting the players into the league, and then the Madden people are just ranking the players once they're there. True. I think that was the point of his text. Wayne in Pontiac says, all of the I Play Madden callers in the past feel so validated right now. You guys would fillet those callers in the past. And I will continue to do so in the future.
It's not going to stop.
John Madden football programming is no different than any other type of analytics. Okay, let me ask you this. Whoever's just sent this, I don't know who your favorite team, but if the Lions moved on from Brad Holmes, would you like them to hire the Madden people to run the organization?
This is 100% something that the Jags will do with their next hire. The next hire will be AI.
The geniuses at EA gave Jake Bates a 79 kicking power on Madden. Sure, let's base our evaluation on those pencil neck geeks. WTF.
Went all Freddie Blassie with the pencil neck geek.
Here we go. Scott and Carlton says, don't knock the Madden grade, Doug. I learned to drive from Grand Theft Auto.
What? You should learn nothing from Grand Theft Auto.
Signed Jake from 2.5 Men. What do we... Yeah, that's not where you learn to drive. I hope.
Or
not.
anything else.
Yeah, don't learn anything from that.
Okay, here you go. If you concede that he's one of the best GMs in the league, then what's the issue? Their franchises have more success than ours. Well, here's what I don't believe that he believes it. And maybe the answer to this question is yes. Has he hired anyone that does the Madden ratings to help with the Ravens?
Yeah, or is it just hey, we've done our evaluation out of curiosity. Let's see what it looks like here. You know what? They're pretty accurate.
Yeah.
It's only a 3% difference.
248-539-9797. That's led to a lot of feedback.
I can imagine it leads to a lot of feedback.
An acknowledgement that the Baltimore Ravens is part of their model to evaluate players. He said it's a small part, but they do use Madden ratings. And I'm shocked. I am absolutely shocked. And I don't believe it because I don't know that I'd like to see that he hired some of those people, but I'm as shocked that he admitted it.
I think you're onto something, Gator, where like the Jags, all right? I think the Jags are like the most likely team to just completely go all AI. At some point say, you know what? We've handed the upper management to AI. They're going to make all our decisions on personnel moving forward. We have a head coach and we have players. But as far as transactions and who we draft, we're just going to rely on AI.
Hysterical. It's going to be anybody. It's going to be the Jags.
Right? Because they don't care. They want to be in London.
Right.
Their owner is
nuts.
Right? They don't have a GM right now. They might be the next GM might be an AI.
Right. Who's the coach now? Who accepted
Liam Coe. Duval.
Yeah, right.
Duval.
He might be AI.
Shad Khan talks to him during the interview and says, how do you feel about AI? I don't know. AI is pretty good. Good, because that's going to be our GM.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool. I think.
Can you do something in the first 10 minutes of having the job that creeps everybody out? You can. You're hired. All right. There is some fresh reporting. My buddy in the business used to call it Scooby, meaning scoop, on Alex Bregman. What does it mean for Detroit? We will get to that today at 11:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. as we've talked about already, it's Bregman Watch Day 39, and it's just been radio silence on this story for a while. And there was, I'm going to call it unsubstantiated and uncredible internet gurgling.
Wow.
Regarding Bregman and the Cubs. I mean, how would you put, like, to be fair, we're kicking around show ideas, and you mentioned the Cubs rumors. And where are they from?
It's like Cubs Insider.
But there's been no, and the rumor was 4 years, $100 million?
4 years, north of $100 million with an opt-out after the first year.
Hey, maybe it could be true. I always, with this world we're living in, I'm waiting for not just Buster Olney to report it, but like Buster Olney and Tim Kirchin. Like, I'm looking for trained and longtime baseball people that are well connected to make these reports before. We weren't even going to bring the Cubs thing to the air today, but we're bringing it to the air today because apparently somebody in the credentialed media got to someone on the Bregman side. That somebody is Bob Nightingale, USA Today's baseball writer. He is the president of the Baseball Writers Association of America. So I'm gonna guess that he is credible. He tweets the following: at this hour, free agent third baseman Alex Bregman still has no interest in a short-term contract and seeks a 6 or 7 year deal.
Well, to me, that tells me that Bob Nightingale has talked to Scott Boras.
Probably.
How many teams are interested in Alex Bregman on a 6-year deal? There are reports that the Astros have that contract, that the offer is still out there at 6 and 156. There is the report that says the Tigers are another team that has offered him a long-term deal. And beyond that, there's speculation that the Blue Jays have offered him a lucrative deal as well.
Mm-hmm.
But the teams like Boston, that there are reports that they're allergic to the long-term deal and they're looking elsewhere. They're already looking at Arenado, and they're not going to get into this bidding war for a 5 or 6 year deal. And now we've got the report, albeit loose, about the Cubs, but doesn't sound like the Cubs are looking for a long-term deal either, that they want to get something done short-term. So if the market is 3 teams, Detroit, Toronto, and Houston, I would have to believe Detroit's got a better offer than Houston. And they're just trying to see, again, it's all about what Scott Boras is trying to do. He has promised his client, this is my opinion, I think he's promised his client a number that is unattainable, a $200 million contract offer that's not there. And it was a harsh reality to see 156 for 6 years from Houston, because that's far below the $30 million a year I think he thought his client was going to get. Let's get the bidding war going with a number of teams. And here's the first offer, 156 over 6. What? Whoops. Damage control. What do we do? Alex, we could go on a shorter term. No, I don't want a short-term deal. He wants this is his money contract. This is the time he can make money. He wants it now. I understand that. Go ahead. And now it says 6 or 7 year deal?
Yeah.
Who's going to offer him a 7 year deal? The only team that offers him a 7th year is if that 7th year is a club option. There's no way you offer him a 7 year deal unless there's a club option for that 7th year, or no, that's it. I mean, what else would it possibly be?
I've tried to, Gator, basically to you, prove my malleability. I am flexible in that I was against a long-term Bregman contract, given the numbers that were floated out there, which were at the beginning, a projection of 6 years, $200 million is what I saw. And I just thought there's going to be too large punitive years on the end of that contract. And here are the 5 guys that I would prefer, given what their projected contracts are. I thought it was better money spent. But as the Santanders of the world have signed elsewhere, now it's kind of, I don't think it's Bregman or bust. It might be Bregman or bust in this free agency period.
Right.
But I think we have to keep in mind, if they don't sign Alex Bregman, we now have an organization here in Detroit that's got some spare parts that could be dealt for very current, successful, proven, useful players throughout the course of this season. When we get close to the trade deadline, if the Tigers are in a position to buy, people are going to want to do deals with Detroit because they're going to try to get Max Clark, or they're going to try to get Jose Briseño, or they're going to try to get Theron Lorenzo. They're going to try to get all these young guys that have been tearing up baseball at lower levels that are getting a ton of love. And the Tigers have a ton of them. And so, well, they have enough that they could swing a big deal if they want. And let's not forget, I just forgot. That's pretty bad. It's a bad way to start. Let's not forget. And I forgot. Was it Jacob Turner and Cameron Maben for Miggy and Dontrell Willis? Is that what
Andrew
the deal
Miller,
was?
or was it
Andrew Miller? It was Andrew Miller. See, I did. I actually authentically forgot. Andrew Miller and Cameron Maben, right, for Dontrell Willis and Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah. I think there was another player in there too, but inconsequential.
So it's not Bregman or bust. It might be Bregman or bust in free agency. But the flexibility part is I'm open up to it because everything you said about him helping right away is true. And this team, especially when they added Flaherty, I'm like, oh, wow. So now the pitching staff is moving even a step further away from pitching chaos. They still could go pitching chaos if they so choose. Flaherty had one of the best stretches of his recent career here with Chris Fetter. There's reason to be very encouraged about that. And Bregman would be an upgrade defensively. He'd be that lead dog in the clubhouse. I've already seen, though, like somebody texted us today and said, I don't want this guy anymore. It's been too long. And I'm like, okay, but is that cutting off your nose to spite your face? Is that being stubborn?
That's being a fan and not, you want the instant gratification. And I understand that. I totally get that from a fan standpoint.
Because it does feel like he's doing everything he can to get an offer from somebody else.
Yeah, it's certainly said that's a Scott Boras thing. I'm convinced of it.
It's like,
dude, just trust me. Trust the process. We're going to get more deals. And then you put your eggs all in this basket. Okay, here we go, guys. And at some point, either Scott Boras will say, I want your best and final offer, or it's the teams that say to Boras, here's my best and final offer. At some point, that's where it's going to get to. And either he accepts one of those deals, or they continue to go into spring training without having a deal and seeing if there's any injuries that come up, and then teams get desperate or whatever. Although I don't think he's going to get to the beginning of the season without having a deal. That would be malpractice on his behalf. I can't see that.
In the meantime, we sit and wait. When Alonso signed, you wondered if that domino would cause others to fall.
Well, and apparently when Alonso signed, that it was one of the, I saw somebody put on Twitter there, it was the old-fashioned deal where they actually met with the owner. The player was there. The agent was there. They all signed it together in the same spot, like in person. It wasn't done over, a phone or, Zoom or whatever. This was actually done in person. What's significant to me about that is that, okay, now Scott Boras has wrapped up Pete Alonso, and it's disappointing. Now he's got to focus all of his attention on Alex Bregman. So maybe it gets done quickly.
I'm probably enjoying Boris's failure too much.
Probably.
It's not a healthy thing to be thinking, but does it look like he's failing?
In a way, yeah, of course it does. I mean, his client just missed out on $100 million because there was a $154 million offer, apparently. I forget, it was before the year began or what. At the end of the day, it offered an extension, and he didn't want it.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, there's part of it. But the other side of it is if you're a player in Major League Baseball, you want Scott Boras as your guy because he's got a track record of getting top dollar for his clients.
Losing his touch.
But, well, he's also, I mean, now we're not looking at the 26-year-old client. We're looking at the 29 or 30 or 31-year-old client, and that's a different kind of contract altogether.
Well, we shall see how this plays itself out. But if you're just joining us, Bob Nightingale saying that Alex Bregman is still seeking a 6 or 7 year contract. Is that a direct response to the internet gurgling that the Cubs had offered a 4-year, $100 million deal? It could be. Now, if he's talking to the agent, agents are incredible sources. Having worked in this business, I have a few agents that if you ask them questions, they answer. Like they answer questions.
Mm-hmm.
And they're pretty good.
Well, they can also get their own narrative.
But they have their own narrative. They're great when it comes to topics that are not to do with their clients.
Yes.
And that's where I really...
You can get some real information. Otherwise, it's misinformation.
But if you're talking to Scott Boras about a Scott Boras client, and I don't bother asking the agents I know about their clients. I ask about stuff in the game and stuff that I'm learning about and stuff that they can provide insight on how it actually works because they know way more than I do. But I wouldn't bother to ask them about their clients. But if you're talking to Scott Boras about Scott Boras's clients, Scott Boras is then, here's where I go to work. What do I say here that helps my client? 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, you saw a story, said that would be me.
100%.
That would be me.
Yep.
We'll get to that today at 11:50 here on Carson Anderson. A 97.1 the ticket.
I know you see these red, white, and blue trucks all over the place. They belong to Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're out there to help people out. I mean, they're on the move constantly because people have issues with their furnace not working, issue with a busted pipe. When it's cold out like it is, you want to make sure everything is running smoothly and the way it's supposed to be. Maybe it's just general maintenance on your furnace, or you need to get stuff cleaned out. Whatever the case is, give Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling a call today. I've used them a couple times in my past. Couldn't be happier with the results that I had. They're amazing, absolutely on time and impeccable with what they do. But don't just take my word for it. You can go ahead and check out the A+ rating they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of the 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment at BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson's right there. Kang's behind the glass. Kenny answering phones. Glad to be with you here on a Thursday in Detroit. I found this here. It's from Kevin. I don't even want Bregman now. What's it been? 3-4 months of this drama? Is he going to expect us to roll out the red carpet like he's royalty or something? His best years are definitely behind him. So, look, these are difficult decisions. I'm trying not to let any pride get in the way. And I want to hear, if he does decide to come to Detroit, what he actually says about what took so long. Because it's hard not to shake this feeling, and I have this feeling, admittedly, although there's no evidence that he is looking for anything other than an offer from Detroit. But I expect him to come to Detroit. Part of the reason why I've warmed up to the idea, Gator, malleable, is that he's a guy who's been there, done that, been through the battles. I want him to lead this team. It's hard to envision a guy that you want to hand that responsibility to that you didn't think wanted to be here in the first place.
Yeah, and I think you do deeper dives into what was going on with his career and the numbers being on a downtick, and you look at, okay, well, last year the first couple months were horrific for him, and then he corrected and became quite a good baseball player again, like he has been throughout his career. So can you just brush it off and say bad 2 months? Or do you use a Madden model and find out that this is going to be a downturn the rest of his career? I mean, you got to trust what you know.
Yeah, M. Milton 23 on Twitch. MLB GMs aren't sure about Bregman's MLB The Show ratings. That's why he hasn't signed yet.
Very true.
Yeah,
Don't scoff.
No, don't do that. I think he'd be a great fit for a lot of reasons here with the Tigers. It's just a question of when is he going to make his decision on the offers that are out there.
I mean, the fit is there. Everything points to this would work. But it's taken forever, clearly. I mean, I'm at the point, guys, personally, it's going to be like actually awkward if he does sign here. Like, dude, what the hell took so long? You know, and what is he going to say?
I think he'll just say, I let the whole process play out with I trusted my agent, and, I know it got uncomfortable at times, but, he kept assuring me, hang on, we'll get there, and we got there.
Oh, you mean the original offer that was there the entire time? I'm just guessing what he might. I don't think he's going to end up signing for what he wants. That's why. I think he's going to have to take
he's not
something
going to sign for 6 years and $200 million. That's not happening. Is he going to sign for north of 156?
I don't even think he gets the 6 years. What do you think?
Well, but it's about the total money, I think.
I would think so. I would think.
So if an offer comes in north of 156 and that's the best offer he's got to weigh that. And I think with the Alonso deal getting done, is he going to want to leave $100 million on the table to take a short-term deal and bet on himself north of 30?
Let's get to your phone calls. D's in Detroit. Hi, D.
DK Gator Kane, what's up, fellas? Check this out, bro. Real quick, dog. This Alex Bregman stuff is getting ridiculous. Check this out. I'd rather have Matt Burley at third if he want to take all this time, bro, because he don't have no power. Matt Burley will give you just as much homers as Alex Bregman would, bro. So, what? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Bregman only going to give you 17 to maybe 23 homers, Gator.
How many is Matt Burley going to give you?
17? At least? Come on now. I'm just saying, all this wasting time, we losing out on other potential free agents. That's all I'm saying. Is J.D. Martinez signed?
I don't believe he has. As of last week, he hadn't, and I didn't see anything unless I missed it.
See, that's all I'm saying. If he signed with somebody else, then we losing out on other potential free agents. So, man, let's just get it over with, bro. And real quick, fellas, Gator, you was talking about the Pistons earlier today, bro, about them. They need to, start getting more physical, the bad boys era. Bro, it's coming.
Well, I didn't say they need to. I said that's what they're doing. It's kind of fun to watch, and I would have liked it. I would have loved it last night if Duran had actually seen Sarr Thompson get wiped out, because I think Duran would have wiped out Jared Allen.
Big Gator, check this out, bro. It's all coming. We got a coach, bro, that plays by, how can I say, old school basketball. Trust me. He's telling them guys, hey, if teams want to get physical with you, hit you in the mouth, you got to hit them back. I'm telling you, Beef stew got something for Indiana. It's coming, bro. Halliburton.
D, if we think about the 2 times that the Detroit Pistons have had championship eras, the bad boys and the going to work, we did it unconventionally against the grain. Now, the bad boy Pistons could score for sure, but they brought a physicality that hadn't been seen before. The going to work Pistons were the best defensive team in the conversation, one of the best in NBA history. And this team right here, if they decide we're not putting 5 3-point shooters on the floor, we're going to play great defense, and we're going to have an element of toughness that we haven't seen in a bit. Although, I mean, let's face it, when Golden State won, they did have Draymond regulating in the lane. But if they're going to go that direction, I mean, it's worked in the past. 248-539-9797. Paul in Clinton Township. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
You know, it's almost as if people forgot last offseason in baseball and acted like it never happened. How many Boris clients didn't get signed until the end of spring training and in some cases the beginning of the regular season? I mean, people are taking this personally. I mean, first off, if Bregman didn't want to come here and has expressed that, does anyone honestly think that Harris would still be trying to sign him?
Nope.
This is part and parcel with dealing with a Scott Boras client. We've been through this. We went through this with Prince Fielder. When did he get signed? I mean, everything that goes along with dealing with one of that man's clients brings this type of these types of things that you simply have to be able to deal with as a fan base. And I mean, are we really to the point now where we're saying we don't want him and we think Matt Vierling's a better baseball player than Alex Bregman? I mean, no offense to Vierling, but come on. People are just losing their minds.
People are losing their minds. You're right about that, Paul. They're impatient at this point, and I understand the impatience. And you're right. I don't take your time with it. You know, if it gets done, it gets done. And I think Scott Harris has a pretty good idea if they're going to get it done or not. And it's not the end of the world if they don't get it done because they still have the trade deadline with assets to move if they have to go that route. But I agree wholeheartedly about the Matt Vierling comparison. It's not comparable.
Yeah, and listen, Matt Vierling's a great guy to have on the team, but he's not Alex Bregman. I mean, and to insinuate that he is, I mean, I don't want to insult anyone's baseball acumen, but that's just, they are not ever going to be considered the same player in Major League Baseball. And for people to want to sit here and say, oh, I don't want him now because he didn't come to me as fast as I wanted. Yeah. I mean, come on.
So there's a couple of names of guys that you mentioned. Jackie Bradley Jr. signed a March contract when he was a Boras client back in 2021. Jurickson Profar did a March contract in 2023. You know, he's represented guys that have signed late. We're only at the beginning of February. Last February, Elvis Andrus signed with the White Sox in a February 2023 contract. So, Boras clients, this is kind of par for the course. Don't take it personally. Now, if he signs elsewhere and says, guys, this is where I wanted to be the whole time, well, then F you. But that's we're not there. Let me be clear. We are not there. All right, 248-539-9797. I apologize, Gator. We got sidetracked, and we will get to it at 12:02. Gator said this would be him if he tries this. Also, 12:20. We'll get to the Myles Garrett thing. Is there something that we should be concerned about regarding Myles Garrett? We'll get to that today at 12:20. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream the show on the Odyssey app. And if you download the Odyssey app and listen to 97.1 The Ticket on that app, you have a chance to win the ultimate trip to Vegas. You can win $20,000. Plus, you and 3 friends will stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Vegas' premium sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March hoops party at Stadium Swim. You can also stream the show with video going to twitch.tv and youtube.com. Both sites have streaming chats. When you get there, go to the search bar and search up 971 The Ticket. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. I'm going to make a confession before the show.
A confession?
Yeah. I have repeatedly done something very stupid that's careless. And I kind of avoided it this time, but I've done it before. And I hope I'm not the only guy that's made this mistake, but we'll get to that a little bit later on. We'll talk some Lions and Myles Garrett coming up here at 12:20. He was doing the rounds yesterday down at the Super Bowl.
Safety first, Doug.
What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, you're talking about this kind of ominous thing that you made mistake. Just safety first.
I think it's careless, but I don't think it's I'm hoping it's not uncommon.
Okay.
I hope it is a mistake that husbands and fathers make, but nobody's in danger of anything.
What about single guys who own dogs?
I can't imagine you making this mistake.
Okay.
I really can't, but it's possible. But I think when you are a single guy who owns a dog, you are less likely to make this mistake. I wonder if Kang has made this mistake. It's a confession I'll make later. All right. We'll get some Myles Garrett stuff, like I said, at 12:20. Gator, I don't know where you saw the story, but you attached that it would be you. First of all, where did this happen?
This happened in Mount Holly.
All right.
And this is a story. They have an updated story in this morning's Detroit News. And it's serious. It says a woman was seriously injured after falling off the Mount Holly Ski Resort's chairlift on Wednesday. Apparently, the firefighters were called on Wednesday to Mount Holly about the woman. She fell about 20 feet. Medics took her to the hospital with, quote, potentially severe traumatic injuries. No update as of this morning on the woman, but it is being investigated. So when I saw this story, I immediately started shaking my head on going, I know that would be me. And I'm not trying to be funny about this because this is obviously a serious thing. I am amazed when I see, I've never skied in my life. I've always been tempted to, wanted to, haven't. But the ski lift, the chair lift, like what safety is involved with a chair lift?
So there's a few things. Most modern day high-speed chairlifts have a safety bar that comes down. Some places they are required. Some of them they are now automated. Boyne Highlands has a new 8-person heated bubble, which has a plastic bubble. The chairs are the actual seats are heated. They're almost like car seats, and a bubble comes down automatically to keep the heat in
and keep you safe.
They have a high-speed lift there as well that has a safety bar that you can pull down that I would say 1 out of every 10 people pulls down. But nobody takes issue if somebody says, hey, I'm pulling this down. Everybody complies. Nobody cares all that much. I think, so as a veteran skier and somebody who would love to take you up north and take you skiing, I think you might, I encourage everyone who hates the winter to find something in the winter that you can do that you love outdoors, whether it's ice fishing or snowmobiling or snowshoeing or cross-country skiing or downhill skiing, whatever it is. If we're going to live here, embrace it is my theory. But, I get it. Not everybody wants to be outside and cold. But I think it would be difficult to fall off a chairlift from 20 feet. Example, as you sit in your chair currently, what is your concern level of you falling out of that chair right now?
Well, none, because my feet are anchored to the ground.
Okay. If your feet weren't anchored, if you're sitting at a bar stool, what is your concern of falling out of a bar stool where your feet are dangling?
None, because I'm leaning on the bar.
Okay. In a chairlift, you can lean back, you can lean to the side. There are things you can lean up against. I have never once felt danger on a chairlift. There are some scary lifts I've been on though in Colorado and Montana. Even there's a Blue Mountain, Ontario. I've been there a couple of times where there is like a large valley that the chair takes you over, and it's beautiful, and there's a stream down bottom, but it's a fall to the death kind of fall. And so there's some chairs that can scare you, and you can always put the safety bar down. Like all those places have chairlifts with safety bars. I've never skied Mount Holly. If they haven't updated it or she didn't put the safety bar down. But the bigger issue at the chairlift is getting on and getting off. And there, your risk of falling is you might fall to the ground, but you're on the ground to start with, or you're getting off on the ground.
I wouldn't be worried about that. What I'm worried about is once the thing's in the air, once I'm moving, and I get to a point where I'm 10 feet up or 20 feet up, I can hurt myself just as well from 10 feet up than I can from 20. Knowing that if I have to share the chair with somebody else, that there's a discrepancy in size difference between myself and whoever I'm with, that, okay, is that going to shake things up? I don't know because I've never been on.
They won't. You don't have to worry about that. If you put
how
the safety bar,
how safe am I going to feel with the safety bar coming down? Is this just as rudimentary as it gets, or is this something like, you know what? It's the same thing we use on the latest roller coaster at Cedar Point.
It's pretty simple.
That doesn't make me feel good about it.
That it's pretty simple?
Yeah. That it's like, oh, no, it's
you
just this bar.
You want to be
and,
locked in like you're going on the space shuttle?
Well, I'm telling you that I'm not afraid of heights, but in this case, I'd be afraid of falling.
Let me say this. Without putting the safety bar down, I think your odds of falling are minuscule. I think they're about the same as falling off a bar stool if you're not leaning on the bar. I think I think the odds of falling out with the safety bar down are nil. But I get until you've been there and done that, there are fears that people have, and I understand that. And
the other thing that goes against your whole bar stool theory is that when I'm in a bar stool, I'm not moving. You're moving. There's motion in a chairlift that's taking you from point A to point B. So that there's a whole other aspect of it. Now, it might be, I'll contend, and I shouldn't say contend, I will admit that there's probably some irrational thoughts and fears to go in here.
But here's the thing.
But then I see a story like this, and I'm like, yep, not going to do it.
Okay, but that's one of those deals where there are millions of chairlift rides a year, and how many? This is one. You're convinced it would be you.
I'm the guy
that's fine.
I don't feel comfortable in there, and then when you don't feel comfortable, you get fidgety, and you're moving more than you should be. It's an issue over body control that I know that I could be that person.
I've always thought that Kang, for whatever reason, would make an elite snowboarder. And you're shaking your head no back there.
No. I mean, it's the winter thing. You know that for me. I appreciate your confidence in me. Mm-hmm. There's a time in my life I would have wanted to try snowboarding. Many times I've thought about it, and then I said, damn, it's cold outside.
I think it's a low center. I think it's a low center of gravity deal that I always thought it would work for you, and I know you're pretty damn athletic.
It should.
The thing about the difference between snowboarding and skiing is I find there are zero translatable skills. They're completely different.
Really?
Yeah, it's like ice skating and skateboarding. The only thing that's similar to me, because I've done them both, is when you're standing at the top of the hill, you're familiar with what it looks like, but that's it.
What about
for
like
me.
Cutting and turning? Is it similar?
No.
No? Okay.
No, the snowboarding, it really feels like balancing on a skateboard to me, whereas skiing feels like finding the edges that you do in skates. But do you have concerns about a chairlift?
No. I'm not the best with heights, but I'm not like, oh my God, deathly afraid where I can't get on, something that goes up like zip lining or anything like that. But this should make you happy, Doug. I actually want my daughter. I think I want to give her a shot at snowboarding.
That's awesome.
So I will be maybe hitting the hills just because of her.
Well, you guys could take a lesson together.
I know.
And
meet a bunch of other 6-year-olds.
Yes. Well, there's adults that do it too. There are the word on snowboarding is that it takes about 3 times, and the third time it just clicks and you get it and you're off. But it's hard to get there because there's a lot of your feet are locked in and there's a lot of falling in between. But anyway, Kenny, you're shaking your head. Yes. Are you a snowboarder? Sorry, I bring you into the conversation.
No, I'm not a snowboarder per se, but what you said about the third time is the charm. That absolutely is the truth. Because the first couple times I went snowboarding, I was falling. Your feet are locked in. You can't move very well. And then the third time, it's like, oh, this is how it works. Okay, now I got it.
Okay, so I'll just say this finally. First of all, there's reports that this woman's going to be okay.
No, not from what I understand.
God,
there's no reports.
That's awful.
No, I think it is. I think the Fox 2 story I read.
Okay, because I'm reading from the Detroit News, which was published this morning just before 9:00, and it said that the officials had not yet received any updates from the hospital about her condition on Thursday. So if there's an update, I hope she's okay. I mean, they said, again, potentially severe traumatic injuries.
I would say this, Gator. You use the word, you're worried that or you think it might be irrational. If it's your fear, man, I would not let the chairlift keep you from learning how to ski. I would let the not being able to figure how to stop and ski into a pole at 40 miles an hour be the reason.
Well, I would not be going 40 miles an hour.
Well, you wouldn't be by intentionally.
I would fall to the ground if that were the case.
Well,
I'm not going.
The out of control beginner is something that you do see, and I'm like, oh God, please.
Well, I would say this. That's the one thing I feel most confident about because I'm not going to get on a hill that's going to put me in a position where I can get up to that speed.
Well, and if it helps, many bunny hills are free, so you can learn for free, and you have to rent the skis and all that.
And I got to call it Bunny Hill.
Well, they don't call it that anymore, but you know what I mean. They don't? No, they give them a name, but it's basically the beginner hill. But let's get to this Myles Garrett stuff as he was doing the rounds yesterday. And, I mean, look, he would help. There's no doubt about it. But is there reason to be maybe concerned? We'll talk about that today at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 Super Bowl 59. One game, two teams, endless possibilities. And there's no better way to make every play mean more and make it more exciting than with FanDuel. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who will take home the MVP trophy, who will win the coin toss, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump into the action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to final whistle. Here's the thing, too. New customers can get $200 in bonus bets when you make your first bet. If you place a $5 bet and you win, you get $200 in bonus bets. That's a huge return. So go find something like an alternate spread or alternate over-under and bet that it'll be under 90 points. You'll get nothing back on your $5 bet, but you get the $200 in bonus bets. That's the workaround. Go to FanDuel.com/Doug to bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Rob in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
We're good. You got us on speaker?
Yeah, hang on one second.
Right.
I was in my work truck. Hang on.
All right. Yeah, it's always good to take us off speaker.
Not a problem.
Yep.
Are you there?
Yes, we are. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I was telling the other guy, the phone screener, I was just like Gator. I went to Gatlinburg with my daughter. She's like, "Oh no, it's not a big deal, Dad. Don't worry. They got a ski lift, but it's not high. It didn't have a bar, and I'm afraid of heights. So yeah, I'm agreeing with Gator. I don't like those."
Look, I'll tell you. First of all, I've never done the Gatlinburg. What did they just bought an old chair and they
That's Tennessee?
Yeah, take it to the top, and for sightseeing. Yeah. So I don't know what that chairlift is like and how scary it may be. If you're not a heights guy, and I'm not even really a heights guy, I've never felt any particular danger, like I'm going to fall off. But until you do it, I think. And Gator, until you do it, I can understand why you wouldn't be comfortable with it. The honest to God's truth is, the challenging part is getting on it, which is probably a 4 on the scale of 1 to 10 of difficulty. Getting off is probably more like a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10.
You know me. I'll find a way to get off.
There you go.
Might be falling, but it's done.
Wow. The chair, you wouldn't be the first person that's learning how to ski that struggles disembarking from a chairlift. I'll go with that term. Okay, Myles Garrett. Look, we've talked about this the last few days. Gator and I are both in favor of pursuing it. I don't know why you wouldn't pursue it. And I think, Gator, my guess is here, and the way I think your walk-away price is probably a little bit higher than my walk-away price. But we both have a walk-away price. Whenever a topic like this comes up, there is invariably the do-it-at-any-cost guy.
Right.
Yep. You have to get him. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl is what they'll say.
Mm-hmm.
And I think everybody is trying to win a Super Bowl. It just comes down to whether or not, how you want to get there. And I've done this in the past where I lock in on one thing and this is how I'm going to do it. And you realize there's more than one path to winning a championship. You've got your preferred way, but there are other ways to get it done. And so we talked yesterday about how the challenges of the Lions is that if they are after, and by most accounts they are after draft capital, it's going to be a very difficult thing for the Lions to beat any team that's probably 20 or under in terms of draft picks. What you hope is that Myles Garrett, who seems committed to playing for a championship, wouldn't accept the trade to San Francisco because they are picking 11th, even though they feels like they're way better than their draft position. The Bears are an up-and-comer picking 10th. Dallas always thinks they have a chance. Jerry always thinks they have a chance. And these teams have cap challenges as well. But with Dallas, would he accept the trade to Dallas? Would he accept the trade to any of these up-and-coming teams that have a better chance to win than the Browns? Or is he looking for one of the teams that's drafting at the end of the first round, in which case Detroit would be bidding against teams that are in a similar situation as far as draft capital? But for those that say if they get Myles Garrett, they are winning the Super Bowl, I just went and found a sample of recent dominant pass rushers. There's no question he has been a dominant pass rusher. He's amassed 60 sacks in the previous 4 seasons. He just played his 28-year-old season. And I went back and looked at the last time the Lions did this. And they've done it. They traded for a 28-year-old pass rusher who just finished his 28-year-old season, who had amassed 55 sacks in the previous 4 years. And he was traded to Detroit for a first-round pick. The first-round pick went on to be a Hall of Famer, and Pat Swilling had 10 sacks in 2 seasons in Detroit. And I'm like, all right, that trade, just because you're scared because a trade was bad in the past, is not a reason not to make a trade now. But I started looking at that age, 28, 29.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at recent elite pass rushers, it certainly does feel like age 29, 30 in there is where the numbers start to decline. J.J. Watt had 16 sacks at the age of 29 and averaged 4.5 sacks the last 4 years of his career.
Because he missed a lot of time.
He did, but he played some full seasons in there. Chandler Jones had 19 sacks at the age of 29, averaged 5 sacks per season his final 3 years. Von Miller averaged 12 sacks a season up until 29. After that, 6 sacks per season. T.J. Watt, still really good, but he's had one post-29-year-old season, 11.5 sacks this past year. But that's way down for him. 11.5, I'd take, though. Let's be clear here. I would take that. Khalil Mack is an interesting case. He averaged 9 sacks per season after turning 29, but he built his reputation on double-digit sack seasons from the years of 24 to 27. Most pass rushers see a marked decline at the age of 28 and 29. That does not mean I don't want Myles Garrett. Let me be clear on that. But some of these guys are starting to look after the age of 29 into 29, 30, 31. They're starting to look very Zadarius Smithy. And by that, I mean a guy that's going to get you 8 to 10 sacks, which is what Zadarius had over the course of playing with 2 teams. So I don't want to trade for another Zadarius Smith if you already have Zadarius Smith. But there's other stats that these guys provide. There's run support. There's quarterback pressures. There's other things to measure them.
Well, to me, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to wrap it all up. Yes, I still want Myles Garrett, but that is why I have a price, a walk-away price that might be lower than some. It's part of why.
Why I'm so in favor of this, of them going after it. And look, am I willing to give up more than you are? Probably. But my number one reason is because of where the team is right now and what they have. I think, adding Myles Garrett to another team where he'd just be the number one guy, then maybe you see a decline in numbers. Putting Myles Garrett on this Lions team with Aiden Hutchinson on the other side, to me, it's like that ensures double-digit sack totals for him. Whereas going with Zadarius Smith, you're hoping to get there, but I feel like if you got Myles Garrett and Aiden Hutchinson, those are two very similar players. Those are two guys that are going to play, they're going to stay on the field all the time. Zadarius Smith isn't that type of guy, and some of these other guys may not be that type of player either. This is a guy who's all around great. And I understand the numbers he threw out there, and will there be a decline in numbers? Maybe, maybe not, but I'm willing to take that chance because of the player that he is right now and the team that he would go to right now.
On the positive side, I would argue against myself here a little bit, but it's why I've got a little tap the brakes on this, is because of at his age is where, and he's been very productive his entire career after his rookie season. He's been a double-digit sack guy. But one of the things that is Myles Garrett wants out of Cleveland. Why? Because Myles Garrett wants to play for Super Bowls. He wants to win a championship. You are getting a motivated Myles Garrett.
I hope. But then there's a report that Dave Burkett had today in the Free Press that he went up and talked to Myles Garrett this week at the Super Bowl and asked him about if he thought about coming to the Lions. And his response was, not really. And then was asked again by somebody else, and he said, not yet. And I'm thinking, you're at the Super Bowl where people are going to be coming up to you from the media and talking to you ad nauseum. And the number one thing they're going to say and talk to you about is your decision to say that you want to be traded from Cleveland. To say that you haven't thought about the teams you would go to me is ludicrous, and I ain't buying it. And I don't know why on earth you would say that, as opposed to just coming up with some sort of diplomatic statement and say, yeah, you know what, I'm considering everything and everyone at this point. But yeah, it's an unfortunate time at Cleveland has come and gone, and I'm looking forward to playing for a contending team. Period.
Well,
but that's not what he said.
No, he
didn't. If you Gator, he's been making the rounds throughout the Super Bowl, and he has been sitting down, and everyone clearly, obviously, has been asking him about the trade. He does say, I want to go to a contender, but he's not saying which teams. But he definitely is out there saying, I want to play for championships. I want to win. He's just not saying what specific team.
But I'm not sure why you wouldn't. Like when somebody actually presents you with one of the top teams in the league, a contending team that clearly has a need for that position, And hey, have you thought about? Have you thought about it? No, not really. Huh? Okay. I'm not sure that. I guess to me, do I think he wants to be traded to a contender? I think he'd love to be traded to a contender, but at the end, could I also see if Cleveland comes up with some crazy number to sign into an extension to make him the highest paid defensive player in the National Football League? Would he turn that down? I'm not convinced he'd turn it down.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, the latest on Myles Garrett. He's talking to teams. He's not saying he's thinking about any specific team at this point, which is interesting. And you're not sure you like it. And I'm like, I feel like that was probably either a directive from his agent, or I don't want to create any hysteria yet.
Then don't go to the Super Bowl.
Well, or have a more crafted answer that doesn't sound like you're not interpreted by anybody. It sounds like maybe you're blowing anybody off. Hey, Detroit, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. Say they know something about keeping your grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Got a lot of texts coming in on a variety of things here, including Gator's concern regarding the chairlift and the chairlift accident out of Mount Holly. Hopefully the woman's okay. Somebody did say, Doug and Gator, the lift the woman fell off of at Mount Holly does not have the safety bar. Another one here. I feel like Nub's Knob has a few where you could fall 20 feet or so. I love going there, though. Unnamed texter, I'm always more afraid of the chairlift breaking and falling to the ground. What, like the cable snapping and the whole thing collapses? I'm afraid. There's Calvin and Warren. I'm afraid of heights. I've never had a fear of the chairlift. However, I'm just giving my 2 cents. On Alex Bregman. At this point, I hope all offers for Bregman are removed from the table and he's left without a team to play for. This is past ridiculous.
I mean, that's just fans, right? It's not past ridiculous. I'm impatient about it too, but it's just because I want something done, not because I think this process is ridiculous. This is what they do. Nobody's reported to spring training yet.
Well, deep down, I think we all love the concept of every player that has a chance to come play for one of our teams comes sprinting with open arms and says things like, I'm willing to sign for a hometown discount because Detroit is where I've always wanted to be. That, however, does not feel particularly realistic. This is a player that spent his entire career in the Astros organization. He's got roots down there. He's got a family. He's got an offer from Houston. He's won a championship there. He's had great times there. And he's talking about potentially uprooting his family and moving elsewhere. If this is a difficult decision for him to make, I can understand it. If it's just done for personal reasons. If he's got an agent telling him to wait this out because I think you can get more and that's why he's doing it, would you do the same? Would you, if a company said to you, our timeline is April, and you say, good, I'm going to use every second of that before I make my decision, does that make you a bad guy? If the Tigers have a deadline that they're not going to wait beyond, I'm going to guess they told Bregman that fact.
Fans are having a hard time because if that's the case, Doug, if it's like, hey, my family's in Houston, the kids are in school, all that stuff. If the money's close at all, stay in Houston. But clearly, the fans think, and I kind of think too, this guy wants more money, because this gets said all the time and text to us all the time. How much money is too much money at some point where you're like, hey, I'm comfortable. I'm very comfortable.
A few million here or there.
Exactly.
And
if you love
hundreds.
Yep. And if you love Houston and you don't want to move and you have a house and you have roots and all this, stay in Houston. They've offered you a contract, man. It's pretty fair, actually. But if you're greedy or if it's your agent or whoever it is in your ear, why are you waiting so long?
And then look, use the term greedy. Is he being greedy if he's just trying to find the best deal?
No.
Or is that what a lot of us do? And on a scale, it seems ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, look, complaining about somebody waiting for a better offer, I'm not going to complain about it. I'd love for it to be done now or 2 weeks ago. Would have been fantastic, right? Just to get excited about the team heading into spring training, nice stories. But hey, look, Alex Bregman, the crack of the sound of the ball off his bat. It's as crisp as it was 10 years ago. He's ready to go. He's looking great. All the stories, him getting acquainted with his teammates, and hey, the reuniting with AJ Hinch and all that. Those stories are gonna be great. If they happen, they'll still be great 3 weeks from now, as opposed to hearing stuff now. This is business. Put yourself in his shoes too. Yeah, I think you set it up beautifully. If there's you need to get something done by April 1st, you've got up until April 1st to get something done. I think that for the Tigers, it's probably a heck of a lot earlier than that.
I would think so. And I think I randomly chose.
Yeah, I understand. But the spring training starts, pitchers and catchers report, I think it's next week. The first game they play is the 22nd of February. Today is the 6th. So am I crazy to assume that a deal with Alex Bregman gets done? Alex Bregman will decide what he wants to do by next week? So he'll start spring training, or is this going to go into spring training? Now, a previous caller had mentioned, and you had also looked it up, Scott Boras' clients have been known to wait until March to get deals done. Okay, well, we'll see what happens. I mean, I just don't want it to impede his time in spring training where we're going to hear something to the point, well, he's still trying to play catch up. I don't ever want to hear that.
Okay, this one I think has a little bit of could have some merit. Aaron writes in, forgive me for if this has already been mentioned, but I think Bregman is leveraging the Tigers offer to get a better one from the Cubs. I hope I'm wrong. I have my fears about that. I have my fears that he's sitting on a Tigers offer and telling everybody, trying to get somebody else to top it. I
don't think it's from Chicago. I might agree with that, but I think it would be from Houston, not Chicago.
Stay at home.
Yeah, and if you go to Toronto, you've got the whole tax system is different. And the money you make there isn't as big as the money you make here. Without getting political, I'm just saying it is what it is. But with Detroit, even between Detroit and being in Michigan versus Texas, it's a different tax system. So you have to make a better offer.
Matt in St. Clair Shores says Michael Strahan set the sack record at 30 and then had 18 and a half at 32. There are always outliers. Miles is an outlier. Next one, you're also forgetting interior presence of their line, which is significant, could be dominant with McNeil as well. I want Myles Garrett to happen, but I can't see Holmes doing this due to the avoidance of trading picks. Guessing he's going to draft an edge and also pick one up in free agency. I don't think Zadarius Smith is the guy. He takes too many plays off. Here's the thing about Brad Holmes. And like I said, I think everybody is approaching this somewhat rationally, thinks that there should be interest in Myles Garrett. The debate centers around what's the walkaway price. Gators' walkaway price is a little bit higher than mine. Mine is, I would do the 2 first-rounders, but not much more. And Brad Holmes, I suspect that Brad Holmes is less than mine. I think if, in an honest moment, I think Brad Holmes would say, there's no doubt that he doesn't want to give up draft capital. And it's just based upon the way he's built this thing and what he said and how he likes to build through the draft, I think it pains him more than it does most to give up draft capital.
Well, they've built through the draft. Now's the time.
Well, we shall see.
And this year, and it's just better than our 2 firsts.
All right, it's coming up today. At 12:52, I'm going to confess that I did something. I have done it before, and I almost did it again, and it's very careless. And I hope I'm not the only guy that does this. But I might be, guys. I might be. 12:52. We'll get to that. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Tons of feedback coming in. On Bregman, stop pursuing Bregman. He does not want to be here. He wants to be in Houston. Chris Ilitch will never win a championship. That's from Deuce in Roseville.
I mean, if your only evidence is he doesn't want to be here is because he hasn't signed yet.
I read this. He said he wants more from Houston. I read he wants to be in Houston. He wants more from Houston is what he's writing. But sorry, go ahead.
No, but he probably does want to be in Houston for more money. But clearly he wants money. So if you or that he's just trusting everything completely to Scott Boras, and because Boras said, "Hey, I'll get you this $200 million," and it's obvious you're not going to get $200 million. Which is why I think it's interesting that other report from we had from Bob Nightingale said he's not looking for a short-term deal. Now it's a 6 or 7 year deal. He ain't getting 7 years from anybody unless it's a team option, just so it looks pretty that you can say, here's a 7-year, $200 million deal that you'll never see the 7th year on because it'll be a club option. But it looks pretty because it says $200 million, and now it'll appease Scott Boras.
Well, that could be the saving of face.
Yeah.
When everybody says, well, he didn't get what he asked for. He walked away from more, whatever that could get said and probably will get said. Bregman is a historically slow start to the season. I feel when he comes here, if he has a normal slow start, fans will turn on him. Well, if it's... I hope it doesn't get off to any kind of rough start because of the waiting. I think that the people complaining about this taking so long are probably in a vast minority, and people will be excited about it if he signs. The slow start last year was concerning, and it was, 2-3 months, but he had, I think, 17 of his 20-something home runs, 25 home runs came in the last couple of months of the season. It was a slow start offensively. And if he does it again, there's a bit I have to admit I'm a bit. They've already got this one anchor contract with Baez. I'm really scared of another one, but it feels like there's a really good probability that this guy would be better than anybody else that they could put at third base next year.
Well, there's no question that he is a notoriously slow starter. It's not just last year, throughout his career. The splits, when you break him down, in April/March in his career, 176 games. Mm-hmm. His OPS in the month of April/March is 737 with 18 home runs. The next month in May, he's got 36 home runs and 818 OPS. The OPS jumps to 840 and 29 home runs in June. It gets 29 home runs in July and 835 OPS. He heats up in August to a 992 OPS with 40 home runs. In September/October, it's 39 home runs and an 838 OPS. That first month that he plays is statistically, 70 points less than his next lowest month in OPS. So the player you get in his career after April is outstanding.
It's what he's been. What he's been. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator. Actually, let me get a couple more of these feedbacks before I get to my confession. The Tigers have been patient as well. Past impatience results in Javi. It's from Mark in Newport. So you're saying being impatient in the past got him Javi Baez. Well, I like this one from Wink in Royal Oak. I don't understand Tiger fans. We're acting like the weird dude online telling a girl how pretty she is. Then when she doesn't respond, we turn on her and tell her she's ugly and we don't want her in the first place.
Yeah, that's
Relax,
exactly
y'all.
kind of what it sounds like.
Kind of does.
You don't know what you're missing.
No. From Jim in Sterling Heights, I've ridden over 1,000 times on a chairlift. It's hard to fall out.
I'd find a way.
I've been a skier for 15 years and ridden a chairlift thousands of times. The chairs themselves are tilted slightly back. The only way you fall off is if you really lean forward hard. Just sit back and enjoy the ride. That's from John in a car. They are slanted, Gator.
I understand.
Gator would find a way. Don't you understand his commitment to falling out of a chair? He will find a way.
It's not like this is the first time somebody's fallen off a chair.
He's stubborn, too. He'll jump if he finds it safe. He'll be like, screw this. I told people I'll fall. I'm jumping. Gator, you have a much higher chance of getting hurt going down the hill than going up the hill. That's from Andy in Ypsilanti. I agree.
Oh, no kidding.
If you're a beginner at snowboarding, your wrists and your ass are going to be an issue. They will hurt. That is true. Hey, Doug, the fear Gator has is similar to your fears of going over the Zilwaukee Bridge. Wear your bike helmet. That's CJ. What percentage of billion lift riders a year? A wild guess, 25 people fall off. Unfortunately, she probably was leaning forward. I hope she has a speedy recovery. Okay. So, whenever those stats and the data comes out about what makes couples fight the most.
Yeah.
And what makes my wife and I fight the most is never near the top of the list.
Right. A lot of people say it's finances.
Finances is I think it's usually
show me
one.
finance. Bing! Number one.
Yep.
88 people.
Not enough time together.
There's
parenting disputes.
Yeah. We fight over cleaning more than anything. And it's far and away the biggest thing we fight over.
And it's not that you don't clean, it's just that you don't clean to your wife's standard.
There was a meme going around that I shared with the kids, and it was a woman saying, "I'll just do it my way." And the kids are like snickering behind the couch because no matter, I try very hard, but I realize that I just don't see stuff that she sees. But it's better for me to try and learn and figure it out. One of the things I've struggled with is the dishwasher. I feel like my wife cleans the dishes before she puts them in the dishwasher.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've recognized that if you leave something in the sink for like 3 days and then you put it with like solid food that is, metastasized into something that's like concrete into the dishwasher, it's not going to come off, right?
Right.
So I try to rinse everything off and put it in the dishwasher, but I think my wife like fully cleans the dishes and puts them in the dishwasher. So the other day I started to unload the dishwasher, only to realize when I was 3/4 of the way done
that she hadn't run the dishwasher.
Oh, the dishwasher hasn't run, and I've put away all of these dishes.
They're that clean looking, or are you just like not paying attention at all?
That's the thing.
Doug's not paying attention.
Yeah, he's not.
I'm probably in the not paying attention category. And we do have the little magnet, dirty dishes, clean dishes, on the dishwasher. The usage rate on the magnet is probably about 75%. But it just so happened on this day, there was a game on. I was trying to unload the dishwasher during a commercial break. And so I was kind of half in, half out, wasn't really paying attention. Now, the good news is there's one of these things that is really good is that the utensils come at the end. And so I didn't have to gather up the dirty utensils and put them back in.
Yeah, you're just talking about plates and bowls and glassware.
But cups, when you're going through this hurried motion of unloading a dishwasher,
because you want to do it as fast as you can.
I want to do it as fast
yourself
because I'm trying to get back to the game. What happens is you're not paying as close attention. So now I'm looking at all the cups going, now which ones did I just put away? Because they got to all go back in the dishwasher. But I don't think you've ever done this because you living alone,
Yeah. I've also got a light indicator on my dishwasher that lets me know if they're clean, ready to come out or not. If I've run the dishwasher.
Kang, have you ever done this?
No. Isn't there a smell? Did you do a smell check on that stuff? Like, just, hey, it's like soap hasn't been on this. You know what I mean?
Dude, I don't know.
So, I mean, when are you getting a divorce? Has she filed yet?
Well, she doesn't know about it.
What?
She doesn't know about
Did they
it.
just reuse dishes in the Karsh household last night?
No, well, she doesn't know. No, because I put them all back. I'm pretty sure.
Maybe some extras too.
I'm pretty sure.
So rewashed them, but you really washed them for the first time.
Yeah.
Yes, and there were probably some clean dishes that I put in there just to be safe. Did I put 4 plates up here or 5? Well, let me just take
6.
Let me just take 6. Yeah, and put them all in.
Safety first. See?
So she doesn't know about it, but I have done this in the past, and I just did it again-ish. I figured it out and put everything back that I could remember, which is probably most of it.
No, in this scenario, in my household, I'm probably more your wife than you on this.
Is your wife likely to put away dirty dishes?
She's more likely to put away dirty dishes than me.
Kang is the man when it comes to
Yes.
the dishwasher.
Yeah.
There's a way that Kang wants dishes put in there.
Absolutely. There's a method.
And you'll tell the wife, back off.
Yeah,
I'll do it.
Why? Who did this? Stevie Wonder? Get away.
Okay.
What are you doing? I'll rearrange everything she just did. So I'm more of I'm more OCD with the dishwasher than her.
Well,
she's like you, Doug. Is this clean? I don't know.
I guess I've come clean. Am I the only one that has put away a dishwasher filled with still dirty dishes?
I know. Obviously, I'm not guilty of doing it, but in the way that you've described it, if you lived in my house, I could see you doing it in my house because I also clean the dishes pretty well before I put them in the dishwasher.
Do you?
Yeah, I make sure there's nothing crusty on there or that is any kind of resemblance of food. It's all being rinsed before it goes in.
Yeah, I rinse them
and scraped.
But I think it's pretty clear with everything that we clean in our house. I would suggest that she does a better job than me, and that includes the dishes before they go in the dishwasher. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, I just hope, Doug, one day that you and your wife figure things out. Maybe you'll have a nice long marriage.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, you guys have been married for like 25 years or something.
Yeah, we have. And this is the 25th anniversary. And at some point, we'll talk about what we may do for the 25th anniversary, which Gator has no interest in at all.
What?
What we're going to do for our 25th anniversary?
Well, I have every interest in it.
No, but you wouldn't do it.
What is it you're going to do?
I haven't fully committed to it.
Don't be so sure, Doug.
We haven't fully committed to it, but I talked to you about this. I'm just going to write it down just to jog your memory.
Oh, right.
You have no interest in that, do you?
It's not. That's not something that I need. I mean, the trip, yeah. Doing what you're going to do, it's fine. Thank you, Karen Drew. It's yeah. I'm not a fan of doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But the trip itself, getting out of Dodge, it's fun.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Regarding unloading the dishwasher,
Are you inviting me along to chaperone?
Oh. Good Lord, no. But I think you there would be hysterical. All right, this is regarding unloading the dishwasher, and I'll say what it is eventually. I don't want to overpromise then underdeliver. I want to make sure we can pull this off. John in L Park says, Doug, I've done it at least 10 times. Don't feel bad. You were trying to get closer to. So that's the other thing. My wife at one point, when I tell her I do these things, I don't want a gold star. I don't want her to applaud. I just want her to be happy. Hey, look, I unloaded the dishwasher.
You want acknowledgement.
Yeah, but I feel like that means I need some sort of credit. I just want her to feel better. Because I could leave dishes in the dishwasher for a month and just I need a fork, open the dishwasher, pull a clean fork out, and then throw it in the sink and leave that stuff there. But I argue with my wife on how to load the dishwasher, and I rinse all the dishes, but I don't clean them. Doug, just tell her my way or the highway. Man up. That's from Nick and Sterling Heights.
There you go.
So let me ask you this about...
That's the secret to a great marriage right there.
I'm the man here. I wear the pants in this relationship.
I don't know. It's a miracle you've had 3 children, raised 3 children at this point, and been married for 24 in some years. Yeah.
A couple times I started putting away dirty dishes, and I made it through the top rack until I figured it out. Wait. The silverware goes last? I thought it always had to go first. That's from Sam in Grand Rapids. It's in the bottom. I start at the top rack. There's 3 racks. There's the one that you put the wooden spoons and the spatulas in, and then there's where all the cups are, and the silverware's down at the bottom.
I always wait the silverware last anyway because I just want to, I feel like I need to clear everything out of the way before I go to the silverware. And then do you lift it out? Do you lift the tray out of the silver?
Yes.
Okay.
Lift the whole thing out.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing. When I'm putting dishes away, I stage them in front of the cupboard they go in first. So instead of making 7 trips back and forth to where the Tupperware is, I just put them on the countertop right there until I've got this big stack. The thing is completely empty. I got all the plates and bowls over here. I got the silverware over there. I got the Tupperware there. I got the pots and pans. And then I just in one, it saves on trips.
You know what it sounds like?
What?
You need a remodel of the kitchen to get things closer to where they need to be.
Yeah, that might be true.
Sounds like a guy who watches a lot of HGTV over there.
Sounds like a guy who's trying to get back to the game.
I think you sound like my wife, Gator. I don't like this. There's dirt in the floor. Just redo the whole bathroom.
Let's do it.
What?
Let's get it done.
Yeah.
Or we just clean that spot.
Yeah.
It's outdated.
Hey, Doug, can you just change the gutters? We have guests coming over.
Yeah.
What?
Since we're doing this.
Yeah, right?
Since we're doing this.
Yeah, let it out.
My favorite is we're getting ready to go up north. Can you clean the gutters? The car is loaded. I had it in reverse, man. We were leaving the driveway. No, I can't clean the gutters now.
I'm just saying, if you had maybe a more ergonomically developed kitchen, that might save
maybe. I mean, a house is 15, 16, 17 years old, whatever it is. By the way, when do we have a show anniversary coming up here?
Well, we just passed 17 years. We're in our 18th year.
When was the anniversary?
It was like January 3rd or something like that.
Was it? Did we start in January?
Yeah. 2007.
So our first show, how old was Ron Holland?
A year, maybe.
What was our first show? Was January 2007?
Yeah.
Let's look at Ronald Holland II's bio. He was born, and he was not yet 2.
Or was he traded?
He was not. He was a year and change.
We got the trade deadline is less than 2 hours away here. We have not had a whole lot of information today in the NBA, which is kind of surprising. Isn't the NBA trade deadline normally fast and furious? Here we go.
I feel like the fast and furious stuff's already happened. The most furious thing ever happened.
Yeah, that is true, and we have seen a couple other star players get moved. But what are we waiting for today, Ken? Kevin Durant, is that it?
That would be a big one if he does get moved. He's still out there, maybe, right? But the question is, of course, how do the Pistons get involved in any of these trades? And there is a rumor out there right now that they might be involved in another one, but it's to facilitate a trade, of course.
You don't say.
Yeah, I mean, there was rumors, a couple of days ago, Alonzo Ball. That's not happening. He decided to get a contract extension from the Bulls and sign that. Brandon Ingram was a name rumored to be with the Pistons. Not going to happen. He's going to Toronto. So I highly doubt Kevin Durant's coming here. So that's, I don't
remember
know
the great things he said about Cade Cunningham a couple years ago?
Yeah, they're boys. They're both from Texas, and
nice.
still not going to happen.
Wait, they're both from Texas? So he is coming.
Yeah, right.
That's gonna be tough. It's tough to make that one work with the money.
Well, I mean, Kevin Durant's from the East Coast, but he played at Texas, and that's where he got to know Cade. But there's this rumor that not even rumor. This feels like Max Crosby. I'm going to give you the NBA version of Max Crosby. Okay, Lions fans.
We do this?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, man.
We're not going to be able to talk about it again for another year.
All right, go ahead. Let's hear it. Let's hear the Max Crosby equivalent.
So Max Crosby to the Lions was something that fans really wanted.
Yeah.
The NBA equivalent locally is Devin Booker.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah. He's a local guy as far as in the state of Michigan. He's from the Grand Rapids area. Wears Tigers hats all the time. Went to the Lions game versus the Commanders, pulling for the Lions.
It's true.
Had a side bet with KD because KD's from the Washington area, D.C. area.
Nothing but facts right now.
Yep. And, dude, Booker, he's always rocking Detroit gear, Red Wings gear, Tigers gear, Lions gear. And so the fans see this.
Happening? Is it happening?
I want a player to say, I want a player to sign with the Pistons or come to the Pistons and say, I want to be here because I love Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions, and now I get to see the Lions.
I'll take it.
Rod Beard tweeted out this, and of course, a beat writer for the Detroit News. Happy NBA trade deadline day for those who celebrate. Something to keep an eye on today with the Pistons. They've added 3 players, Martin, Richardson, and Waters, and 3 second-round picks. Still some work to do, and maybe rerouting some of or all of those additions today.
What didn't help was watching the game last night and seeing Tobias Harris and Malik Beasley both kind of leave the game momentarily with some injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Beasley came back and played, but not that I'm not looking to move either one of those guys. I like this team where they're at, and I think this is kind of cool to keep these guys together and hopefully have a solidified playoff spot, be the number 6 seed. That'd be awesome, so they don't have to do the play-in thing. I think it's a pretty good team that they have right now. It's not an NBA championship contending team, but I like where they're at, so I'd rather not see them move players. But I imagine that Trajan Langdon is being contacted about those players.
I would think so. 248-539-9797. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, so why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Wings are off till Saturday.
God, it's a long time.
Feels like it.
And then they're off for 2 weeks after that.
So wait a sec. They're off. They play home Saturday, right?
Yes.
So Saturday afternoon, who do the Wings play? Do you know off the top of your head?
They play Tampa.
So they play Tampa at 1, and then the duel in the D is Saturday night at LCA.
Okay.
Which is Michigan State, and that game's sold out.
It's a sellout.
Yep. Which is really cool. To pretty good. Michigan State's having an elite year. I'm not sure Michigan's going to make the NCAA tournament the way they've been playing lately. But they could help their pairwise ranking, Gator, if they need some quality wins.
Well, look, one thing's for sure: Michigan State play hockey against each other. It's always an entertaining game. Teams get up for it. Those two schools do not like each other in all sports, and hockey is no stranger to that. And both teams have outstanding players, individual players. So I'm excited about that game.
I was at a game years ago where Steve Shields, big fight broke out. Huge fight. Michigan's goalie, Steve Shields, and Michigan State's goalie, Jason Muzzatti, squared off. And they went at it.
Yeah.
Man. And I was doing post-game stuff. And I'll never forget the line from Shields. He said it was blanking gutless.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
He was not happy.
I mean, I remember being in high school and my friends' older brothers who went to Michigan State at the time would talk about how heated the rivalry was between Michigan and Michigan State. That's in the 80s for hockey.
Dude.
Obviously, Michigan State won a championship in '86, but it's been going on forever. It's good old-fashioned rivalry with those two schools.
And look, I mean, I'm it's probably way more than people, but I do not love the Big Ten hockey. I thought I was going to, and I don't.
No?
No.
What, do you want to bring back Nebraska,
the CCHA.
Omaha?
I want to bring back the CCHA.
Alaska, was it Alaska Fairbanks or something?
I love the old CCHA. And there's something cool about that little Midwest. It's basically Michigan and Ohio, where the bulk of the teams were. And I don't know. For some reason, Big Ten hockey hasn't really done it for me. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why.
You're, I think, in the minority of that.
I might be, but
we talking college hockey?
we are. But the Red Wing thing.
Gonna get us all fired.
That was a Bigby line. The Red Wing thing was this Four Nations Cup, okay? You put in the show sheet.
Finland, Sweden, United States, and Canada.
Will this kill their momentum, or will it help with the rest they need?
There's 2 weeks off, Doug. They play the 8th on Saturday, and they don't play again until the 22nd against Minnesota, also at home.
I am in the kill the momentum camp. I do not want this break at all.
I don't want it for 2 weeks. Do we need to have it? Is a tournament really need to be 2 weeks when you have 4 teams in a tournament? I mean, we're just replacing the All-Star game. Can't we just get this done quicker?
What is this format? Best of 13?
I don't know. I don't get this. Will I watch it? Yeah, I think parts of it I will. But I don't think you need to take 2 weeks off in the middle of the season here.
Is it bouncing around, or is it in one venue?
I think I want to say it's in a couple different venues, but I'm not sure. Do you have the schedule in front of you?
I'm trying to find it. It looks like Montreal and Boston. Is that everything? Yeah, okay. Look, I mean, if you ask me right now,
Helsinki and Stockholm.
If Four Nations or keep going, I'm in the keep going camp. I'm all for what's good for the game, but I'm not sure this one's really. Are we missing the boat? Is this a huge deal?
I don't think.
Because I'll tell you this: every year around Christmas, my Canadian relatives start blowing up my phone about the World Juniors, and every year I have the same thought. Oh yeah, that thing's going on,
right,
and
right.
I always. It's such a huge deal to my Canadian relatives, and I feel guilty that it's not particularly on my radar.
It feels like the only relevance the World Juniors ever had on us was with the GLI, the Great Lakes Invitational Tournament, and you would have Michigan and Michigan State always involved in it, and there'd be notable players not playing because they're playing the World Juniors. That was my whole interest in it. But this, I mean, look, I like the international competition in hockey. I think it's outstanding because you do have so many good nations in hockey. I love the Canada Cup when they had that. But that was properly placed before the season began, not in the middle of the season. Like, well, I mean, I don't want players on the Red Wings putting themselves at risk for injury. You want Lucas Raymond to get hurt or Dylan Larkin to get hurt?
Well, I imagine there's going to be other teams that have more players getting put at risk.
They are, but those are two pretty big ones for the Red Wings.
Well, and
I mean, they're all going to be big because they're the best of the best here for representing the countries.
We may find that this is wildly compelling.
It might be fun to watch, but again, it's stupid to take 2 weeks off in the middle of the NHL season. The other side of it is, okay, will the rest do them good? I don't think 2 weeks off is going to do them good. And being selfish here with the Red Wings, I don't know, do they have any players that really need to get, you're waiting 2 weeks for them to get back healthy? I mean, Compher's out, but do we need 2 weeks? They're playing well without him.
Are we going to see any Red Wing prospects for any of these other teams?
No. No, because these are all NHL guys.
Is this a thing now? In-season tournaments for all sports?
Well, this is in lieu of an All-Star game.
I know, but just in general, I'm talking. Like, because you know how it is. Pandora's box get open and people start getting ideas and, you know.
I hope not. I mean, I just think the NHL has been trying to find something because the All-Star game has been so non-competitive forever. I mean, you got to go back to like the 80s when it was worth watching. Now it's not. Maybe even a little bit into the 90s. But then the scoring got out of hand, and then they changed the formats, and you get teams of 3-on-3, and it's just they're trying. I give them credit for trying. And maybe this is just the latest of, hey, they're trying. They did North America versus the world. They've done that. But this is
how about lefties versus righties?
Right? Having fun.
Seriously, like
A through L in the alphabet versus M through Z. Yeah.
Well, you know my idea. There are 32 teams in the league. Each team sends 6 players. And you have a 3-on-3 tournament. You bracket them off. You play 5-minute games. And you start on a Saturday and you finish on a Sunday. And you play 31 5-minute games, and some teams would be out right away. But everybody would be represented, and everybody would have a chance. The 3-on-3 hockey is spectacular.
I think that'd be interesting.
And every fan base would have a rooting interest.
And I think you'd get tired as hell of watching it because they're 5-minute games, but after a handful of those games, I think you'd lose interest.
Well, do you watch every single game of the NCAA tournament, or do you tune into the Michigan State games? You know the
You're
Red Wings play.
The wrong person.
I know,
but
I know what your answer is. But if the Red Wings played at 1 and they win, we knew they played at 3:30. I don't know. I think it's. I love it, but of course, it's my idea. So
you love your own idea,
I'm
Doug?
endorsing my own idea.
But 2 weeks off seems ridiculous.
Does seem that way.
Is this because of soccer? Because they do this over in Europe for soccer, right?
Well, there's no doubt.
Some different forms of this, like.
There is no doubt.
Well, now I really hate it.
Yep.
That the soccer.
That was King's point.
The thing about soccer the way I understand international soccer, and I parachute in on the World Cup, and I love rooting for our team because it's one of the rare places we are truly always an underdog and are not supposed to win, and that's not very often with Team USA in any team sport.
Are we supposed to care?
Well, I played the game growing up, but I can't get into the professional leagues, but I do get into the World Cup. But it feels like in European soccer, there's multiple championships being competed for at the same time. Like guys are playing.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
You got how many different leagues that are going? Then CONCACAF.
Well, that's our
whatever. Again,
international.
That's just part of it. Another one of the. It's like all the championship belts you have in boxing. It's nothing like that, but it's just,
who's the linear champion of the NBA?
The what?
The linear.
That's what we're getting down the path of. Just different type of championships during the year.
Well, that in-season tournament, I mean, we have to admit that we were playing a game to qualify. We actually all cared. So it kind of worked on us. The moment they were eliminated, I paid zero attention to the in-season tournament. But I wonder if our thirst for playing meaningful basketball is what led to our interest.
Have they crowned the champion yet?
Is it over? It's over,
NBA
right?
Cup? I don't know if it's over. Is the NBA Cup over? When do they start the playoffs in the NBA Cup?
You know who won?
Yep.
The Columbus Blue Jackets. Straight ahead, let's swing around the NFL.
Myles Garrett won.
Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Want to have a healthier new year? Want to have a healthier new year? Start by giving your family the best water available by contacting CGC Water. This month, save $500 on a Connecticut Premier Softener and get a free Kinex salt monitor with purchase. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Do not be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can also take care of all your plumbing needs. Save 10% off any water heater from CGC Water. Your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. We are just days away from the biggest football game of the year, and Twin Peaks can't wait to either host your party or enhance it. Have you seen the football games at Twin Peaks? I don't know if there's a better place to watch a game, no matter the event. They bring it. Any sports bar can boast wall-to-wall TVs, but what Twin Peaks brings enhances the whole experience. Their draft beer system pours your favorite draft at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for at least 6 hours and is used only once a day. They boast an extensive bar with all your favorite bourbons and tequilas, as well as handcrafted cocktails that rival any speakeasy. Now pair that up with a scratch kitchen serving dishes like hand-cut New York strips, hand-breaded and fried to order boneless wings and tenders, salmon, trout, smashed, and seared burgers. What takes it next level is a beautiful Twin Peaks girl serving it all up. Talk about the ultimate man cave. And if you're staying home for the big game or going to be with friends, do yourself a favor and pick up one of their party packs. Their wings blow away the competition. Naked, bone-in, breaded, boneless, and smoked. Toss it up with 14 different spices and rubs, and you'll sure to be the hit of the party. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. God, what a crusher of a loss last night for the Pistons, who They were tied at 0 when the game started, as is often the case. And 12 seconds in, they were trailing. And they battled back and tied it again at 24. And they stayed tied at 24 for 12 more seconds. And then they fell behind again and stayed behind until there were 5 seconds left in the game. For the second time in the waning moments of that basketball game, Cade Cunningham went to the free throw line with 3 free throws. And for the second time, he knocked down all 3. And in fact, and we all knew, like you're watching this game, you're going, he just hit 3 free throws to cut this to a 3-point deficit. Now he gets fouled. He's got 3 more free throws with a chance, shooting a 3, he has a chance to tie it and makes the first 2. I swear to God, the third free throw, as soon as it left his hand, I thought, that's short. And it somehow hit the front of the rim short, where it still crawled up over and fell in. Like, it was the weirdest. He totally missed the free throw, and it went in. And I'm like, oh my God, destiny! What a comeback! Yeah. And Cleveland inbounds it to Garland, who dribbles up to the logo, fires a 3 at the horn, and makes it.
That was definitely short. I don't know how that ball went in.
Wasn't it weird?
It did not look like it was going in.
No, almost at like the bottom of the rim. Like what?
It's like the equator of the ball. If it hits the front of the rim, but half the ball is over the rim, it's got a chance to fall in.
Yeah.
This was well short of the ball's equator.
Yeah, right.
And it crawled up and went in anyway. And so it just felt like, the old George Blaha line, there are games and there are wins and then there are wins. And I'm like, this is one of those wins. This is one of those wins that people are going to remember, that they came all the way back, trailing by double digits, best team in the East. And now it just feels like they've tied it up. They're going to win this thing in overtime. They didn't even get to overtime.
No.
Because Garland hits a 45-footer.
31-foot shot.
Was it measured at 31 feet?
31 feet.
Is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
What was the exit velo on his shot?
18 miles an hour.
Ball sounded different out of his hand, didn't it?
It did. That swish was different.
And I'm
that was so devastating. I mean, look, we just saw Trae Young do it.
I don't know. That's why it hurts even more. Like, are you kidding me?
And that's the most annoying player in the NBA. And then this guy who was jawing the whole game.
God,
he's a really good player.
Yes, he is.
And they left them open earlier in the game, like in the fourth quarter. They left them wide open. I shouldn't say they left them. They were trying to play defense. The ball just got around, and here he is, nobody near him. Spots up and hits the 3, and Greg Kelser's like, it's a layup for him. And it was. Uncontested, nobody near you. You're going to knock down that 3 if you're a good shooter, and he's a good shooter. And then to see him with 31 feet away, lets it go with like a second on the clock, and then it goes through as the lights are going on. It sucks. It sucks. It's brutal. Back-to-back losses like that.
Yep.
Could be 2 wins, and now, obviously, now you're below 500 again.
And then, we've talked about the fan. He went after one fan. I assume it was just a Detroit fan, but he was over on across from the Piston bench, and he starts talking to a guy, and the guy talks back, and then he daps him up and they hug. And I thought, oh, does he know him? Or is this just a heckler that had stood out during the game? And Darius is kind of laughing, gotcha. And I thought it was, but then the way he walked away, I'm like, I don't know that they're cool. I thought they might be cool, but maybe they're not cool. And Cleveland gets a win. And look, I mean, there was the foul on Asur Thompson. What was our verbiage? There was intent, follow through, and whatever the refs call it.
That humiliation, dominance. That guy followed through, and I mean, Jared Allen, a player for Cleveland, just absolutely pummeled.
Yep,
Asar Thompson.
And I think what's going on is the Pistons have become a factor, and nobody wants them to be. And they're getting into little scraps here and there with teams that don't want Detroit to be able to rise up and be an issue, but they're becoming an issue.
Yeah, they are. They stand up for themselves. I like that. Asar's a scrappy guy. We've seen Ron Holland stand up for himself. You don't want to mess with Isaiah Stewart. Jalen Durham is intimidating the forces that comes. And then last night after that play, I wish that Duran had seen it as it happened. But Malik Beasley's there, and he sticks up for his teammate, pushes right back. They've got some heat with some teams here. It's a spicy division now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, this is it's good to care again. It's good to hurt again.
Yeah, my only issue with the way the Pistons play, how physical they play, is they don't have the respect yet to get the calls. So all those calls are going to go against them. You know what I mean? And I think Beef Stew, although he does initiate a lot of contact and things like that, when he genuinely doesn't, he still gets called for the fouls because they don't have the respect of the league yet. And, you know, you got to win more games. And with winning comes the respect. So I think they're kind of walking that line right now where, hey, we're not going to be pushovers, but also this could hurt you as far as winning games and playoff seeding and getting respect and winning a series. So I think around here we appreciate it because every time Detroit in basketball, we're good. We crash the party. We do it our way. We do it our style. And it seems like this may be something like that coming here. But you got to marry it with, you know, the finesse game with Cade Cunningham, right? And the shooting that the league has turned into. So I like the way the Pistons are getting scrappy, but they got to get good first, I think, before they get the calls.
Well, and the team the Pistons played has pulled off a trade now as they trade two guys who played in the game last night, Karis LeVert, who started, and Georges Niang, who came off the bench, go from Cleveland to Atlanta for DeAndre Hunter. So they're loading up to make a playoff charge. But still nothing new from Detroit today. There is belief that with all the players that they have acquired, that they might be shipping them out again. But we'll see.
I think they're over the roster limit. So I think something's got to definitely keep one more move at least, I think is happening. Whether it's just to their own roster, you know.
Before they have to, and we do the show tomorrow with the music that so-and-so.
Oh, we barely knew you?
Yeah.
Who's it going to be? Josh Richardson?
Look back on the era of KJ Martin.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's tomorrow's show, though.
Yep.
Don't get excited.
Don't want to move too fast.
Don't want to get all up in there just yet.
Well, hey, look. I got to tell you, the life of that NBA end of bench guy who's just a contract that gets moved around has got to be so weird.
PJ Tucker's been traded 3 times in 5 days. Like, I think they told him just stay home for now.
Yep.
Wait till after Thursday at, this time, and then we'll send you where you're supposed to go.
Yeah. That's how it works.
Apparently it is. Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us now. What's up, Rico?
Good. How are you guys?
We're good.
All right.
We're good.
All right. You excited? Got 1 hour to go here before the trade deadline.
And we were just looking at some of the trades and what?
Mm-hmm.
And then, are the Pistons going to get involved in any? I doubt it.
Probably not. Probably nothing major. But what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Mike has an epiphany. We're going to start off with that. And would you be concerned? Because I heard you guys talking about it a little bit as I was driving around today. If Madden scores were part of Brad Holmes' evaluation, is this like the way of the future, or
I just can't believe it.
I
cannot believe that.
I know Jaden Daniels does the not the 3D. What do you call it? The virtual reality.
Yeah,
he does that. That's a little different to me than a video game. But is that are we being old man yelling at clouds?
Look, if they use it as a comparison, like, hey, we've done our research, and on a lark, one of the guys in the department says, hey, I did a comparison to the Madden rankings, just so you know.
Right. See, that used to be get out. Just leave your key card.
I just wanted to see what it looked like, and they were pretty close to what we had.
Escort this man
Who
from the
is
building.
This man?
Seriously. The problem is that the way that DaCosta described it was, we looked at the Madden stuff, and then we compared it to our stuff, and we were like, oh, we're getting closer to them. Not they're close to us.
Their model is 3% better. What?
I mean, we mocked the Jets.
You fired
for doing that.
For their owners.
We mocked it and then the Ravens, wait.
It's a great organization.
We actually like the Ravens.
I used to cite DaCosta as one of the guys you want to be like.
Not anymore.
All of a sudden, Holmes just decides to call your show. we look at the Madden stuff. We make our draft picks.
Look, when they start going to the trade machine and they say, well, the trade machine wouldn't allow us to make that trade, so we didn't.
Isn't this
then
close?
Then I'll be all right. It's
close.
Oh, it's close.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Bob Nightingale shared on X today that Alex Bregman is still not interested in a short-term deal. Instead, he wants a 6 to 7 year term. Dan Sembrowski from Fangraphs on what teams chasing him should stick to. Fangraphs ran projections for the difference Bregman would make to each MLB team's playoff odds. The Tigers increased the second most in the league. The Royals were first, who are not pursuing him. The Pistons say that, quote, guard Jaden Ivey continues to progress in his return from a broken left fibula that was suffered on January 1st versus Orlando. He's transitioned to a walking boot and has began light weight-bearing activity. Ivey's progress will be updated in another 4 weeks as weight-bearing and basketball activities continue to evolve during the rehab process, end quote. The NBA trade deadline just an hour away. No more moves for Detroit so far, according to Shams. DeAndre Hunter is officially heading to the Cavaliers for Karis LeVert and others. Lions defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson was on the Pat McAfee show just minutes ago. He says, quote, "I feel good. We'll be wrapping up rehab pretty soon and moving on with my life," end quote. According to Adam Schefter, the Lions are adding Bruce Gradkowski to their coaching staff as an offensive assistant. He played 11 seasons in the NFL as a QB and spent the last 2 years as a coach in the UFL. Ohio State is making football coach Ryan Day the second highest paid coach in college football. 7 years and $12.5 million are the particulars. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, today's going to be very interesting because one member of this show can't talk, yet they're still here. Hey, David, how's your day?
My day's going great, guys.
Okay, thank you. David Banner starring on today's show.
I can't. I'm going to be behind the glass with this guy all day.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to stop laughing.
And he's not sick.
No, he's fine. He's
and he's
physically
doing
healthy.
what he needs to do because he's got a major performance on Super Bowl Sunday at the church.
Yeah. But right now he starts like the third yin yang. So
correct. Exactly. All right.
Rico, when you said that pre-show, I almost fell over.
I walked in and I'd stopped dead in my tracks. And I'm like, wait, is this man whispering at me? What is this? So we got a lot to discuss. And I could easily start with the Bregman stuff, but I'm going to wait. Jeremy's update. I have a big opinion. Or as David says, about Bregman. And I mean, you know.
No, I do too.
Then F it. What are we doing? Why don't we just do it?
You know what?
Let's just do it. You know what? We're adults. Let's just do this. Bregman can go F himself.
Wow.
This is one of the rare instances you will ever hear me defend a team not spending money or not signing a sexy name. Alex Bregman go F himself. If the Tigers gave him a 7-year deal.
No, I'm laughing because we have not talked about this.
No.
We both heard the thing, and I'm sitting here saying, if you give this man that deal, you're an idiot, and you did not learn from all the other bad contracts that you've signed.
I mean, I'd even invoke the name Baez. I think if you sign Alex Bregman to this contract, you're signing just a different form of Javi Baez.
Yeah.
Not in the first year. But I've already talked about Rico. I'm scared going past 4. And I would give 5 in order to be a big boy about it. But 6 or 7, absolutely not. I will defend Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch and the Tigers, which I never do.
Yeah, 4 was my hard line in the sand. Like 4 years, okay, because at that point he's fallen off a cliff, but it's the last year, so fine, we can move on.
Right. The idea of Alex, like I look at it, we talked yesterday briefly. All right, walk rate has fallen through the floor. I worry about the power. I worry about the ballpark. I like Alex Bregman, but hey, I'll pay you 5 or 4. Okay, you said 4. I know I'm going to get 2 to 3 good years. Me, I think the horizon's out there a little more, but I know by year 5 and age 36, he's dead. Year 6 and 7, tell you what, see ya.
Year 6 and 7, you're looking at Javi Baez, you're looking at Miguel Cabrera, the final years.
Yes. This is one, you and I are in lockstep. I wonder if people are, but then again, if we don't talk Lions, nobody cares. So I don't.
Yeah, I think that even the biggest Bregman apologist, like Acosta, couldn't say, yeah, go ahead and pay him for something.
No, and again, if somebody is willing to give it to him, God bless. It's what you have an agent for, and that's someone else's problem.
And you know what? I think you're seeing the answer to that. Nobody's willing to give that to him, and that's why he's still there dropping his kids off at school.
He's got a 6-year offer on the table, not 7.
Right?
He's got 6. I wouldn't go to 6. I would go to 5. That's my line in the sand on this deal.
And I would probably sign that 6. If you're really that hard up for 7, bro, you ain't getting 7. And probably 6 is going to be leaving the table soon.
Yeah. Kenny, you're a big Tiger guy. You're Mr. Tank Top and daiquiris and fun social hour in the summer.
Slick back hair.
When I say these things or when Rico says these things, do you look at us like we're the old Muppets at the opera? Or are you looking at this the way we are?
Well, I'm kind of fatigued of the storyline of Alex Bregman. We've been talking about him for how many months now? I mean, even before the offseason, we were talking about potential targets, and Bregman was one of them. And I side with you on this one. I think he can politely go F himself.
This is one I'd let the Tigers off the hook.
I do too. And by the way, for this show as a collective to do that, I think is rare by itself. So I think if we're all in lockstep on this, I think it's important and meaningful.
We should ask the people. All 4 Tiger fans that exist.
The 1928 Club?
Yeah, it's the society. When will you get this? 248-539-9797. But, you can never accuse this show of, shilling it up for the team. Man, this ain't the Benetti coffee hour. I can't yell about it. I would actually be upset. I would come on the air if you signed Alex Bregman to a 7-year deal, and I would shred it. It's irresponsible. It doesn't make any sense. I don't think you have any guarantees on his abilities past year 3. I'm willing to say in year 4, maybe. By age 36, I don't want him on my ball club. And certainly by age 37, 38. I would love to hear from people on this. Is this one as a community? We can all kind of get together and go, you know what?
3 years would have been oh my goodness, you got him for 3 years, great. Even if you got a Chapman, you know what, we'll renew it every year.
Yeah, Chapman.
4 years locking in was one of those, you're probably going to get 2 or 3. The fourth year, be prepared for just.
Yeah, Chapman was 5 years with an opt-out after each of the first 3?
Yeah.
So I figured Bregman would be Chapman plus, so it would be 5 and more money.
But the opt-outs are there, so.
Yeah, I can't do it. David, what are your thoughts? David, it's a verbal medium.
I agree with both of you.
Okay,
guys.
thank you.
What?
Go ahead, Whispers. What do you got? You're Bumpy Johnson's driver.
It's you, Bumpy. It's always been you.
Now, when we call for ticket checks, there's no way you're reading these. But then we have to trust Kenny's reading comprehension. That's not good.
All right, so I caught a stray for no reason again. And here I am just sitting here minding my own damn business.
248-539-9797. Kenny, what are people saying early on? I don't want people to be sour towards us, but I think it's okay to just say, you know what? No mas. You're not getting a 6th or 7th year. We have a 4-year offer, maybe 5. I can't do it.
The texts are coming in. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. My thoughts exactly. Bregman can go F himself. Everyone on the internet is saying the same thing. He's being selfish, trying for 6 or 7.
Well, 1 second. Kenny, let me say this. When I say he can go F himself, it's just from the perspective of this ball club. If I put the shoe on the other foot, and I'm Alex Bregman, I'm 31 years old, this is the last juice from the orange that exists for me as a professional baseball player. I understand why he wants the extra years, because if he doesn't get them, the extra years will be spent on a golf course in West Palm. So I'm not mad. Him and his agent are trying to do what they need to do. I'm saying you can go do it somewhere else. It's never happening here.
But see, this concerns me because is he kind of knowing this is it? I'm never going to get offered another contract, so I got to squeeze this orange for as much juice as I can. Because if you felt like, you know what, I got a lot left in the tank, so I'll take this deal and maybe I'll get one last deal. I don't think he feels like he's getting that one last deal.
Rico, if he signed a 4-year deal, he'd be done at 35. If he signed a 5-year deal, he's done at 36. I mean, at that point, you just become Paul Goldschmidt. You become the 1-year deal guy. Yeah. I just, look, I like the player. I think he's a good ball player. There are concerns. I've outlined him. I've been consistent with it. I would never be mad having him here, but I'd be mad if you gave him that kind of 6-7-year deal. I say no to that. If Scott Boras called you today and said, hey, it's going to be 7 at 190, my answer is no. You can have him right now. Alex will get in the car. He will drive to the airport. My answer is no. Tell him stay home. 7 at 190? Not doing it. 6 years? It's still the same hard line. Look, here's the other way I like looking at it. Look at football. Look at basketball. Those two sports, we are conditioned There are no deals that are beyond 5 years. It doesn't exist. 4 or 5 years. Hockey and baseball are the two I can't figure out where you're just doling out 8-year deals, 10-year deals. Juan Soto, 15 plus.
Yeah,
not doing it.
Max Fried. Yeah, it's like, okay.
I know the Yankees were stupid. I know this. The difference is the Yankees print money, and it's not my money.
But what bothers me most in a deal like this is you have to listen to the things that aren't being said. This player is telling you, I'm at the end of my career.
Yeah.
So I am trying to milk this. So to sit there and think that you're going to, it goes back to what we said. You probably have another 2, maybe 3 years in you because you're trying to get 7. If you knew that you had, you know what, give me a 1-year deal. I'll come here and I'll make even more money. Give me a couple years deal. I'll come and I'll make so much money on that next deal. Yeah, I think I'm at the end, so let me see who's the biggest sucker out there.
That's what it feels like. And again, Toronto has, I believe it's the wealthiest Canadian. I think his name's Ted Rogers, the guy who owns Rogers Communications. Like, they have very deep pockets in Toronto. Good. Let him spend it. I hope he enjoys the tax rate. It's just, I get to a point where, you know what? Have a great life.
Yeah.
5 years, I do it today. And I know, probably still get burned in year 5. I know that. But I do it. Cost of doing business, right? I'd love to hear from the people on it. 248-539-9797. We start a little different. I was going to start Amon-Ra Speaketh. We're going to get to that. We also have an epiphany about the Super Bowl. We're going to do that. And I think Jimmy Butler's the root of all evil. We're going to cover that as well in a fun way. But this Bregman thing, the reports, he refuses shorter deals. He wants 6 or 7. He could take this thing to opening day. You know what? My response?
Yeah, I don't want
to take it down the road.
Yeah,
I'm done.
Yeah, if I'm Scott Harris, you know what? Just go ahead and take my name off that list. We're good.
I'd do the same thing if I were Houston. Yeah. And they have a very deep relationship with Alex Bregman. I am not signing you to a 6 or 7 year deal, man.
Bro, right. When you come back down off of this high you're on, give me a call. But right now, you can forget about it.
248-539-9797. We'll start the day with a little impromptu Bregman talk. Whispers, you doing all right? Okay, you too.
Great.
Okay, you sound great. Be curious, will you?
All right, let's talk about the Chevy dealer.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealers whether you have a voice or not. They will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet and choose from the great deals they have on their lineups of new 2025 Chevrolets. The selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the February Rico deal. A new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for $279 a month for 36 months. Walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know the best deals are found at the 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
All right, let's get to the people. We kind of switch gears off that Jeremy Otto update where Alex Bregman is still demanding 6 or 7 years. My answer, Tigers should never do it. I will defend Scott Harris and the Tigers in this one regard. No way. That's a bad deal. I think 5 could be bad, but I'd still do it because it's the cost of doing business, and I don't want to be obtuse. Let's go see what people have to say. We'll go to Connor, 97.1. Connor, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
How are you?
Hey.
Well, I really agree with you guys there about the 6 or 7 year deal, but the problem is we've sat on our hands for too long, and now Bregman's the only other guy that is really going to be able to help us that's still available. I mean, we were all gung-ho about giving Alex Cobb $15 million to come out of retirement the first week of free agency, but we've been just sitting here begging for Bregman to come play with us, and it's obviously not going to happen. He's in his own fantasy world, and I like the Gleyber Torres trade, but Mike, you probably know better than us. And he might be 2 or 3 years older than he's saying, and I would have liked him 2 or 3 years in the past. I don't know what else to say.
No, Connor, what I'll tell you is this.
Sat here for too long.
Yeah, the problem is, what other third baseman was out there that you would have loved? That's your issue. When you really look at it.
I really would have loved to sign Anthony Santander and slide everyone down.
Right, but again, different position. I'm with you. I wish they would have gotten a right-handed bat earlier in the process. But when you look at positional need, the one place outside of short, and they weren't going to do it. It's going to be wait for the kids, McGonigal 2026 or 27. Connor, what I'll tell you is this: Bregman fit everything they wanted. But once this, if you put a good 5-year offer out there, if you had topped Houston's offer, something of that nature early, and he didn't take it, you're right. You could say you should have moved on. But the fact is the Tigers haven't signed anybody to any term. Cobb is a 1-year deal. Gleyber's a 1-year deal. Flaherty, for all intensive purposes, is a 1-year deal. Tommy Kahnle's a 1-year deal. So maybe they just didn't believe they'd have a shot at Bregman, and this is the one guy that they would break tendency for. But what I'm saying is I fully support them saying, we're not doing this, not at 6 or 7.
Yeah. Yeah, because at that point, you've learned, it says you did learn your lesson from all the bad contracts in the past. You may not have been the person who signed them,
right?
But it was so much dead weight here that, I would rather wait for the kids than sit here knowing. I mean, walking into, it's going to be a bad deal. This is going to be a bad deal in the final, best case scenario, 5, 6, and 7 is going to probably be a bad deal. But we're going to have to eat the cost, and he's going to be around here. And it's just going to be like having Baez and Miggy again.
Go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, pal? How are you?
Hi, can we have a conversation, Mike?
Well, yeah, I'm here till 6. Yeah. What's up?
Mike, you always say, and you're contradicting yourself, you always say, let's win now, worry later. Okay, look how close they got last year. Now, adding Bregman, okay, the extra jerseys, and even Rico says this, the sales, the excitement, the season ticket sales, they will more than pay for the remainder too. Am I totally wrong on this? Let's win now in this division.
No, you're not totally wrong on anything because I like Bregman and I wish I could bring him here. Mike, my problem is, there's a multitude. Let's work through this. I have a fear that if you fire a bullet here and it doesn't work, your owner's never spending money again, ever. The fact that we still have this, reports from Baseball Insiders saying the Tigers are gun shy because of the Baez experience. You've got to be kidding me. My issue with Bregman is the following. This is a bad ballpark for him. So I worry about the power numbers, right? There's no Crawford boxes. There's no short porch. This is a tough park for a dead pull hitter.
Mike, they don't play all their games here. Think of the excitement. And, it is 7 years. Say it's 7 years.
Okay.
They get to the World Series, which they got very close to. If they can inject clarity back in this division, that will more than pay for the remainder, too, on all the extra sales and the excitement.
I think it can. I think the problem you end up with, Mike, is there could be something as soon as year 4. If Bregman's walk rate doesn't recover, if the power doesn't return, you could be in a position where you simply have a continuation of bias.
But who cares if they win now, Mike?
Right, but they're
That's
not going to win the World
that's always
Series.
What you're saying.
Okay, but Mike, hold on. So here's our disagreement. It's the only one. Because I want, believe me, I'd love to sign him. Mike,
you're right. That's what you said. Yeah.
Right, but they're not going to win the World Series.
How do you know?
No, none of us know anything. You don't know they will.
But
I don't know they won't.
I
don't do things for that purpose. My point is, I want the guy on a 5-year deal, and even that's stretching it. If you go to 7, I worry what he's going to look like, and then you're stuck. Mike, I guess. Listen.
Money.
All right. It's
look
not
at the money.
I understand the money.
That they will make the Tigers in those 3 or 4 years. Let's say the Lions are in the World Series, say they're in the Super Bowl this week. How big that would be money-wise for Detroit, win or lose. Same with Detroit.
Sure, but see, I view what they did. But Mike, the difference I think between you and I is I think
Go ahead.
I believe last year was a fluke. The way that they did it, and I'm sensing you don't. Okay, and that's okay. But I don't believe the pitching chaos, which your own manager said is unsustainable, and the way that they went, 35-11, and the Twins collapsed. Mike,
what division? Who do you think is going to beat them in this division, Mike?
I think Cleveland could. I think Minnesota could.
Even with their pitching?
Yes.
Okay.
Look, Mike, here's the thing. If you ask me right now, do I think they are going to win this division? Probably 51% yes, 49% no.
What if they get Bregman? How's your percentage go if they get Bregman?
Well, we did a topic yesterday. It was the I think
it jumped up to 53%.
Yeah, they have like a 40% shot at the playoffs now, according to Fangraphs.
Okay.
It would go to 52.3. Was that it, Rico?
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, Mike, there's no doubt they become a better team next year. But if
Even ticket sales, excitement, jerseys, all that stuff.
Agree on all fronts. If you could sell me your owner was serious about baseball and was serious about spending money, I would actually go your way with this. I would. I worry that if they do this and it doesn't work, we're going to be shopping in the discount DVD bin forever.
You're looking at about 5 to 6 years.
Work. But, Mike, you're saying if it doesn't work, what if it happens to work? We've been through this before. What if it does work?
If it does work, you win the Central, you make the playoffs, and then you get aced out in a 7-game series. But, yes, Mike, go ahead. Do me a favor. I want you to call down to Olympia. You have the conversation for me. I would sign him. My issue is still I don't want to be in terrible contracts. Bregman has got a brass set of balls asking for 6 or 7 years.
As I stated before, him asking for this much tells me he knows the clock is ticking on me. If you were bringing in a difference maker for 7 years, a Jose Ramirez, Austin Riley playing third base, okay, no problem. It was like when you signed Miggy. I'll deal with the bad years when the bad years come, but I know you got 5-6 years of good baseball. He's not that big of a difference maker that I'm willing to invest 7 years.
Look, he's probably going to come, wherever team he goes, will probably be a 4-WAR player. That's probably what you get. Not 5, not 6, not 10, 4. Okay. He's a damn good ball player. But a 7-year pact, I just think his reps are giving him bad advice. But you know what? If he gets 7 years, great. It won't be with me.
7 years, you got to be a difference maker, or you got to give me a hell of an impact right now for multiple years.
Dead of winter, and you've got another midsummer release here by Old Nation, the My, which is essentially a tropical, hazy, triple IPA. You need it when you're in the middle of an ice storm. How much heavy beer are you going to drink in the winter? Sip on something light, crisp, refreshing, different. Prepare for the Super Bowl or otherwise, Old Nation's got you, but it's a limited release. Respectfully brewed in Williamston, the highest quality ingredients, you will taste the difference. Support local, support independent, 21 and up, and as always, Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to please drink responsibly. get a little football in the mix, shall we? Dave, whispers. Music, please. Kenny, the backup quarterback, is in because David can't talk today.
Yeah, I'll be the backup dancer. I'll save you guys from having to listen to David whisper through a blitz here.
It's Hendon Hooker. Hey.
Right. No, it's Teddy Bridgewater, actually, because he's a second string. Okay, so I'm going to read some headlines for you guys. Just want you guys' reaction from what we got going on in the world of football today. Chip Kelly, new OC in Las Vegas. He is now the highest paid assistant coach in the NFL, $6 million per year.
It's dumb. Truthfully, it's totally stupid. I mean,
the Raiders?
Yes, it's ridiculous. If you're Chip Kelly, you take it all day, every day. But Chip Kelly flamed out in the NFL. He was good for about 8 weeks. Now you've made him a higher paid assistant coach than accomplished people like Vic Fangio. Like, think of the play call, like Cliff Kingsbury. It is jaw-dropping to me. Oh, by the way, is Chip Kelly a genius, or did Ohio State spend $32 million to win a natty? My dog could have called plays for OSU. So I think it's ridiculous.
You see Jeremiah? Throw him the ball.
Yeah.
Here's what I think I saw this coming because Chip Kelly, I'll give him credit, realized I don't want to be a head coach, but I love football.
Right.
I don't like kissing babies and shaking hands. And I just want to make plays, call plays, do that.
Yeah.
And no NFL team was going to do it. So he goes to college. He maximizes at Ohio State. Yes. Did they have a ton of players? They did. But guess what happens in the NFL, Mike? You bring in a lot of free agents and you have a lot of weapons. Like, let's say he was here for the Lions. He would have a lot of weapons at his disposal.
But he ain't with the Lions.
But he knows. But I'm saying if he gets with the Raiders and with I was going to say Dick Vermeil, Pete Carroll.
They're the same. They're both ancient.
Right. It allows him to just focus on this. And I think if you're the Raiders, it's a long-term investment because you know he's not trying to bail. I don't think he ever wants to be a head coach again.
No, he doesn't.
He's going to be our coordinator. So if we can work out a system, it's going to be a system that lasts for years.
I'm getting major John Elway vibes from Tom Brady. That's all I'll tell you. Just because you were a great quarterback doesn't make you a great front office executive. Wow. So far, I'm getting some serious Elway vibes from TB12.
Wow. That's a great comp right there.
Up next, Paxton Lynch.
You know what? This is why you're the marquee. I said Dick Vermeil, but you actually brought up something.
No, I honestly, you know, we did a topic pre-show that featured Dick Vermeil. We're not doing that right now. We'll move forward. That'll be at a later date. Go ahead.
Actually, David has something to say about this.
Yes, David.
They don't have a QB in Las Vegas.
What the hell is that?
I think he AI generated Snoop Dogg on his phone.
Perfect.
Okay, you know what? You got to do that from here on out for the rest of the show.
Digital hatchet.
Okay, so the next one here, the NFL. I mean, speaking of dumb, the NFL is headed to Australia.
Yeah.
According to the Herald Sun, the Melbourne Cricket Ground will host 3 NFL games beginning in 2026. Looks like Rams and Eagles.
Don't need it. Don't want it. Don't care about it. I think it's stupid. If I were one of these team owners, I would raise hell.
Well, the Eagles did. The Eagles said, we'll play in the game, but it's not going to be our home game. We'll travel, make it somebody else's, and we'll do it. If you're going to say it's going to be our game, you can forget about it. We went to Brazil, and we gained nothing from this. So
go to the team that has no fan base.
Right.
Got it.
Like the Jags. Is it really a big deal if they play games in England? No. Now, here's the other problem that you're going to have locally. You may end up in one of these games. The Lions haven't been overseas in a long time.
Last time they was
it 14?
The week that old Decorum got fired.
You're right.
They went and got crushed by KC, right?
You're right.
And then pass back and forth kind of thing got clipped.
So the Lions are now. The other problem is you're doing this, but you're not even setting yourself up with the fans correctly because you're going to release the schedule and you're going to give your fans roughly 3 months to plan an Australian vacation. If you like, let's just say the Lions are one of the teams, and you know how the Lions take over. Congratulations, you got 3 months to get your plans together to go visit Australia.
Just move on. I hate the whole thing. I hate the whole concept of it.
So 3 dumb headlines right in a row for you guys.
Oh, perfect.
The third one is, I was scrolling through socials today and I read this. Ravens GM says team uses Madden ratings and model to evaluate players. What in the hell does that mean?
No, not the Woody Johnson.
Yes, exactly.
Are you kidding me? All right, so how is this real? We did a story, I don't know, a month ago when there was this Woody Johnson expose. Jets, they vetoed the Jerry Jeudy trade because he didn't think his Madden rating was high enough.
The Sun.
Right. That's a real story, by the way. But the Ravens and Eric DeCosta, who are one of the best organizations in football, they admitted publicly they use Madden ratings?
Yes.
As a part of their process.
Yes. That Super Bowl Radio Row Media Day,
I treat this like UFOs, not real. I can't. I don't accept this. I don't accept it.
See, here's the thing. We made fun of the Jets, but I kind of think this is real because...
How could this be real?
Because as a GM, you're trying to gather any information you can. And
Madden.
Because Madden takes a ton of time in their research.
They're nerds. Do you know how I know this?
Right.
I know people in the building.
Exactly.
They're nerds.
Exactly. But nerds rule the world.
Guys who are doing ratings down there are wearing Batman t-shirts.
And guess what?
Nerds.
Mike. And the nerds are doing all the dirty work for you. They're doing the stuff that, you know what? Oh, you already did this?
Okay.
Oh, you ran this.
Here's my deal. You might be right about everything you're saying. I want to state publicly, I am choosing to live in an alternate reality. That seems to be popular for a lot of people on a lot of topics these days. I'm creating my own bubble.
So
this isn't real.
So your pronouns are now not here?
That's it. Not here. Not Earth.
You identify as not here. Okay.
I refuse to acknowledge that I live in this world. That's all I'm telling you. This story cannot be real because I refuse to accept it.
I mean, is it that far off when you think about Jaden Daniels and the virtual reality?
Yes, it is. They're men, not machines. You can't assign a number to somebody's ability. A video game is one thing. Real life warfare for billions of dollars? Come on. You know what? Next.
You should assign ratings to people that work here based on a Madden.
But here, let me help you. Everyone here gets about a 50 OVR.
Isn't this the next
limited dev traits?
Isn't this the next evolution of analytics?
No, it's a video game.
Printer on the ground, 50 overall.
38 speed.
All right, next one here. Myles Garrett, this is a warning to Lions fans. Myles Garrett was making his rounds on Radio Row yesterday and was asked about the Commanders. He said he would go to the Commanders. He also got an offer or a pitch from the Eagles as well.
Yeah, listen, he's asked questions. The one thing he said I want to point towards Rico. He talked about wherever I go, you got to have a great quarterback. It's not about having a great defense as much. You got to have that guy. And I went, man, it's almost like Rico has an earpiece in Myles Garrett's ear. Like, is Goff good enough that Myles Garrett would consider it?
No.
Oh, my God.
He's not.
I don't want to live in that world either.
Okay, not. Or here.
Damn.
No.
Does it give you trepidation about Detroit's chances?
Yes. If it's based on a quarterback, and I know Detroiters don't want to hear this because, Jared Goff, though I haven't heard that being chanted in a few weeks. No, because if you were on a playground and you had your choice between a lot of quarterbacks, Jared Goff wouldn't be one of the first selections. And you look at Jaden Daniels, that doesn't look like that's going to be a flash in the pan. He's doing this with no weapons. Imagine if Goff and Daniels switched teams. Oh, my goodness.
Here's my one argument. Lions have a top 5 offense. Commanders don't.
Mm-hmm.
And if I add Myles Garrett, Myles, let me ask you a question. Who's the opposite end who's going to draw some double teams in Washington? Oh, wait, Homer Simpson. Come here, it's Aiden Hutchinson. Let's be legendary.
It is, but it's the thing. What he's telling you is in the NFL circle, like Goff is a good quarterback. He's not looked at as elite. He's not looked at as great.
But he's several steps from being a game manager. Is that fair? Oh God.
No.
Oh God.
No. And here's why. Game manager is not a 4-letter word. Jared Goff as a game manager, win 15 games. Jared Goff as playmaker, lose 3 games.
That's fair. Next.
And that is in football today.
Thank you, AI generator. All right, winter.
Have to pay me for today. This is fun.
Winter can be brutal on your roof. Victor, the owner of Victor's Home Solutions, says to be on the lookout. Here are the signs, especially if you have an ice storm, right? Whether it's staining on the ceiling, icicles from the gutter, or uneven snow melt, you could have some terrible problems with that roof. Get Victor's out there. They're open 52 weeks a year. They'll be to your house within 24 hours to do a 21-point roof inspection, and they'll go over the findings and then recommend a course of action. And they can replace, repair, no matter the conditions. And if it is time for a new roof, Victor's offers an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee. That means anything goes wrong, they fix it for free. So make sure your roof is ready. Schedule that 21-point roof inspection today by calling 734-773-1100, or you can make an appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, so before we turn our attention to the Super Bowl and other things, I do want to get to Jeff. He'll get the last word on the Bregman thing, a few ticket texts, and I'm still recovering from both AI-generated David lost his voice, straight up. It's not a game or a joke. Can't talk. And considering he's leading the Sabbath Super Bowl, they have this huge, it's called Psalms Fest, and they have this huge party down at the church. David is supposed to sing for 2 hours straight Sunday. Unbelievable.
It's a multi-day festival, just like a rock concert.
Mm-hmm. You've heard of, like
Lollapalooza for religious people.
Corinthians Carnival. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, bud?
Hey, this is the first time I've had the heart to call back since the Lions, got knocked out. So it took all the courage I had.
Well, welcome.
Welcome back, Jeff.
All right. Well, the Bregman thing, Mike just nailed it so well. I mean, the host Mike, not the caller Mike, but about every time we do one of these deals, one is, I believe they don't buy out bias because they want everybody to look at that money that's, doing nothing and leave it there instead of writing a check and it's behind us. And we can just name the names. We did it all the way back with Zimmerman and Cabrera, Baez, and even Maglio Ordonez. It's just keeping those extra 2 or 3 years seemed to be an excuse for them not to go and spend more money. And I think you were right on, Mike, when you said that. Your fear is,
Well, and again, Rico, do you share the fear I have that if they fire this bull, because obviously caller Mike was like a buzzsaw. Right. He really wanted to get after it.
He's about jersey sales and all of that
But do you agree with what Jeff and I are saying, which is if they fire this bullet and it doesn't work, they're never going to give us candy again?
Okay, yeah, because the empirical data is right there. They did it with Baez, and look how hard it is for them to sign anybody past a year or two that's really worth anything. So, yes, I agree that
I don't
they are
guarantee-
gun shy from deals blowing up in their face.
And how about this? I mean, and again, we're not talking like the Lions where we're so close and maybe a Garrett you can mortgage the future for to get that, a legitimate 2 to 3 year window at a Super Bowl or Super Bowls. I don't think Bregman does that. I think he gives us a chance to be maybe go play for the World Series, but I don't see him winning us one as a guarantee. It might happen and it might not. I think that it's a risk, and to go beyond, say, 4, maybe 5 with an option or something, but to go 7 years, you're just looking at 3 bad years where we won't spend a penny. We'll cut any salary we have.
Yeah.
And just rinse and repeat. Thank you very much.
No, Jeff, you're good. And for people just tuning in, look, it was in the update as we started the show. We pivoted right to it. If Bregman is steadfast on getting 6 or 7 years, I'm out. And I'll defend Scott Harris and I'll defend the Tigers on it. I want the guy, but it can't be at a ridiculous price. It's no different than trading for a player. Look, I want Myles Garrett, and I'm happy to beat the market. I'm happy to give up more than anybody else. But if some goofball comes in with 2 1s, 2 2s, and a hot fudge sundae, I'm out. You just hit a point where you go, you know what? I can't impugn the team on this. Now, I can knock the Tigers for a multitude of things. I can't knock them because they won't give 7 years to Alex Bregman. They shouldn't. And if they do, I'm going to rip them. Because I don't believe that's a good deal. And I have outlined, I don't control what anybody else on the station says. Everybody has a right to an opinion. I disagree with the idea that this guy's Brooks Robinson. There are some serious red flags in the data. Do I want him? Sure. But I'm not going to cripple my team to do it.
Right there.
Like
there's a limit to this. It's like, guys.
Like, I'll cripple my team for Ohtani or Soto, and I don't have to worry about 2034.
Thank you. Like I said, if you were getting the best third baseman in baseball, yes. You're not. You're getting a good third baseman. You're getting somebody
very good, but
yes.
You're right. And again, you can't, this is the problem. You can't fall in love with seasons that are 5-6 years ago.
Correct. Because I was going to say, if you're getting him at 25, he's 25. All right, 7 years, he'll be 32.
Oh, you mean 2019 Bregman?
Yes.
The last time he had an explosive season?
And guys, here's the other thing. And here's where Do I think he will help the Tigers out?
Yes.
I do. But here's the thing. If you sign him up for 7 years, you got to be prepared. His numbers will go down. His power will go down. You have to hope that he becomes basically a doubles hitter and not necessarily a home run hitter, but to kind of balance things out.
And I'm a stickler for that because at third base, first base, no, I need 30-plus home run power. Oh, you're old school. Yes, I am. I can't have Alex Bregman, whose power might be capped out at 20 as a Tiger because 81 of the games are at Comerica and because of his bat ball profile. Guess what? Rico's right. Unless it's going to turn into Edgar Martinez, Kenny, you'll have to Google who that is, and he's going to start lacing 50 doubles a year. No.
Right. Yeah, you're going to have hope that, you know what, he's got men on first and second, and he hits a double, drives one of them home, or maybe both. That's it.
Let's get a few Whoa.
Snoop?
The Detroit Pistons have made a trade.
Don't play with my emotions.
Detroit is acquiring Dennis Schroeder from the Utah Jazz. Sources tell ESPN that's per Shams.
It's a part of the Jimmy Butler deal.
Yeah, that's all the details that are out right now. We'll update further when more comes in.
Okay, so how do I frame this?
He's averaging 14 points, 5 assists a game.
Dennis Schroeder's a difficult cap. He's kind of a horse's ass, but he can play. Now, you need an IV replacement. He is an IV replacement. Will he help you? Yes. Do I want him here long term? No. So you what? You attached yourself as Team 12 to this Butler deal?
Yeah.
So it's not a separate thing, just so I'm clear?
Yeah, it looks like it's a part of the Butler deal. I don't know how the pyramid works.
Here's how this works. The Pistons are likely the only team in the deal that has cap space. They can take on Dennis Schroeder. See,
it says here he's a free agent at the end of the year.
Exactly why I'm okay with this is I would never want him long term. He's a pain in the ass. But he can play. And I think in the role that they need him, it'll take a little bit of pressure off Cade. Certainly replaces the Ivy, because Ivy's dead. He's done for the year.
So, yeah, you now have some productivity with him.
I'm good with it.
Beasley. Oh, yeah.
But, and I didn't have
it's 1 year.
Didn't have to give up anything. Because from the sounds of it, this is where the NBA's got to do something. We cannot do these deals with 4 or 5 teams. I mean, you need a whiteboard, a matrix. It's ridiculous. But, yeah, now here's the problem. Nobody cares.
That's not true.
Nobody cares.
David cares. He just can't speak.
The problem is, again, nobody knows who Dennis Schroeder is. You got to really follow the league, know who Dennis Schroeder is.
You know what?
So I can say, hey, nice job by the team, right? It'll help make the playoffs.
Is he a NASCAR driver too? That was a funny line yesterday. Lori Marketing, he's probably an F1 driver, right?
Yeah, he's roommates with Verstappen. But, look, this is the good part for the Pistons. Any amount of effort, they're making the playoffs because no one in the East is trying. This is the worst Eastern Conference in history. That doesn't take away their turnaround and how wonderful it is.
No.
But we can be honest about ourselves. It doesn't mean they're good.
No.
Oh, but last night they were close against the Cavs. Yeah, look at the footnote. Donovan Mitchell didn't play. You think I care?
This, to me, says, okay, they'll stay out of the play-in game and probably just be in the playoffs.
And then get swept by the Cavs in the first round. Or the Celtics.
No, because if you're in the play-in, people play them. So
whatever. Okay. You're right. They'll be out in 5. That's fine.
Maybe they win a series. Maybe they pull the Tigers and they win a series.
You know what? We'll leave it alone. You know what? Nice job. You use your cap space for the rest of the year. You pick up a guy that replaces Ivy, and then you can promptly throw Schroeder in the garbage. I'm good with it. You guys will like him. He's not bad. He's mouthy. I don't know. Schroeder bothered me. He was the kid who came into the league with the Pepe Le Pew haircut. Remember? It was like a blonde pepperoni. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, what?
Why?
Buddy.
Why?
Come on, you got to get rid of that. It's ridiculous.
But it worked.
He's been on a lot of teams, too. I'd have to go look. He started in Atlanta. He's had time in, I feel like 6 places.
You know what it feels like?
Why is everybody in the league communion bread? They just get passed around.
I don't know. It reminds me with Chauncey Billups. He was always a part of every trade.
Celtics traded him 3 months into his career.
Huh.
Can you imagine?
He was here. He was there. He played for this team. He played for that team. And then he came to Detroit. and became Mr. Big Shot.
Yeah, look at this. Grizzlies just shipped out Marcus Smart. You hate to see it. How long did I want Smart to be off the Celtics?
Wow. Well,
that guy's got a Michael Jordan ego with a Yinka Dare skill set. See you later.
He's going to have a lot of time to think about it playing for the Wizards.
Not playing.
Yeah.
Your career's over.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You're in the Wizards.
Yeah, the Wizards will basically drive you to faking your own.
The only thing worse than that is playing for the Hornets.
Which I want to say I'm sorry to you. Because I know your boy just went there. Dalton Connect. His career's over.
Connect 4. Yeah, he'll be. Yeah.
Sorry, buddy. Okay, then.
You know what? But have you seen how slim Luka looks?
They put him in a 7X jersey. I mean,
when I showed him, I'm like, they did the anti James Harden. Remember when he was wearing the mediums
in the pregame?
Right.
Yeah.
They did the anti.
Dude, Luka had that thing bloused. Bloused.
He looks like he's about 180. No, he's just in a really big jersey.
Like, you know how Brian Robinson created the big hats?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the jersey they had Luka in. Come on, man. People are so dumb. Oh, Mavericks slandered him. Yeah, you're right. You're right. They made an organizational decision that they might end up killing their entire organization. But you're right. He was in great shape.
And it looks like Durant will not be traded before the deadline.
He killed the deal.
Yeah, he did. Looks like because he was headed to Golden State.
Well,
I guess Butler was headed there, and
we'll get to Jimmy Butler later. But there you go. There's your NBA trade deadline. Pistons pick up a guy you don't know, but he's actually decent, and you're not stuck with him. A+ to me. I think it cements the Pistons are going to make the playoff, and I still don't believe any of the teams below them are trying hard enough to come up and get him. So as long as you don't fall apart, you might avoid the play-in. But there's no topic. I mean, 2-4-8, like, are you thrilled? It's like, I can't ask people to call. I don't know who the hell the guy is. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more relevant issues next. Personal injury of any sort, it's a big deal. An injury attorney, David Femininio, has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is dedicated to ensuring you get the care you need and get your life back on track. So when you're injured, make one phone call to David Femininio. 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. The NBA trade deadline officially passed at 3, according to Amari Sankofa and a bunch of others. The Pistons will end up with 31-year-old point guard Dennis Schroeder as a part of the Jimmy Butler deal. Schroeder has split time with the Nets and Warriors this season, averaging 14 points and 5.5 assists thus far. Martin Richardson, who was landing in Detroit as of yesterday, is now heading to Utah instead. Shams says that Kevin Durant will not be traded before the deadline. Something that just also came out as well. He says that James Wiseman and Cash are heading to the Toronto Raptors. Kevin Porter Jr. to the Milwaukee Bucks. And Memphis also trading Marcus Smart in a 2025 first-round pick to the Washington Wizards. That's all via Shams on X right now. The Pistons said today that guard Jaden Ivey has continued to progress and has been lightweight-bearing activities lately. We'll take another look in 4 weeks at the injury as well. Ex-NFL veteran running back Darren Sproles expected to interview with the Lions, according to Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports. Sproles has been named to surface for a lot of NFL and college running back coaching gigs lately as well. Aiden Hutchinson was on the Pat McAfee show today. He said his rehab will wrap up shortly, and he feels good. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Great to have you with us. We covered the Alex Bregman stuff, and we just got done. Pistons have acquired Dennis Schroeder as a part of a 38-team trade, including teams from 6 countries.
Yeah, because apparently he's been on 4 teams now in the last 24 hours.
Correct. Welcome to the association. But bottom line, it helps Pistons. It's just you can't do anything with it. No one knows who the guy is. But he's a good ball player, but you don't want him long term. And great. Last I checked, his contract's up in May, so we're good. I want to move to something else, and I am willing to be judged, made fun of. I just want to know if anyone is brave enough to stand with me on this. I had an epiphany this morning.
Oh, boy.
And I was watching a little bit of Super Bowl coverage. I was getting some work done on the computer. And I don't know if it was Mike Greenberg's general existence that angered me, or it was seeing 18 different shows all live from New Orleans for absolutely no good reason. I mean, they had one of the ESPN shows on like a street corner in New Orleans, and they're trying to serve up jambalaya to each other, and I'm just like, this is a circus. This is stupid. We do radio in Detroit. The Detroit Football Lions had one of the most magical seasons they've ever. It'll be the most magical season they'll ever have unless they win it. And the closer we've gotten to the Super Bowl, it's been strange for me, because normally I can work my way around whatever my team did, or in this case, my B team, right? The Lions. This is where I live. I work in this industry. I want the Lions for you guys to do something to make you happy. I'm kind of embarrassed to say this as a radio host. I don't care about the Super Bowl. Like, I don't care.
Really?
Yeah, no. I actually think the only thing that would bring me to watching would be just the spite of Mahomes, but the reality is I don't care.
The hype or the game?
The game. Wow. Any of it. The hype is garbage. There's no, I can't. You know what it is? I think it's part of what I've discussed with you is that there's too much. That's the headline for me. It's just too much. Everything with the NFL is too much. It's too extra. Think about this. Even now, as we know, the Players Union has said nobody wants to play 18 games. You know they're playing 18 games. Mm-hmm. This started. Do you realize I can't even tell you when this started because I don't feel like it ever stopped? We had the draft here in Detroit. It never stopped. We had basically 2 weeks for the Triple Crown. I got like 10 days of peace with the Kentucky Derby, and then it was
pitching chaos and in the Lions.
And we're back. And it's been Lions ever since. And now I go, The Lions leave such a bad taste in your mouth. I don't want anybody to be happy, right?
That was my next question.
F them all. My team, the Giants, are the juice at the bottom of a garbage bag. So I'm numb. I don't even care. And it's like, now, what am I left with? Either Mahomes gets another championship. Who cares at this point? Or the Eagles, who are my version of the Antichrist, win. And then those animals get another celebration, right? That's what Philly fans are. They're animals. So I wanted to know, in Detroit, right here, look, whether it is endless amounts of pregame. I mean, I don't know how anyone is watching this stuff. I turned the channel. I did. I just couldn't do it.
Because every now and then, out of the different pregames and stuff like that, you get a little bit of nuggets where you hear something and you're like, oh.
No, you know what I got? I got Marcus Spears trying to feed Mike Greenberg a po' boy and him going, oh, my God, that's disgusting. I don't want this.
Oh, well,
couldn't have sounded whiter if he tried.
There's something else, but
that should be the new Mike Greenberg show. So listen, here's my point. The Super Bowl no longer feels magical to me. It doesn't feel special to me. It doesn't feel important to me. I actually think they've finally done it. They've ruined it. It's too corporate. It's too much BS. It's too buddy. We're heading towards mid-February. Mm-hmm. Can we please? The fact that we haven't had we didn't have football last weekend. The 2-week span takes away from my ability to care. Does anyone feel the way I feel, or am I bad sports person?
I don't think you're a bad sports person. I do think that a lot of people may feel like you because for years, I'm speaking just in this city, for years, the Lions season and the Super Bowl were two different events, two different things. The Lions were never going to the Super Bowl. So the Super Bowl was like, oh, these are the best teams. And then all of a sudden it got blended. And now it's like, well, you're angry because your team didn't make it, even though they promised you that they would. And you heard people, hey, 15-2, you're the best team out there, and you're not. So I do think it's a little spite that, you know what, I don't care. I'm taking my ball and I'm going home. I don't want to watch this. As you said, I don't want anybody to be happy. There is a lot of hype around the Super Bowl. Yes, it is. I mean, if the Lions were in this thing, would still be the same amount of hype. Yep. It would be the same amount of overkill, except for people from our station would be participating in the hype and the overkill. But you would be happy because your team is there.
But the problem is it never mattered if my team was in it. It was the Super Bowl. It used to be magical. Think about it. We just said it yesterday, and all of us looked at each other like idiots. Mm-hmm. Geez, it feels like Super Bowl parties aren't a thing anymore. Kind of plays into what I'm talking about.
It does, but I think time has evolved, and I do think that we may get hit with the curveball that was the 2000 or 2000 when the Patriots beat the Rams, and it was just like the biggest point spread ever. Why in the world are we watching this game? The Rams are going to just kill the Patriots, until all of a sudden you're like, wait, what happened to the greatest show on turf?
Except this is a 1-point spread. This is nothing.
No,
you're right, except I don't even have that angle.
No, but I'm saying it's not the Mahomes coronation. It may be like, wow, the Eagles came out here and just put a pounding on them.
And not to pile onto it, but this is only going to get worse, boys. We're going to move to an 18, 19 game, maybe even a 20-game season. Mm-hmm. You're not going to want any part of – you're going to be nauseous of football by the time the Super Bowl comes around.
You will be playing the Super Bowl, Kenny. I mean this. No joke. You'll be playing the Super Bowl possibly as late as what, February 22nd, 23rd? Okay? And you know what'll happen? There'll be a week. Free agency begins. That's the NFL's design.
But it wants to dominate the calendar all the way around.
But their conquest of the calendar, to me, has eroded what was the singular most special thing in all of sports. To where now... Look, football's a big part of my life. It's what I do for a living, primarily. We always joke about it. Hey, the Red Wings won last night. Nobody cares.
They've essentially fed you too much pudding, and now you're nauseous of the pudding.
That's right. Your hands are cold. You have diabetic shock, and I don't want any more. And I'm just like, you know what? Just get this over with so I can, I don't know, go on vacation.
No, it went from almost like fantasy sports back in the day. It was fun.
Overkill.
To now it's just like... No, I'm fine. I'm in this league. And I don't care, but I'm in the league because I'm forced to be in the league.
I want to know. All right, we have open phone lines. It's okay if you're like, you guys are on crack. It's the Super Bowl. But I feel like in our community here, a lot of people are feeling what I'm saying. I guess I'm looking for affirmation because it hit me today where I'm like, I was doing a Super Bowl prep show for the Friday show, and I'm like, I felt like typing in, who the F cares?
No.
248. Like,
you know what? No. Mike, you're not that far off because there's an event that I feel the exact same way, got turned off, never came back to.
And he'll tell us next.
And I'll tell you that next.
248-539-9797. Moran Chevrolet, #1 Chevy dealer in the state and the best deals in the state. 25 Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months. The 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months. Both $999 down. New stock arriving daily, and they will have the vehicle you're looking for. And if something is off with that current car, truck, bring it in for the certified service. Get the loaner. Go about your day. Do what you got to do. Moran Chevrolet, best in class. MoranExpress.com or on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The big game. Whoops. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who's going to be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. ESPN Big Game Giveaway promo is offering a chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Download the app and opt in today. Odds and lines subject to change. Got to be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
So before Rico does his grand reveal, this is talking with Jimmy Powers. He made an interesting point. I approach this that as a Lion fan, maybe you just DGAF. You're still not over what took place. You'll watch, but you don't care. That there was always a magic to the Super Bowl. Now, admittedly, and this was Jimmy's point, I think he's right, is like, obviously, we're close to this. This is what we do for a living. Football is a year-round thing. Now, I know that because I know how much you guys respond to it and care. And candidly, that's how we program the show. But for me, let me be more unequivocal because I want you to understand why I'm saying it. I don't like the direction of the NFL. I don't like what they've done to the Super Bowl. I don't like where we're at. And I'm worried they're ruining something that was really good. Kenny used the pudding example. Mm-hmm. Ice cream is delightful. But if you eat too much of it, you end up like John Candy in The Great Outdoors. You barf all over the place.
Right.
Like, I don't know what it is. Maybe the Lions have had that effect on me subconsciously, is that I'm like, you know what? I hope both teams have a miserable day. I don't care. F them both. I'm sick of looking at Andy Reid's bloated head. I hate the city of Philadelphia. I don't care about either of these jackasses. But again, if you are out there going, but Mike, it's the last football game of the year, you're not a bad person, and it doesn't mean you're wrong. I guess I'm trying to do a litmus test to figure out whether am I too close to it or am I actually feeling what my audience is feeling?
I think a little bit of both. I think there's...
You would say that. That's such a Doctor Strange thing. You would. Here, why don't you create a time portal and jump through it?
I wish I could.
Go ahead. Or whatever those things are.
The
really magic frisbees he throws.
Really wish I could.
All right, go ahead.
The reason why I say it's both is because we are very close to it, but I think there's fatigue of the team playing in it, the Chiefs. You don't like them. You don't like anything about them. And then to make sure you don't like anything about them, add in Taylor Swift, add in the referees, and it just kind of ticks you off. Because when you take a step back, you would actually say this is a Super Bowl you want to see because it's literally a coin flip. It's a 1-point favorite right now. So either team could win. It's saying it should be a good game, but because of the outside stories, that's where you're just like, I don't care anymore because I don't know if I want to see the Chiefs win, 4 out of the last 5 Super Bowls and become this dynasty and this best team ever. And it's not, let's face it, it's not like I think they would probably be a bigger draw if for some reason the Commanders were playing because you would have something to rally around, something to root for. Okay, this fresh-faced rookie is in the game, and is he going to be that difference maker? But it's the Eagles, and nobody really cares for the Eagles either.
Well, you can't because they're in your spot as a Lions fan or you're a Niner fan. No one's rooting for the Chiefs if you're not in Kansas City. Correct. No one. They are the evil empire now. So maybe the absence of rootability. Like I don't like either of these teams. I can't do this. Normally it was I'll root for whoever's playing the Patriots. Yeah. It had gotten to that level.
And I think that's why it's because it is fatigue of the Kansas City Chiefs, and they don't care. They're like the Patriots. Whatever, beat us because we're just going to keep showing up. So that's why I say I understand where you're coming from. I understand. And for the Lions fans, yeah, I think for a lot of you thought you were going to be there. It's a little bit of sour grapes. It ain't a little bit. It's a lot of bit of sour grapes.
A lot of grapes.
You're not there. It ticks you off because as you watch this game, if the Eagles do something, you're going to be, well, the Lions would have made that first down. Oh, Amon-Ra would have made that catch. Oh, we would have made that first down. We would have did that. We would have stopped them. You're gonna because you're gonna go back to, well, we beat the Chiefs in the regular season, so we could have beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Probably not, but
no,
that's where people are right now. Now, the thing that kind of turned me off the way you feel about the Super Bowl, the NBA All-Star game, All-Star weekend.
That used to be magic.
That was it for me. It was just like, don't talk to me for 3-point slam dunk and the actual game. And now I don't care. I don't watch it.
Couldn't agree more.
Nothing about it is appealing to me. But you know what happened? It went from being for hardcore fans to it became this party festival weekend where you almost have your MTV rock and jock type of thing, where everybody's out there playing in the celebrity. Kevin Hart's playing in the celebrity basketball game. Why do I want to see this? Who asked for this? No one.
Let's go to the people. See what everybody's got to say. We'll get a few ticket texts as well. David, how you holding up? Okay. David can't talk today.
Great. I'm doing wonderful.
Okay. Straight up lost his voice. And he has to sing on Sunday. Yeah. You got about 10-1 odds of being able to sing Sunday. Let's go to Les, 97.1. Les, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Enjoy the show. Yeah, I'm on the same train out of town with the Super Bowl. Everybody I talk to, diehard football fans, they can't stand the ridiculous hype. It's really not about the game. It's about everything else. About the only thing I'd want to watch the Super Bowl for is to see Mahomes looking out his ear hole when somebody comes charging in on a blitz in the backfield. So, yeah, you're not alone in how you feel. And I think if somebody wants to watch something good, the Guinness Rugby Six Nations is on. So if you want to watch a real sport, there. Thanks, guys.
All righty. Not doing that. That's worse than the Four Nations face-off.
I was about to say, wait, they added 2 more nations?
Yeah, I see your Four Nations face-off, and I give you Six Nations rugby.
Bermuda qualified. Okay.
Thank God.
Nothing says hockey like Bermuda.
How come I keep taking strays this show? What did I do?
Because you're the hockey rep, and your stupid sport is killing the Wings' momentum with a stupid midseason tournament.
You know, if David whispers for the rest of the day, he guaranteed me that he'd watch Four Nations. So, David, what do you think about that?
No, just do the ticket text, please. We're up against it.
I don't care too much about the game. I hate the Eagles and Chiefs equally, and I'm the biggest Chiefs and Taylor Swift hater in the state of Michigan. Mike, I agree 100%. I'm not excited to watch, and the last thing I want to see is Philly fans celebrating a Super Bowl. I hate both teams.
Okay, so, all right, I'm not alone, right?
No, it seems like most of the ticket texts are either apathetic or they're straight up, like, spiteful.
Because it was probably the 2 worst teams that could be there, because there's really no win.
It's a combo platter between it's 2 teams that we don't want to see, that we've already seen. It's the ref stuff. It's the Taylor Swift stuff.
Think about
It's the fact that you're not there. It's all of it all mixed into one.
It's like when Notre Dame plays Michigan. There's no win for me other than the stadium collapsing.
You just want to see as many people in as much pain as possible.
Right, I don't like Notre Dame and I don't like Michigan.
See,
what do you want me to tell you?
I'm with you, except for like Michigan plays Florida. I don't care for the Gators.
What do you got against the Gators?
I've never liked the Gators.
He's a smart guy is what he is.
There's no
bad experience?
No, there's no backstory. I just never liked the Gators. I just always thought they were frauds. But no, I think if like the Bills were in the Super Bowl, I think people would be happy because it's like, okay, there's a new storyline. There's no new storyline here. It's the Eagles that you don't like their coach. You don't like the players. I guess maybe you can jump on the Saquon bandwagon and be like, well, man, you know, it's his birthday. Maybe
I don't know what it is, though. I don't think I ever hated the Patriots the way I hate the Chiefs.
See, I hated the Patriots worse than the Chiefs because the Patriots, at least the Chiefs, there's the impropriety that they're paying off the refs. The Patriots just cheated, and they just won. And they just held up the middle finger and said, what are you going to do about it? And nobody
that sounds
could.
mighty familiar.
And nobody could do. Well, I think there's a commonality between the quarterback. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, no, David can't respond.
We're going to
hate
cheat.
to see it.
Oh, my goodness. Is
What?
that a green suit?
Listen, whoever dressed the people on ESPN's NBA trade deadline special needs
It
to
looks
be...
like he's about to ask her, do you want to be shown? Never mind.
Excuse me?
What was it? What were you about to say?
The yellow brick road, like he's in his outfit.
Okay, that's a much better direction than what I thought you were about to say.
I thought you were going to say something
My hand
completely
was on the
different.
dump button
Yes.
real quick.
Like, seriously.
By the way, I will
looks
say
like the
this.
leader.
Kenny, if you'd be so kind, do you want to take a picture the next time they put Windhorst up on the screen and just Ask somebody the following. Ask your growing social platform, what the hell? Win horses in an outfit today, nothing matches.
Who dressed this man?
The darkness. That's who. Blue jacket, black shirt, pumpkin tie.
Win horse or the emerald green suit.
Emerald green suit, at least it's the same color. Win horse looks like he got dressed in the dark blindfolded.
I don't know. Emerald green looks like a pool table right now.
Okay, let's move on. 248-539-9797. We will get to maybe the only thing people do care about the Super Bowl, your party food items, which is a Kenny Cott special. The man owns a hot dog roller. He has to be in charge of your party planning. We'll do it next.
It's got one more night. He will bring it out. Let's go.
97.1.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone, a judgment-free environment where you feel free to get strong your way on your time. You can feel the best you, the you that you promised yourself that you would turn into, from strength training to cardio to stretching. A lot of Planet Fitness has brand new equipment, new plate loading machines like the hack squat and the supine benches, treadmills, Stairmasters. They have it all for you. Whatever you're looking to do, Planet Fitness has it for you. And they have convenient hours. It fits your schedule and your routine. So you know what that means? That means no real excuses for you. And right now, through February 13th, $1 down, $15 a month for a membership. Head into any of the Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area. There's 50 of them. Oh, and by the way, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus just on you. Planet Fitness. Go to any of the Planet Fitness to get started. You can go online at planetfitness.com, or you can get started using the app. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
The NBA trade deadline has passed us. The Pistons making a move for 31-year-old guard Dennis Schroeder. Detroit will be the 9th NBA franchise he's officially suited up for in his career, in his 3rd this season. Amari Sankofa says that Lindy Waters also expected to stick around the Detroit roster. Waters has averaged 5 points per game and 17 minutes per game with the Warriors. He says both KJ Martin and Josh Richardson are likely to be traded, all those names involved in the Jimmy Butler trade in some fashion there. Kevin Durant was not moved before the deadline, according to Mark Stein. Nikola Vucevic was targeted again by the Warriors today, but it fizzled after both sides could not agree on the construction of the deal. Chicago inked an extension with Lonzo Ball yesterday as well. Ball reportedly a Detroit target at some point. JT Compher has not played since January 25th for the Red Wings. He was placed on injured reserve last week, but he returned to the ice today. The Wings are off until Saturday when they host the Lightning. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, 97.1. We'll get to Kenny's little Super Bowl party food deal because nothing else with the game really matters. You said you had a couple things for me, including you've just discovered Dennis Schroeder really is a bird brain, like I told you.
Yeah. I knew somebody had said this. I didn't know it was him after the Luka trade, the quote. It's like modern slavery. It's modern slavery at the end of the day. Everybody can decide where you're going, even if you have a contract. Yeah, of course, we make a lot of money and we can feed our families. But at the end of the day, if they say you're not coming to work tomorrow, you're going over there, they can decide that. They got to change that a little bit. Let me just say this. It is not modern slavery at all. That may be the dumbest thing. And when I hear athletes say that, it tells me you don't have a brain in your head. Now, I don't know what you are on the basketball court, but in real life, no, it's not. Because the last time I checked, you make hundreds of millions of dollars.
He's made 103 in his career.
Dennis, I'm quite sure your great-grandfather didn't make anything, okay? There was no such thing as load management in slavery.
Uh-oh.
Okay? You didn't get to just say, nah, I'm going to take the day off. Nah, don't feel like going out there. No. You know what you can do in the NBA? If you don't like it, you can quit. You can get another job. You know what you can't do when you're in slavery? Quit and go somewhere else. Good luck trying to do that. You'll be hunted. They were hunted down for trying to do that. So no. To say it's modern day slavery may be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You're making hundreds of millions of dollars. You can retire if you want because Lord knows you have enough money to live off of for the rest of your life.
Why do players do it?
You know what this is called? It's called a job. It's called responsibility. Your job says, okay, you're now going to do this. If you don't want to do it, quit. But if you want your job, okay, I'm now going to go here. I now have to transfer to another city. So that's what that is. It's a job. It's not modern day slavery.
Why do players say it? Because I feel like this happens a couple times a year.
Because
I don't. That's like yelling bomb on an airplane. You can't say the word slavery. It makes no sense. To everything you said is right. Why do players keep saying that?
Because you have owners who
they're called governors.
I'm just saying owners who can tell you what to do and they could just trade you and do whatever. But it's like, this is why I would say, Dennis, once again, if you don't want to come to Detroit, you know what you can walk in and say? I quit. I'm done.
Rob Gronkowski did.
I don't want to. Right. I don't want to play basketball anymore. And you know what? No one's going to hunt you down. No one's going to drag you to Detroit and say, no, you're playing. So it's not. It's just, you chose to make this money. You chose to have the Pistons now have their logo on your paycheck rather than Golden State Warriors. That's your choice. You know what you don't have in slavery, Mike? A choice at anything.
I've heard that. You know the problem with it too? Like, again, this is not something I'm going to yell and scream about.
It just really ticks
I'm
me
with
off
you
when
in that what did I tell you about Schroeder? All right? You got him for a few months.
And it's not just him, but when I hear any athletes, well, it's modern day slavery. It's really not. It's called doing your job.
I think that's the thing is like, I am fine putting the shoe on the other foot and going, yeah, I get why Dennis Schroeder's frustrated is that he's been in the league 11 years and he's playing for his 9th team. I understand on a human level, no matter how much money you make, that throws things into upheaval. But you can talk about, listen, there really needs to be a better way to do this. Where, like, guys shouldn't be able to be traded multiple times in a 12-month span. That right. You can say it.
Right.
But, yeah, I guess I just don't know why every year a couple players choose to make this comp, and it's never made sense. It never will make sense.
No, because you know what? If he's tired of getting – he got traded, it looks like 4 times in 24 hours. If he doesn't like that, you know what? I quit.
He's also making better part of $10 million.
Right. You know what? I think I'm going to retire, and I'm going to open up a Shake Shack or whatever. I'm just going to do something else in my
really
life.
perked up when you said that.
I'm going to do something else in my life, and he's allowed to do that. But the fact that you can't say it's modern-day slavery, but yet you still keep showing up for work, and you still keep taking the money.
Yeah, and
That's
again,
not how that works.
Don't get it twisted. I don't think saying something stupid makes you a bad guy.
No, it just makes it.
Just
makes
like
it
if you say
very
smart
stupid,
things, it doesn't mean you're a good person.
Right.
It's not a comment on what's in Dennis Schroeder's heart. It just means that's an idiotic comment. But yeah, all right. So when you discovered that, I'm like, well, I guess we're bringing this up. Okay, that's that. You had a real sports question for me that I want to do next because I don't like the Rico surprises. I'm not a fan of these. I know invariably they are things that will make me upset. But you've said it's football related. It's a question. It's a debate point. And it's something that in a couple of hours I'm going to care about.
And I promise you this, it has nothing to do with the Chiefs, Eagles, Andy Reid, Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, Super Bowl.
Okay.
Promise you.
No, I'm down.
Nothing to do with any of
We'll do
that.
it. And let's be timely here so I have time to do this because I know invariably you're going to wind me up and it's going to be something ridiculous. And then we will do Kenny's Super Bowl menu. Fair?
Thank you for allowing me to vent.
No, bro, you have every right to because, look, hey, newsflash, I'm not a black man. I don't know if you're aware of this. You feel different things than I do. I know, you're stunned, right, guys? In fact, I'm not black. So you have every right to articulate it in whatever way you want. I don't. I look at it and I go, well, that's stupid. And that's where it begins and ends for me.
Yeah.
A little bit different.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing, Mike. I was driving in, heard a commercial with that stupid song that we play for that pizza song. Yeah. And I'm like, wait, somebody actually used this in a commercial? So I was offended for you.
No, don't be. I'm not offended. I've given up. I just laugh at the, hey, let's put something ridiculous in cartoon form on a box. And it's always invariably Italians.
I like how Rico called it the pizza song.
No, but it's there's a name for it, but I will not dignify it. Here's my point. It's like the day we did the segment, and I'm just like, why are you calling Jenny Taft the all-American girl? And Rico deadpans, and he goes, yeah, I don't think he'd like it if she sent it back up to the booth that way. Well, guess what? It's the same thing. Why don't we try these crazy cartoons with every damn ethnicity out there? Why? Because it would never fly. Italians are a piñata.
I think we have a drop for that. I think there's a drop in the system for that. No, we're not. Okay,
nope, we're not doing that. That was one of the funniest moments of the year. 248-539-9797, Super Bowl 59, your chance to hit the jackpot with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, FanDuel's offering $5 million in touchdown jackpot bonus bets. Here's how it works. You bet an anytime touchdown score, and if your player scores the first or last touchdown, not only do you win your bet, but you get a share of the bonus bet pool. Look, we just talked about it. I mean, you don't have a huge rooting interest in the game. FanDuel might be the only thing keeping you watching it. FanDuel, the $5 million touchdown jackpot. Just go to FanDuel.com/ticket to get in on the action and make every moment more with FanDuel. 21 and up, present, Michigan. Opt-in required. Each $2.5 million prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we get to Kenny's Super Bowl guide menu. We also got Amon-Ra St. Brown on Myles Garrett, and I think the living embodiment of Satan in sports. We'll discuss. But I'm walking into some form of rake because Rico never does anything that is genuine when he's like, hey, I've got a question for you. So go ahead.
Mike, I do have a question for you.
Have at it. Let's hear it.
Are you and Big G going to have fun on – no, I'm kidding. So, Mike, tonight we find out something that I've been wondering for about a year now if it's going to happen. And I want to know what your genuine reaction will be. But Eli Manning could become a first ballot Hall of Famer. We are going to find out tonight. This time tomorrow, we'll know if Eli Manning, winner of 2 Super Bowls, will be in Canton this upcoming summer.
No. He shouldn't even be in Canton ever.
So in your world, he is never a Hall of Famer.
No. Where do you want me to begin with this? This is easy.
There's a chance he could be a first ballot.
But see, that would have everything to do with his name. I don't validate such things. Okay, case in point. Do you know what Eli's career record is? 117 and 117. How about this one? Okay. He played 236 games in his career. He threw 244 interceptions. I mean, here, let me pull this up. So, Eli Manning.
But you know what they're going to say. He's got 2 of.
Yeah, I know. Well, actually, it's funny. So, he has 2 Super Bowls. That's 2 more seasons than he ever had with less than 13 interceptions. Eli had 3 20 or more interception seasons, 20, 25, 27. His average interceptions per season, he averaged about 15 interceptions a year. Woefully immobile, barely completed 60% of his passes. No. Go look at the quarterbacks that are in the Hall of Fame. If Eli Manning makes it as a first ballot Hall of Famer, that's a disgrace. Now, he can get it eventually, but he is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. That's insane.
We talk about Taylor Swift and the button that she pushes, right? For the referees.
Yeah.
Here's a little thing. Bear with me, because you're into the conspiracies lately, and I'm so proud of you. Are we living a conspiracy and we don't realize it? Who has been all over television for the last year?
Eli?
Yeah. Who's in the Kick of Destiny? Who's got the commercials all around? Who does them half of the Manning cast? Eli's been everywhere. Eli is likable. Eli makes fun commercials.
The guy played 15 years. Do you realize in 13 of the 15 seasons, he did not win a single playoff game? Mm-hmm. I'm sorry.
No, he
didn't. By the way,
no, but he didn't, Mike. But then you're leaving out the most important part. What happened in the other 2 seasons?
He had a Super Bowl.
Right.
But here's what I would argue. Do you know? Pull up the 2 Super Bowls. Pull up 07, pull up 2011. 2011? You won the game, what was it, 17-14?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 2007, David Tyree's helmet and the bubble gum that was stuck on it won the game. And your defense, not you. I'm sorry.
Right.
Look, if you want to say Eli was great at Green Bay twice, you want to tell me he got hot in the playoffs, I'll live with all of that. But if you want to make the National Football League Hall of Fame and you want to share space with the Montanas and the Elways of the world, come on, dude. He can't shine their shoes. And I know this isn't an episode of the Sports Reporters, but you asked me the question. I'll argue with you for 7 or 8 minutes. A 500 career record, a guy who barely completed 60% of his passes, a guy that didn't win a playoff game in 13 out of 15 years, a guy who could not and would not stop turning the ball over, including more interceptions than games played. Rico Beard.
Mike. But the 2 times he won the Super Bowl, who did he beat?
Tom Brady.
Who's the GOAT?
I've heard.
He's the best player of all time.
Look,
we're talking about we talk about Mahomes, like, man, but the Chiefs have Mahomes, so probably not going to win. Tom Brady, not Tom Brady like at the end of his career like Peyton Manning was with the Broncos. Tom Brady in the heyday, Eli 2 times beat him. I think he's in. I was just wondering, like, are you going to be happy about that?
No.
First of all,
I don't care. I've given up because.
Are you taking a day off to go drive to Canton for the ceremony?
Bad guys win in sports all the time. It's no different than Jimmy Butler. Now, Eli might be a nice person, but he doesn't deserve to be there. But people who don't deserve things get him all the time. He might get in. I don't believe he deserves it, and I think I've provided you a merit-based case.
You have. But when you really look at it, I've seen Eli on TV so many times this past year. Now, I don't know how the voting goes, but, man, he has become so likable in everything that you see that I wonder if he gets some of those, I kind of like him. Let's go ahead and give him a vote.
Do you know how many times he actually won 10 or more games?
I'm going to say 3 times.
5.
Okay.
In a 15-year span. Are you kidding me?
But he took down Superman.
Okay.
But
I did what I did.
No. Had he beat some
Kenny, do you know who
team,
Eli Manning is, or is this too early for you? I know some of this happened before 2020.
Again, stray number 3 of the day. Yes.
Have I at least made a he asked me the question, have I made a merit-based argument as to why he shouldn't be a first ballot Hall of Famer?
You have made a merit-based argument. I think a lot of Detroiters, including myself, might disagree, considering the Super Bowl, the lack of Super Bowls we have in this town.
But you're a loser, so it's like a loser perspective.
Right. Well,
but you know
I'm
what
saying? You've never won a Super Bowl, so what? Some guy wins. What, you want to put Trent Dilfer in too while you're at it?
But imagine if all of a sudden Jared Goff beat Patrick Mahomes not once but twice, but never won another playoff game.
He would be a Hall of Famer.
Who you beat. It's his resume that matters.
One more time, Snoop.
That was AI David. Sorry.
It doesn't matter who you beat. It's his resume that matters.
Thank you.
Part of the resume.
David's voice has left him today, so all we have is him typing into a phone.
And part of the resume, Snoop, is Tom Brady.
Can we just agree that I'll lay down my sword and say, fine, eventually he gets in, and maybe they'll make his bust with him mouth breathing, with that stupid look on his face. That should be his bust. But I'm just offering you this, okay? He shouldn't be a first ballot. Okay. First ballot Hall of Famer is reserved for the best of the best. Eli, in no point in time in his career, was the number 1 quarterback in football. Here's my argument. Eli, at no point in time in any of his 15 years, was a top 5 quarterback in football. How can you ask me to put him in the Hall of Fame as a first ballot Hall of Famer?
Let me help you out with this.
Can't do it.
No. Let me help you out with this.
More AI David.
Here's how you're correct, okay? He's not a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Thank you. And guess what? This is important.
Okay.
Mike Stone has chimed in. Quote, this would be the singular worst Hall of Fame selection ever. Close quote. Michael Stone.
I don't see him outside. Where is he? Stoney, come on in the studio.
No. So
at this rate, he's going to fill in for
David.
David.
Here's my point. We make fun of Stoney for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
But Stoney's sports knowledge, second to none. He agrees with me.
Let me, here, I'm going to help you out.
Okay, and then we'll move on.
I'm going to land the plane for you, as you like to say.
Okay.
Here's why Eli shouldn't be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I just like having fun because I know.
Mouth breather.
No.
Dull look on face.
The reason why you're not a first ballot Hall of Famer is because we spent the last 10 minutes debating whether you should be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yes.
As I said, I'm going to land the plane for you.
I appreciate that. And look.
First ballot Hall of Famers, you sit there and say, Mike, Ray Lewis, in?
In.
Okay. Joe Montana, in?
In.
All right. Jerry Rice, in?
Pat Mahomes, Tom Brady,
right.
In. If you got to debate it, they should not have the award, the honor. Now, if you want me to lay down my sword and say eventually he'll get in for pity purposes, like, oh, there's Peyton's garbage little brother, fine. Fine. But ain't no way. If he gets in first ballot, that's an embarrassment to the Hall of Fame.
I'm with you. First ballot means that there is no – if you have to make an argument for it, you're not a first ballot Hall of Famer. Plain and simple. It's why I got upset with the one person who left Ichiro off. Like,
that was
really?
ridiculous. He should have been unanimous. Ichiro was wonderful.
Like what did Jeter and Ichiro and Greg Mack, like people like that, like what did they do that you decided, nah?
Well, Jeter, it may have been a gift basket issue. That guy in his prime was a real swordsman.
Like, honey, what is that? What did you just walk in the house with? Nothing.
Okay.
Jeter.
Did it again. 248-539-9797. Kenny, get the hot dog roller ready. We'll be rocking and rolling next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Dennis Schroeder is heading to the Pistons from the Jazz as a part of the Jimmy Butler trade. He split time with the Nets and Warriors so far this year, averaging 14 points and 5.5 assists. Mark Spears offers some perspective on X. Quote, Schroeder works out pregame with the Warriors in Utah last night and is pulled out of the showers to be told of a trade to the Jazz. He recently signed a lease in San Fran and expected to stay at Golden State. Jazz don't want Schroeder. Now Schroeder is heading to Detroit, end quote. Lions defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson was on the Pat McAfee show earlier earlier today. He says he feels good and will be wrapping up his rehab pretty soon and moving on with his life. According to Adam Schefter, the Lions are adding Bruce Gretkowski to their coaching staff as an offensive assistant. He played 11 seasons at quarterback in the NFL and spent the last 2 years as a coach in the UFL. Bob Nightingale shared on X today that Alex Bregman is still not interested in a short-term deal. Instead, he wants a 6 to 7 year term. Dan Sembrowski from Fangraphs gave us his opinion on what teams chasing him should stick to. Fangraphs ran projections for the difference Bregman would make to each MLB team's playoff odds. The Tigers increased the second most in the league. The Royals were first. They're not pursuing him, though. Ohio State is making football coach Ryan Day the second highest paid coach in college football these days. 7 years and $12.5 million. The particulars there. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, this is Kenny's favorite subject in the world. Food, Super Bowl, hot dog roller edition. Music, David.
Roberts, and I get the ridiculous music this time. It's not just for David. The ridiculous music goes to me.
Go ahead. All right, this is the only thing people care about with the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it has to be. So what I'm looking at here is a list from Fox. Best appetizers, desserts, snacks, recipes for the Super Bowl. Let's get them out of the way really quick. Okay. The first couple: pizza, wings, chips, and dip. Obviously at the top of the list.
Goes without
those
saying.
are the standard, right?
But let me say this: I think the chips and dip is very 1980s. No one's there for it. Plus, think about it. All you're asking for is chip shrapnel to go all over your carpet.
And this is where you turn into the Saban bed and breakfast is where you
There's a beautiful barbecue outside. Don't use it.
Don't touch that.
No, but okay, example. A lot of people who can't cook, they make 7-layer dip for a Super Bowl. What's the point? You can't dip anything. It's a chip
7-layer dip.
It's a chip destroyer.
Yeah, I've never understood that.
Here's a dip.
Can't we just leave it at one layer?
And no chip has the structural integrity to survive the dip.
Right. And for you, Mike, in order to make the dip, you may have to break out the crock pot.
Another West Michigan milk drinking crock pot garbage.
And I was going to ask you, is there a dip that you're partial to at all that's acceptable for Mike Valeni or Rico?
It's not even accepted. There's one nostalgic one, and it's because of my father. I know it's pathetic. Classic French onion dip. You know the stuff you get at the supermarket?
Yeah.
Little chips and dip. Pickies, as my dad calls them. It's a pickies.
Yeah, no. The 7-layer dip is just right. You said there's no chip built for a 7-layer dip.
They have an engineered one that can survive it.
At that point, you just have to overcook French bread, and that's the only thing that can survive it.
Let's move on to some appetizers here because that's where we begin. Jalapeno poppers, mozzarella sticks. Either of these move the needle for you guys? David is whispering and clapping in my left ear.
Okay, well, David, if you have a comment, you're going to have to do the AI generated comment. I'll go to Rico first. David can't talk, people. He lost his voice. But he's a trooper, and he's here today. But he's got to sing Sunday at Corinthians Fest. It's the pre-party for the Super Bowl at Greater Life. Right. Your take first, then we'll go to AI David.
Both have to be hot, but...
Great call.
Right, because once either goes cold, they're just garbage, and you just feed them to the dog. But... I'm very partial to jalapeno poppers, but not too many people can make them correctly.
Also fair. They're great on the smoker. David, you were clapping. You're not ready yet. Here's what I'll say. Why do you need mozzarella sticks if you already have pizza? I mean, what are we doing? You just don't need both. And given the choice, you'll always choose pizza. And I'm with Rico. Those things are good for roughly 38 seconds. And then it's just coagulated disgusting. No. Like Kenny's the type of guy that eats cold mozz sticks.
I'll heat them up in the air fryer because the air fryer brings everything back to life. But
David, your comment.
David's having some trouble with his AI. Technology is failing us as we speak. But mozzarella sticks are just a vehicle for ranch. That's always what I felt about them.
But jalapeno poppers on the smoker,
Elite.
They're unbelievable. The problem, Mother Nature does not want to cooperate, and I'm not doing that in 27-degree weather.
And you really just need to know what you're doing.
Yes.
It's like mac and cheese. Like, if you don't know what you're doing, just go ahead and sit it out.
And that brings us to our next one.
And just bring a bag of chips.
Mac and cheese was literally next on my list. Thank you.
No, absolutely not. Has no place on a Super Bowl menu.
Really?
It makes no sense. Mac and cheese is a side dish to like turkey for like Thanksgiving.
And I know you hate turkey, but like real food. Like if it was dinner, if you made a prime rib and there was some mac and cheese there, okay, fine, great. But mac and cheese standing on its own, there's a love affair we have in this country of mac and cheese that I don't know where it came from, but people like flip out like, guys, it's just simply cheese and macaroni.
I really don't
That's
like it. There, I said it. I really don't like it. I think it's completely overrated. I'm with Rico on this.
It's not overrated. It's just I don't understand the love affair. We've taken it from a nice side dish.
Would you serve it at a Super Bowl party?
No. I would more have to do the 7-layer dip before I did mac and cheese.
Once again, no, it's structural integrity. There's just no chip can survive it.
Overcooked French bread, and it can make it to the bottom.
Great.
I'm not averse to any of them. Have you ever had like the Tostito, like the scoops? That'll work.
They can't survive.
Okay, they will survive.
Okay, here's the other thing.
Plus, I don't want to stand over a dip. I just want to sit and watch the game. These dips require you to sit.
Here's why 7-layer dip should be outlawed and banned.
Let's hear it.
Kind of how you. Let's say you have the scoops, the Tostito scoops. You have to, how can I put this without turning into a drop?
Oh, don't be afraid. Just go ahead.
Oh, no. It's, in order to get to the bottom of the dip, yeah, there's a long way to go, and I don't.
Rico, I don't like how you're gesturing right now. Let's move on.
Yeah.
No, describe it again, please.
No.
In order to get to the bottom,
In order to get to the bottom of the dip, you're.
Okay, all right. What are we doing? Come on.
David lost his AI power, so he's now has to be a drop.
How did you break your AI voice translator?
I think it was one of those things where you have to start pay for it after you say a certain amount of things.
Just go into the general fund. Look what your uncle did on his birthday. This is way more virtuous. All right. He can't respond.
You're killing him.
He can't respond. This is the greatest day ever.
He's going down. It's a lot more quiet back here. Let's leave the American section and go. There's a combo of taquitos, tacos, quesadillas. Any of those strike your interest on a menu for the Super Bowl?
Quesadillas only. Handheld, easy to make, tasty, and you can sit. You can sit. Tacos, forget about it. You may as well roll a hand grenade into a bedroom. There's beef flying everywhere. I mean, come on. No, and queso, once again, it's more crockpot cuisine. No, you can't put it on a plate. And
don't you stop doing that, Rico. You got to stop
out
with the hand gesture.
I'm out on all of it.
Yeah, the queso is easier. Taco just means there's going to be crumbs. There's going to be the cleanup.
Shrapnel.
Right. The cleanup afterwards is just. Yeah.
Look, you got to learn a
Taco
lesson.
is not made for a Super Bowl.
People are pigs. Don't empower them.
Because the second you bite into it, it goes everywhere.
All right, next on the list, let's do meatballs with toothpicks, huh?
Yeah, I can live with that.
Little meatball action.
I can live with it, and I know it's a very Midwestern thing. Everybody out here's got a mini meatball recipe.
Really?
Yeah, Lord knows none of these people can make a real meatball, but like the mini meatball thing, everyone's got a recipe. Everybody's aunt who can't cook shows up with a crock pot of meatballs and jelly or something.
And I got a great recipe from Cascao.
You know what I'm talking about. Wow. No, hold on. You know this. It's like everyone's got something. They put the meatballs and they combine them with like jelly and stuff. You've seen this. This is what people in this state do.
No.
I'm not wrong.
I refuse to acknowledge it.
Okay, well, it's your state.
You know what? No.
It's not my fault people from Portage can't cook.
Just like you opted out earlier in the show.
You refuse to accept people do that?
I don't live in this reality.
I don't want to either.
Meatballs do not belong with jelly.
I'm just telling you what people do.
All right, I got two more things
Kenny,
here.
Do you do meatballs and jelly?
No.
No, it's not just that, but it's like I've
David,
seen this.
You do.
I've seen it at functions. I'm telling you, this
think
is
you
a
did.
thing.
David, you did tell me you did. Tell me I'm wrong.
He can't talk.
I can't hear you. Tell me I'm wrong, David. You said you enjoy meatballs and jelly.
All right, let's rattle off the last three here. We got pigs in a blanket, loaded
Yes.
potato skins, sliders.
Yeah, yes to all three. Pigs in a blanket are a classic on Super Bowl Sunday. Back when I was 10, that was something my parents used to make when the Giants were good. My mom would make them homemade. Yes to those. Potato skins are awesome if they're done right. I'm with Rico. What was the other one? Sliders?
Sliders.
Yes.
Sliders, yeah. Potato
You
skins.
can
Perfect.
sit down and eat them. Yes. Kenny has this whole list where everyone has to stand like cattle. No.
Especially with the 7-layer dip.
Is my hot dog roller an item that would be welcome at a Super Bowl party? You can feed a bunch of people all at once. It's hot dogs. It's pretty universally liked besides
You know what, Kenny? Sure. I don't even
All
care
right,
anymore. I don't
hot dog
even,
roller.
I don't even care anymore.
once?
What's that?
How many hot dogs can you cook at once?
A whole pack.
Wow, so 8 people.
8 people
can be served.
Can be eaten.
What do you think? You got
After
a commercial
20
hot
I didn't
dog
get like
roller?
a 7-Eleven
wait,
grade.
wait. So
yeah,
after
yeah, Kenny, you're not a vendor at Dodger Stadium, all right?
No, but so after 20 minutes, 8 people can have a hot dog.
It's not the only thing at the party, Rico. There's plenty of other things. And like Mike said, you can sit to eat it. That's your Super Bowl food menu blitz.
Hey guys, Rico here. College basketball is in full swing, and I need high-speed internet to watch the games on all the streaming apps. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the hoop action, Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to, get this, 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just stop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
When it's an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. And it's simple. Whether it's personal income tax or business payroll, Abraham and Rose will begin crafting a plan, and they will advocate for you. They'll fight for you. They'll get on the offensive with the IRS. That's what you're paying for. Spare yourself the time, headaches, and hopefully your money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Also appreciate it if you like the video version of stuff and ball breaking and the rest. You could subscribe to our YouTube, which is free. So, yeah, do that. Help Evan out. All right? Daycare costs are high.
Hard out in the streets.
Help Evan out.
Pampers ain't cheap.
Please. I was talking to him this morning, and then, like, the daycare closed because of the ice storm. He was having a conniption. I mean, he was melting down.
And I've seen Evan when he goes into meltdown mode because he's Mr. Cool guy. But when he melts down,
look out.
Funny.
We'll get to the ticket text. The Alex Bregman update. We did cover it earlier. We can give you a couple minutes on that here because I'm drawing a line in the sand. And wait for it. Shockingly, I'm actually going to defend the Tigers on something. But we'll get to that in a minute. Ticket text first. Over to Kenny because David has no voice.
It's meatball with grape jelly and chili sauce. It's a crock pot thing. That's from Pinckney Jones.
See? Places like Pinckney. You know nobody can cook out there.
It's not west side of the state, though.
May as well be.
Jelly and meatballs are 100% a thing, Rico. Typical grape jelly, too. That's from Tyler.
It's just something in this state, and I don't know where it started. I don't know if there's like a legend of Michigander meatball, but at Super Bowl parties, I'm telling you, they're going to be rolling in with the crock pots. It's going to be like an army.
I think somebody was making meatballs, accidentally spilt the grape jelly in there, and was just like, I'm not starting over.
Well, turn it on low for 16 hours. We'll see what happens. Go ahead.
It worked with peanut butter. Let's see.
Frito scoops can withstand 7-layer dip. Great for potheads. It's probably directed.
But here's
it's not the chip. It's. I don't want the hand all in the dip. No.
Here's the other problem. Super Bowl party. Everybody's excited. You can't have Fritos there. Those things smell like bad BO.
You don't like the smell of anything that ends with Edo. You don't like Doritos. You don't like Fritos.
No,
you don't like Cheetos, probably.
No. Really?
It's that smell that he just hates.
There's something about it. I don't know what it is.
Then I guess I should feel honored because Mike actually got me a bag of Doritos in Vegas.
It's called being a nice person. It's not a big deal. I just say, hey, buddy, I know you talked about this flavor. Here you go. Enjoy. The Frito thing, disgusting.
So you don't eat them?
No, hell no. Absolutely
no flavor.
No. Absolutely not.
I think it's that corn chip that he just doesn't.
Yeah, I don't like it.
That.
Doritos are great.
Okay, God bless. I mean, again, it's like you and this Prince thing. You like Prince? I think he sucks. And we move on. It's not North Korea.
You need Jesus.
Okay, then.
You guys sound like fun. Have you ever heard of a plate? Put the dip on a plate.
Stop. Now, look, we're not going to go up to the telestrator. But I want you to think about this, ding dong. What is the point of a dip if I have to take the dip out of the apparatus and put it on a flat plate, and now I'm not dipping, I'm scraping? That's why dips are stupid. Just serve food to people.
Okay, you know what? You just went PhD level with that.
It's not. I just don't understand.
I mean, I'm sitting there like, you're right. You're right. You're no longer dipping, you're scraping.
If you call it a scrape, I'll still scrape. I'm scraping away, man.
Kenny, I know. All right, I could put queso on the street and you'd be out there.
Think about it. Welcome to Valenti's all holds barred Super Bowl party. Put that down, LOL. That's from PC.
Put it down. No. Sit down. Stop cheering.
No, I'm saying I'm a traditionalist. Super Bowl party. I have no problem. Look, we talked about it. The potato skins. What was the other one? The mini hot dogs, the numbnuts. What do you call them?
Pigs in a blanket.
Yes, but it's just pizza, wings, food, things that people eat.
So back when young Mikey was coming up watching the Giants, what was the Big G party?
My parents would make pizza.
Really? Okay.
Yep. There was a place that made really good chicken wings in our hometown. So you'd order wings back before wings were like now. I mean, Christ, I grew up. We didn't have a lot. Jesus, with wing prices now, no, we would have looked at a picture of a chicken wing. It was my mom would make pizza. She'd make the pigs in a blanket homemade.
Split that wing with your sister, Mike.
Right. Everybody gets a singular wing. No, it was pizza, wings, and then like pickies. But not the dip stuff. I don't get it. And no, there was no
chips and dip.
Yeah, there was no crock pot. No crock pots.
So no stromboli.
Stromboli would be a big one. Yeah. I got to see if I can get him to make some of that. He's still
I mean, I was just
top of the
wondering,
charts with the Stromboli.
I just kind of assumed that you just took over where Big G left off and you just made it more extravagant.
No. Honestly, the Super Bowl has really lost its luster. Maybe it's died with the New York Giants. Maybe it's just where society's at. And now the fact that the Lions have left all of us with a hangover after losing, the Super Bowl doesn't feel the same.
It's not a hangover, man. It's like you just left a strip club and you broke. And you got nothing from it.
Kenny?
Pita chips can withstand 7-layer dip.
Oh. Sorry, Kenny.
That's unbelievable. Robert. You got it.
I think David regained his voice like 2 hours ago.
No, not 2 hours ago. I think I just got it with that cough earlier. But what about the pull-apart bread?
What'd I tell you?
What just happened here?
I coughed earlier on that last segment, and I got it back. I don't know.
Well, hold on. Did you pull a Kenny Cott?
No,
you
not
didn't
at
feel
all.
like working today?
Not at all. Not at all.
Now you can talk?
I coughed and drank some water. I don't know. It's a miracle.
Mike, this is what happens. He's got to sing this Sunday. Jesus needs to hear him sing. Water to wine.
Okay.
David,
keep
here's
it
your
away
voice
from
back.
the microphone, please.
Here's your voice back,
What
David.
about the pull-apart bread? Is that better than the chip for you?
When
you talk about dip, there's bread, the pull-apart, you twist it, pull it apart, and dip that into the sauce instead of the chip.
No, still the same.
I don't know what we're doing.
Like garlic bread, you could.
Yeah.
So Alex Bregman, David lost me there.
No, it is. I forgot. I think it's called monkey bread.
Monkey bread, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's anytime you have to community dip is just nasty.
Look, Stromboli.
Okay, just plain and simple. It
is because people are pigs,
right?
And they're double or triple dipping,
right?
And the
Your
next
hands
thing you know,
is touching everything. Like, I don't know. I'm not unless I see the dip come out. It's like being at a buffet. Unless I see it coming out, then I'll get some. If I get there and I'm like, I don't know how long, I can't trust this.
Fair point. No, that's fair point.
Yeah,
That's
Kenny,
the key.
you walk in with that crock pot of dip, I'm getting it because nobody's touched it yet.
I'm just telling you, do yourself a favor. Kenny, you said your girlfriend is a great cook.
Absolutely.
She should totally be able, I could show you how to do Stromboli. Just make it. Handheld, easy, delicious, lovely. Nobody makes them. Back home, everybody makes them. Hey, Christ, you can order them. Pizza places make them. Out here, nobody makes them. They look at you like you got a banana hanging off your head.
Well, it's regional. It's we do the
God.
crock pot and.
Well, you know what I'm tired of is this state seems to be the only region that misses out on stuff everyone else has.
It's because we're our own country. We're surrounded by water.
Okay, congratulations.
We're our own country.
A peninsula.
Country, peninsula, tomato,
All right.
tomato.
Bregman, I'll get to it later. We're out of time. No,
Bregman, George Brett.
I have something for you. I have something for you. Because I in the last 24 hours in the world of sports, I think somebody became maybe my biggest supervillain. More than Kyrie Irving. I want to know if anyone looks at this the way I do, that it hurts my ability to like the sport. We'll do this next.
Okay.
97.1. All right, very simple. Super Bowl coming up. You don't need to mess around with the Kenny Cott menu. No, I'm going to have some 7-layer dip. Order real food. Order at Hungry Howie's. Get pizza, right? People have a slice of pizza. You don't need to stand around at a crock pot. The mix and match menu for the Super Bowl menu, $6.99 each. Pair up anything on the menu, whether it's their medium one-topping pizza, subs, no-dough bowl, cookies, whatever it is, they got it. It's there, and it's all Super Bowl qualified, unlike the Kenny menu. Starting at $6.99 each, 8 different flavored crusts, and with Hungry Howie's, real cheese, unlike a lot of places, in-house made dough. It's all there, but for a limited time only. It's Hungry Howie's. America's favorite place to watch football. It's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen right at Circa Resort and Casino. Heart of Las Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Couple of notes. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. And we've kind of bopped around a little bit today. The Pistons trade news. I know it's not a headline thing. We've talked about it. Here's what you need to know. I'm not asking you to know who Dennis Schroeder is. And no, I'm not telling you to run to your television. But Dennis Schroeder will help this team. He will help this team because Jaden Ivey's dead. Because he can average 15, 16, 18 a night. He is a pro. Not a guy I would ever sign long-term because he's a bit of a nutcase. But in the short term, I think he's going to be able to help you because this season is about to start to feel really, really long. It becomes a grind. And look, being attached to this Jimmy Butler deal the way you were, you're the benefactor of having a little bit of cap space, and you can roster this guy, and I think he can play a role. So nice. But it's nothing you can, hey, 248, your favorite Schroeder memories. The other news of the day, let's just do a few minutes on it here again because I think it's important for people to hear it. Alex Bregman and his representative, Scott Boras, he is now, I think he's being obtuse, candidly, because if I'm Alex Bregman and I've played my whole career in Houston, yes, I want money, but you know what else I want to do? I want to win. Allegedly, according to these reports, he will not even talk to you for 4 or 5 years. It has to be minimum 6-year deal. He'd like 7. Rico and I are hand in hand on this one, walking down the aisle of F that. I will defend the Tigers and Scott Harris and Chris and whoever else. No, I don't want them signing Bregman to a 6 or 7-year deal. That's bad business. Bregman is a good player. I don't think he's a great player. Bregman has holes we have discussed on this show. His walk rate plummeting to a career low this year. His power will never approach what he did in 2019. He is pretty much now topped out as a 25 home run guy in Houston. If I take him out of Houston and I bring him here, there's no Crawford boxes out there, are there? So, probably a 20 home run hitter. A guy who's 31, I'm willing to give you 5 years. I'll pay you full market value. Knowing the last year of the deal, you're probably going to be ass. But I'm going to stand up for the team on a rare moment here. Because, as much as I want him to spend, it doesn't mean I want him to do dumb bleep. I think Bregman at 6 or 7 years would be really bad. Like on a 7-year pack, I got to be honest, you're probably 50% of the deal will be good. 50% is going to be bad. That's a horrible investment. If I sign him to 5, I can make the case 4 of them will be fine enough. The 5th year, oops. But you're with me on this, guys. If you want someone to yell about signing him, go listen to Cookies. I'm way more neutral on Bregman. Would I like him? Yes. No way at 6 or 7 years. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No.
Oh my God, the sun is out. What is happening?
And it's 5 o'clock almost.
My God.
Whoa.
And David's voice came back. My God, is this David saying God is real?
Is it back, David?
What is this?
It's back, but it hurts sometimes when I talk, so.
Bregman.
Thank you.
You're with me. We're just supplementing David's lack of ability to speak.
Yes. I would like a 4-year deal. 5, I think, would be pushing it because I think you're going to get 3 good years out of him. Because what you don't want is a Javi situation because, and we talked about it earlier, Mike, if you sign him to a 7-year deal, what's going to happen is I think at least last 2 or 3 of those years are going to be bad, and then you're going to be like, you know what, we're not going to do long-term deals because look at Javi, look at Bregman, we're just going to stick to the kids. This is one where if he wants 7 years, and just walk away, and I'm okay. As a matter of fact, if I'm Scott Harris, I would even pick up the phone and tell Boris, we are withdrawing our name from the sweepstakes. Tigers are no longer interested. We're going to walk from this deal.
Let me ask you this question. And I know it's not how it works because the term seems to be a big thing for players versus money. I just wish we could get to a point where you could negotiate term down for higher AAV.
Yeah.
Like if, let's say, I want to use like round numbers, so forgive me, but let's say it was 6 at 150. I tell you what I'll do. Why don't we do, I pay you $35 a year for 4 years. Like, can we just,
for what?
I pay you $10 million more a year.
4 at 140.
Yeah, like just, I wish you could just, because these deals, the way they're designed in baseball, are so punitive that you end up with corpses. There's no other sport like it. The only comparative I would have would be the NHL. You're signing guys to 8-10-year deals.
Even in the NHL, though, it's starting to become more popular to do exactly what you said is, all right, I'll give you, instead of 8, we'll do 5, but we'll give you more money.
That's it. Like if Bregman were willing, like Rico's scenario, and guys, please don't be upset when I say this, but like, okay, fine, 4 at 160. Here's all the money. But I ain't paying you in year 5, 6, and 7. I will live within the construct of the shorter period of time. I'll pay you more, but I got to be able to get rid of you. Right. If you're Bregman, what do you care?
And here's the other thing that I don't like about this, the fact that he wants the longest deal he could possibly have. Screams to me that Bregman knows this is it. This is my final go around. This is my final bite at the apple. So I got to get as much money as I possibly can. If the player is already feeling that way, why would I want to sign you to a long-term deal? If you are indirectly telling me, yeah, this is it for me, I'm not going to sign another deal ever again in my life. I would rather a guy who says, I'm going to bet on myself. You want to know why? You're going to get productivity out of that guy. No. You're going to get a guy who wants to go out there and prove I am not washed up. That, to me, is a chance that I would take.
Now, to Rico's point, I want to back you on something. Because when you go, look, he's a good player, not a great player. Understand something. If I were getting Bregman from 2018 and 19, and this is a key part of this. Mind you, those are the, only 2 times he's made the All-Star team. But if I were getting Bregman from 2018 and 19, he was an 8 and 9 WAR player in those 2 years. Okay? Huge numbers. If you like OPS plus, because we talk about it on this show, 152, 162. I mean, you are talking about you're a superstar.
But this was 6 years ago, Mike.
Right.
And if you look at, okay, so you want 6 more years to turn into what?
Well, I'm glad you asked. Ready? No, stay with me on this because I want both you and Rico. I'm backing him, but I think you're about to make the same point. Here's what Bregman has been if I take those 2 outliers. OPS plus, 116, 125, 117, 113. Now, the last 3 years, 134, 122, 118. You're already seeing
the decline,
a linear decline. Now, let's go with WAR, just because that's another metric. People can do what they like. Outside of the 2 huge outlier years, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 9, 4, 6, 4, 1. Now, if there's any decline in the next couple of years, this is a player that ends up, let's say he settles as a 2 WAR player. That you're not that much of a difference maker.
There's decline in the next 2, 3, 4 years. You live with it, but by year 5 and 6, 7, that decline is going to be massive,
right?
If it continues as a trend.
And then, yeah, and to Kenny's point, I mean, again, the walk rate. I mean, this is a guy that in his career, 96, 119 walks, 90 walks, 92 walks, 44. Out of nowhere. Wanted to be more aggressive at the plate. Maybe you're right. Contract year, wanted to hit more homers. Well, it didn't work. He only hit 1. Guys, I'll sign him. I'm happy to have him. I'm not doing 6 or 7 years. And if they do, I'm going to rip them because I think it's a bad idea. To Rico's point, love to have him at 4, willing to go 5. I'd pay a higher AAV. But there's anyone selling you that Bregman's a perfect player, I don't think they're being honest. And again, I like him. I love how we live in this world. If I go, hey, I like the guy, I don't love him. He's good, not great. Oh, Lenny hates Bregman. No, I like Alex Bregman. I would take him. But check the Carfax. It's right here.
I don't think he is that big. He's a difference maker maybe of making the playoffs. He's not a difference maker of you get him and you're now a World Series contender.
And I'll be candid.
You get him and you're now going to be competing with the Dodgers.
At the start of the offseason, Rico, I'll be totally upfront. I had never expected he would require 6, 7 years. I thought 4 or 5 he'd be okay. All right, good.
See, I thought he was probably do it like a Chapman type thing where, you know,
prove it.
Yeah, let's do.
Well, the dumb part is the Astros offered him 6 at 168, and he said no. Him and Pete Alonso may have. Now we'll see. I'm telling you,
well, Alonso got the 2-year extension.
Yeah, but the Mets offered him 6 at like 170 a year ago. Prove a deal, and he didn't prove it. The Bregman thing reeks of the Blue Jays. That's what it feels like to me. All right, be curious. 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The NBA trade deadline is over. The Pistons landed Dennis Schroeder, Lindy Waters, and a pair of second-round picks. Schroeder, the biggest acquisition of the lot, and gives them the secondary ball handler they've been looking for. His last game played was with Golden State, although for a moment he was headed to the Jazz. When he was traded earlier in the year from Brooklyn to the Warriors, his scoring dropped. Beat writer Sam Gordon thinks that's a product of the lack of pick and rolls run by Golden State. The Pistons say that guard Jaden Ivey continues to progress in his return from a broken left fibula that was suffered on January 1st versus Orlando. He's transitioned to a walking boot and has begun light weight-bearing activity as well. His progress will be updated in another 4 weeks. According to Matt Zenitz, the Jaguars are hiring away Michigan linebackers coach Kevin Wilkins for a similar role. Red Wing center JT Compher was back on the ice today. Head coach Tom McClellan believes he'll be ready by the next game on Saturday versus the Lightning, although he didn't know if he had been medically cleared yet. The NCAA followed President Trump's executive order saying that for transgender athletes to be able to participate in women's sports, they have to be assigned female at birth. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$97.1. So I wanted to bring this up because, again, I feel like I can identify certain things, and it's like I don't know if anyone agrees with it, but it sure as hell makes sense to me. And this is kind of a sounding board because tomorrow's going to be all Super Bowl, and TJ's going to be with us, and we've got some Amon-Ra sound for you, and it'll be a good time, I promise. But NBA trade deadline was today. We're not breaking any of that down. There's just one thing in particular. And I've said this about the NBA and the ratings decline and why I'm not enjoying the league any longer as a guy who used to love the NBA. But it's sports in general. I think there's a bit of an issue going on, and it's called being detestable. I think a lot of athletes now are detestable, and it's not just money. Money is you are paid according to what someone is willing to pay you, and you're commiserate usually with your abilities. What annoys me, and look at that, he's right up on the screen. Jimmy Butler has basically now become the walking embodiment of Satan. Jimmy Butler might be my most hated athlete in all of sports, and let me tell you why. First of all, I don't have a problem if somebody gives a team everything they got and eventually is like, you know what, I gotta go. Like I want to win. Myles Garrett being an example. Myles Garrett has never been in the news, works his ass off, gave Cleveland everything he could, and eventually goes, it is time for me to move on. Respect. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
You know what I don't respect? You know what I do have a problem with? A guy bitching and moaning and leveraging his way out of now 4, 5, 6 situations. Jimmy Butler has been an all-star once in the last 5 years. Once. You are not Michael Jordan. I'd hate to break that to you. Jimmy Butler has caused more chaos, more BS. He's one of the most unhappy people on the planet. I don't care what his PR team says. I know plenty of people down there in Miami. Trust. It is not a treat to be around. My point is this. How does Jimmy Butler get to go to his employer, who, by the way, are the Miami Heat the best organization in the league? Second best, third best, top 5, right? Mm-hmm. Goes to his employer, who's already paying him better part of $50 million a year, and he's age 35. He's got a player option. He can trigger for 52.8 next year. Has only been an all-star once in 5 years. He goes to him and goes, I don't want to play for you no more. Wait, what? I'm not getting on the team plane. I'm going to go to a dinner party. I'm going to do whatever I want to do. I'm Jimmy Butler. Huh? The team does the only thing they can do. They give him a paid vacation. Basically a 6 weeks paid vacation. Best part. Somehow, because nothing in the NBA makes sense and nothing in sports makes sense, where every scumbag wins. That's the sports 2025. Scumbags win. Jimmy Butler manages to poison the waters so badly that he gets to go to a desired destination. And the best part, they have a bag with $121 million waiting for him.
Wait, actually, no, because he did not want to go to Golden State. Remember, he came out and said, that's the one team I don't want to go to.
You want to go to Phoenix primarily.
Don't send me to Golden State. No, I'm not going to go until they were the only option left. To me, that was Pat Riley saying, okay, son, you think you run things around here? I'm Pat freaking Riley.
Right, but Jimmy, okay, so if Jimmy hated it so much, wow, look at that, a 2-year extension. even though I've done nothing but cause pain, suffering, misery, and angst. And I'm 35, and I'm in decline, and I haven't been an all-star more than once since COVID, twice in my career total. Twice. I want to know, I guess the way for me to land the plane, I'm very sorry, but I get passionate about stuff like this.
That's okay, man. We're here till 6.
As fans, do you look at situations like this, and does it hurt your ability to love the sport? And I again, if there's a baseball equivalent, like, I'm starting to get annoyed with Bregman. I don't know what the hockey equivalent would be, candidly. Hockey players seem to just be blue-collar guys, and they get their market value and they play. If Kenny's got something, he can give it.
They're hated for what they do on the playing surface. Not a whole lot of guys are scumbags off the ice, and the ones are really
and Jimmy
scumbags.
Butler's behavior has to be like sign language for you, because if it would never happen in the NHL. John Tortorella would murder this guy.
Yeah, he'd throw a chair on the guy's head.
Right. Football, I would just say a guy like Tyreek Hill. I just want to know if players' actions actually start to wear on you and your fandom. This Jimmy Butler thing, yeah, I'm revved up about it. I'm very annoyed by it. Because at a certain point, when does a guy like Butler get it stuck to him? How the hell does this guy, of anybody, get to win? Meaning, get traded, get a 6 weeks vacation, get $121 million on top. He didn't win Employee of the Month, Rico.
No.
And, no diss, he didn't get marooned. He didn't get sent to Corsica like Napoleon.
No,
Charlotte.
I was about to say he ain't a Hornet. So I guess they'll say, well, he ended up leaving $50 million on the table that he'll never be able to recover.
No, that's not true.
He got extended, but had he stuck with the Heat, they could have overpaid him.
But hold on.
He made a lot of money.
No. He's already made $400 million as a pro,
right?
Which is egregious enough for a guy who's made 2 All-Star teams. But Rico, take the 52.8 next year. Gone. They handed him 120. He didn't lose. Jimmy Butler did everything wrong and then got everything he wanted. How does that work? And how does anyone who's a fan, forget about the whole, how do you explain it to your kids?
You know how? Here's the thing.
Because the league's a joke.
It's not even a sports thing. It's not a league thing, Mike. Some people just know how to work the system. Some people just know how to find every loophole, to complain to the right people, and they're not good people. And you're just like, how do they always catch all the breaks? Because some people just know how to work the system, and that's Jimmy Butler. He got to sit out for 6 weeks, took a vacation, and
the worst part, he did everything wrong. He did everything that everyone, and again, what I hate is this. Yes, athletes are paid what they're paid because they are exceptional. I do not argue that. It's where I've never allowed the whole, I work hard every day. Look, dude, I get it, but you're a coal miner. You're not responsible for a $6 billion franchise putting you on their stadium. They paid what they paid because of their ability. However, when you're getting paid that, you do share the responsibility that the average guy shares to his employer. If I'm going to pay you this money, we talked about it with Luka. You want a $350 million Mega Max or whatever it's called. Fantastic. But, buddy, get in shape. Show up on time. Yeah. No, you're not drinking beers on camera. What are we doing? For Jimmy Butler, think about this. He went up to Pat Riley and basically told him to bleep himself.
Mm-hmm.
What? That?
No, it was. Pat Riley, it was almost like, well, who's really in control? Well, I'm Jimmy Butler. I'm in control. Actually, no, you're
Go back
not.
to the part where you say you're Jimmy Butler. You're right. You are. You're not Magic Johnson.
Right. I've dealt with people. I've won titles.
I just found the whole thing so distasteful, and I was actually pissed when he got his way. First of all, if I were the Heat, I would have traded him to the Shanghai Sharks. I would have gone Spite Store. I wouldn't be able to tolerate it. He hand-selected Miami as his destination. They've had success. They've gone to the finals. They've gone to the Eastern Conference Finals. I can't. I want to know if anyone, and I know there's 7 NBA fans around. That's why I expanded it to the world of sports. At what point do these storylines that we track start to erode the passion you have for it? David, you're nodding your head. Do you have an AI response?
No, I was going to say that there was hope Saturday, Sunday, that the players were losing that control.
Yeah.
There was hope with that. And just 4 days after the Luka trade, they give Jimmy Butler what he wants. And it just takes the hope that it was changing.
But see,
I know it can't change overnight, but come on now.
No, but see, David, I think what was lost in this is I don't understand what the Warriors are getting out of this.
Desperation.
Because you didn't have to sign him for those 2-year extension. Like, you could have just took him and said at the end, hey, Jimmy, we're going to roll with you. We're going to figure out if we like you or not.
But here's your problem. Remember, this all started about money with the Heat. If they didn't sign that 2-year extension, he'd just go, great, you can trade for me. I ain't playing. I still have my player option. Toodaloo. He can do whatever he wants. This is how sick this sport is.
Yeah.
And look,
yeah.
The average guy driving home right now, busting his ass, I'll never begrudge the money Jimmy makes. But the way he behaves, no, that's impossible for human beings listening to this radio show. I don't care if you're a Heat fan or you're just a fan of sports or you just this is where when guys like this win, it really hurts my ability to not care, but like to have a passion about it. Because you go, what's the point?
Mm-hmm.
They do everything. This guy did everything wrong, and he still won.
Mm-hmm.
What a grift.
I think he ranks right in there the people who just know how to work the system. Him and his agent said, hey, if we just do this and trust me, this will work. I'm going to look like a horrible person. Doesn't matter. You'll get your way. So your integrity was not worth anything because you got your money and that's all you really wanted.
Kills me. 2-4L. By the way, Ben Simmons getting bought out. Another beaut.
Hold on. Let me get my shock face.
No, best part. Made all the money with that contract. Decided he didn't feel like playing basketball no more. Dogged it. Walked around like a diva in Brooklyn when he could have helped the team. He's going to get bought out. Guess what that happened? He's going to get picked up by Cleveland. Best team in the league.
You don't think?
100%.
Really? No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. If it ain't Cleveland, it'll be the Clippers. Watch.
I wouldn't put him on the Motor City Cruise.
I'm not arguing your point of view.
Like, he has proven over.
He doesn't want to play.
At least Jimmy Butler when he okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's my bad.
No.
Whether you're with the Chiefs or the Eagles, FanDuel, another way for you to win big. Super Bowl 59. That's because FanDuel's put together 2 parlays for a profit boost. Now, if you think the Chiefs are going to win and Mahomes will throw for over 2.25, you can bet that, pair that up. Or if the Eagles win, and let's say Saquon goes for over 100, fine. You get the boost on both. Either way, these parlays are all set to bet with the boost. FanDuel.com/ticket. Claim your exclusive profit boost. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Bet Super Bowl 59, America's #1 sportsbook. Make every moment more. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. straight to the people. And then we'll get to a Blitz. And tomorrow, TJ joins us, last football Friday of the year. A little Super Bowl stuff. And I do have some Amon-Ra St. Brown audio. The subject, Myles Garrett. We'll do it tomorrow. Let's go to Mike in Davison. He held through the break. Mike, what's going on? How are you?
Hey, good. How are you guys?
Good.
Yeah, I just had to call about Butler. You've been talking about him for years. Just hear me out here, Mike. You know, I can say the same thing about all Celtics fans. I mean, players, because that's the why you're saying all this, because you hate the Miami Heat because they beat the Celtics. I hate I hate the Celtics. I mean, I hate the Celtics. So I would say the same thing. So just hear me out. When you use the word scumbag, he's not a scumbag. He played for that organization, put his heart and soul to that organization, beat the Celtics, took them to the finals basically by himself. And he's older now. He's not the same player. What he's doing now is contract stuff. It's not on the court, but he's not a scumbag. I mean,
he actually is.
In the NFL.
No, actually is.
That league by far outweighs with Deshaun Watson and Jalen and all these people.
Mike, I'm going to help you. First of all, I know people with the team, and I know people who deal with this guy. He's not a good guy, all right? So me 1, you 0. Second of all, it has nothing to do with the Celtics. That's juvenile. We won the championship last year. You think I care about Jimmy Butler? You think Butler poses any threat? Stop it. I'm not 12 years old. Third, when you tell your employer you don't feel like coming to work, scumbag. That's ridiculous. That's not contract. That's ridiculous. Just like when players hold out. Just like when players bail on their team. It's ridiculous. And whatever, the Celtics play, I don't know what connection you're making with the Celtics players. You mean Jason Tatum was drafted by the Celtics? Jaylen Brown was drafted by the Celtics? You mean Derek White, who the Celtics traded for and then rewarded with a contract? Kristaps Porzingis, who took less money because he wanted to win? What Celtic are you talking about? ML Carr? Like, Mike, just stop. You're wasting my time. You're making a fool of yourself. Cut it out. He's not a good guy. He's not this hero, and he's behaved very badly, and I don't have to be excited about him getting rewarded.
Yeah, you would know better than me. Like, Jason Tatum didn't pull like I'm going to take my ball and go home, did he?
You know what? Did Jason Tatum intentionally miss a flight and then flaunt it by going to social media to post pictures of him at a dinner party? That's scumbag behavior. Now, if you take objection to the word I used, fine. I think you're POS. Is that better? What's the term you would use? Bad teammate, unprofessional, immature, juvenile, narcissist? What would you like? There's a way to do business, and Pat Riley is one of the gentlemen in the game. There's a way to do business, and then there's a way to bleep all over his shoes. I don't have to celebrate Jimmy Butler. And I'm telling you, he's not some good guy. So again, I'll argue sports with you all day. But this idea of, you're a Celtics fan. What are we talking about? They won the championship last year.
Bro, I didn't know if this. That's why I stayed out of it. I'm like,
you're fine.
I don't recall like any.
It made no sense. That's why
I didn't recall like that Celtic who held the team hostage.
And again, I would say the same thing. I don't like that behavior. There's a way to do it. When you bail on your team midseason because they wouldn't give you some ridiculous extension. Ridiculous. When you already have $52.8 million due to you next year at your behest. Not a team option. And you decide, I'm not showing up for work no more? I'm not getting on the team plane? Flaunting suspensions? What? This isn't the Charlotte Hornets. I'd probably take the player's side. Whatever. Go to Caleb, 97.1. What's up, Caleb?
Hey, gentlemen, tough act to follow. I hope I don't piss you off as much as the first guy.
No, you're fine. I didn't understand this tactic.
Caleb, bring up Eli Manning. Go.
Oh, you're killing me. You're setting me up here. My disdain for athletes started when Eli and Daddy demanded a trade from San Diego after being drafted.
Yep.
That immediately just put a sour taste in my mouth. And I was like 15 at the time, and I still hated it. That killed me. After that, there's a couple other points. I could not stand LeBron's ESPN taking my talents to South Beach special. That was painful. And then recently, it's just the transfer portal and everything in NIL in college.
Absolutely,
it has tainted it a little bit for me. But yeah, thinking back to being 15 years old on my couch watching Eli and Daddy demand a trade.
You're right.
I
So
hated
Caleb,
it then. I hate
real
it now.
quick, where do you stand with LeBron holding a league hostage and saying nobody draft my kid, and forcing the Lakers to take his kid?
It's gross.
So for the start of the year, I thought the entire thing was a joke. You know, I mean, they need to get Bronny off the court, my opinion. But then the entire trade with Luka, I hate that I question everything about sports now. I hate it.
Yeah,
I question everything about the logistics and how real it is.
Yeah, and guess what? Then you add on top of it 3 gambling scandals in 1 week in the world of sports. It's a major problem. Caleb, I'm with you. And look, there's a right way and a wrong way. And I don't begrudge what these guys make because, again, it is commiserate with their ability and the amount of jobs that are available, and they are one of them. But, man, once you make that money, the idea that they want to make that money without having a shred of responsibility, give me a break. Now, that's the part where the average guy has every right to be pissed and turn on these guys. What do you mean you're not coming to work today? What do you mean you're not going to play a back-to-back? What do you mean you're going to intentionally miss the flight? Are you kidding me? After you make this money, this is what we're doing? The idea that Ben Simmons tanked his own career. I don't care what anybody says. He tanked it. Whatever mental anguish he had after passing up the layup in Philly, he could have resurrected his career in Brooklyn. He decided he didn't want to play. And he's going to still make out like a bandit, still get paid, and get bought out, and he's going to end up on a contender. That is just like mind-blowing.
Welcome to the NBA, Mike.
And that's why the league, to me, that is why that league is cratering.
Oh, it is.
They're in shambles because their Q score, their likability is damn near zero.
I think they're on the way of getting it back because I look at how they've handled this year and the Jimmy Butlers, and they're going to age out of the NBA. And I think you're going to see a different NBA going back to where they start making smarter deals and making the players play and getting people to like it again. Because I'm old enough to remember where not the NFL, the NBA was the sport of everybody. The NBA was king.
You were a big Bob Pettit guy.
Okay. NBA was king. It was fantastic.
Kenny will have to Google that one.
Oh.
That's when the Lakers were in Minneapolis.
Enjoy Bob Cousy.
Okay.
And hey, I saw the logo before he was the logo.
It's actually factually true. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Specs at LTU. You want that new career you've been contemplating, you've been thinking about, you know what, maybe I want to go into radio, television, graphic design. Specs at LTU heard you, and they're here for you. They're waiting for you. Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself. What does that mean? It means we work in the business. It means we're not going to waste your time. It means you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field. But you just got to do one thing. You got to be curious. You got to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And then while you're there, let's make some magic. By enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program, do that today.
Moran Chevrolet, number one Chevy dealer for 24, and they are starting 25 the right way. Great deals. 25 Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months. A 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months. And both are $999 down. New stock arriving daily. They'll have exactly what you're looking for. And if you need certified service, just go to MoranExpress.com, get that loaner, go about your day, do what you got to do. Score your best deal at MoranExpress.com. Or on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? Covered a lot of stuff today. Tomorrow, I mean, it'll be our Super Bowl special, but I feel like the whole town, myself included, we're all just in a little bit of a football hangover with what the Lions did. TJ will join us. We'll do Who Said It. We'll do some picks. We'll have some fun. But it is. I can't lie to you. I mean, on both ends. I mean, Christ, the team I grew up rooting for won 3 games this year, and then I believed in my heart you're winning the Super Bowl, and the Lions busted our chops by not winning a playoff game. You're like, you know what? I don't care about it.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Mike. I'll give you full credit. When we were in Vegas and you said that, it was a bold statement, and the team went out and became the regular season champion.
They went 15-2. I'm like,
I mean, there's no such thing.
Right.
But they're the regular season champion at 15-2, number 1 overall seed.
And then
Yeah, now the problem is, I mean, look, the whole Myles Garrett thing, when you're hearing reports like in that update where, he's saying, it's making it sound like he's contemplating Philly and Washington and
I want to hear someone bring up the Lions.
And he's not even, maybe even Dallas. At no point are you hearing Detroit. That's problematic because you don't want to see him at any of those teams.
All right. Do a few ticket texts. Rieger is here. We'll see he was going nuts about Michigan basketball. Good for him. Look, wake me in March. Go ahead, Kenny. Ticket text. David's back. Okay,
David. I told you, don't do this.
I know. I'll try it. Jimmy Butler's unprofessional. He needed to act like a professional and ask to be traded. He needed to handle the situation with more class. That is, he's not going to be happy in Golden State either.
He hasn't been happy in anywhere.
Correct.
That's another thing I can't stand about the NBA is it's like commonplace. You have a first ballot Hall of Fame player like Kevin Durant. He's going to end up playing for 6 teams.
Mm-hmm.
It's nonsense.
You savages don't understand the 7-layer dip. You've got to scoop some out onto a plate. Jay in Detroit. These people, man.
You know what? Hold on. We're going to go to the bullpen. Kenny.
Yeah, I don't sound good?
No, you don't.
Okay.
David, you sound awful.
You don't, David.
You're never going to be able to survive Corinthians Fest on Sunday.
I love you. And you know what? Good game. You know what? We're going to go ahead and give Kenny's
bring in the righty.
This is the backup commercial where the dad's trying to back up. And they're like, we're bringing in Keenum. He's going to finish the job.
You're struggling, David.
No, don't tell me Hubie Brown died. Did he die? No, Hubie's dead? I hope Hubie's not dead. I love Hubie. They're showing him on TV. They only show people his age when they pass away.
No.
Come on, I love Hubie Brown. Don't say that. Is Hubie alive, David? Give me a news update.
Yeah, I don't see it, no.
Okay, all right. Hubie is still with us. Good, all right. Plenty of time.
He may just be coming on to be a guest.
I love Hubie Brown. I think he's one of the best basketball commentators of my lifetime. He's fantastic. But he's also about 1,000. Oh, look at this.
He's calling his final game on Sunday. That's why.
All right. I'd like to break news. Hubie Brown, in fact, alive.
Still alive. All right.
Excellent.
91.
Hubie Brown is 91?
Yeah.
You know, Michael, you said something today, not that long ago, and this is damning you with faint praise, but it's legit.
Oh, great.
You said something today that made me respect you more than I ever have for anything you have ever said.
This is a big sales pitch.
Everything you've ever said pales in comparison to the revelation that you, like I, am indeed a meatball snob. I am a major meatball snob. I'm
sure that makes Mike really happy.
Yeah,
I was actually like,
of all the sports
did he like my Bregman take, or like was he with me on Jimmy Butler?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no. I heard the Super Bowl food, and you getting waxing poetic about. I love meatballs, all in all forms. The Swedish ones, the barbecue ones, whatever. All of them.
Do you have to say it in that voice?
Yes, I do.
That was a little creepy. But
wait, so that doesn't count as a compliment?
No, it doesn't. I hate to break it to you, it doesn't.
You might as well say, like, hey, Mike, your show sucked ass today.
No.
However,
I like the Bregman take
your
and all that
opinion
stuff,
on the
yeah.
balls
Yeah.
are really, really spot on.
I thought I set it up in kind of a sarcastic manner.
I thought he was going to comment me on the modern day slavery, but no, I guess not.
Oh, was that what Schroeder said?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's coming up next?
We're going to talk meatballs. Favorite forms.
Wojo has an outlandish comment and thought that actually I think Detroit might agree with. It's not all that outlandish.
No,
however,
you got to take a leap to agree
with
it.
If you're not buying in, what's going to hold you back or what is holding you back? We'll get
it's a tease.
Mm-hmm.
How long's the show tonight?
We got an hour.
Yeah.
And then we got Caputo with, Bregman's not going to sign. Okay.
Are you contractually obligated to always do his voice?
Yeah, I mean, I like it.
Because every time you say his voice, his name, you have to do the voice.
Yeah, because the voice pops out of my mind.
Let's go back to the Swedish meatballs.
I don't know what his opinion is on Bregman. I can only tell you mine. I'm not giving Bregman 6 or 7 years. It's not happening.
And I agree. No, all kidding aside, I do agree.
I simply would say, you know what? Take our name out. We're not doing this.
Well, I do agree with that take from like early on. Like F him.
Does he really have multiple 7-year offers? No. Does he have multiple 6-year offers? No.
Yeah, yes.
Does he?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
But hey, listen.
Then why isn't this done already?
You want to spend your days going out to pasture in Toronto? God bless.
And they got a lot of
later.
money, but have fun with that.
See you later.
And once you go up there, you're not allowed back sometimes.
The Shohei interpreter got sentenced to 4 years and 9 months.
In prison?
Yeah.
You think he was in cahoots with that umpire that just got busted?
All right, we're leaving.
I wonder which prison.
Rico, be curious, will you please? we'll talk to everybody tomorrow for the final Football Friday of the year. There's
Swedish
a
meatballs.
rumor on the street Kenny's hot dog roller could be making an appearance.
Oh, bring some meatballs.
I think you should bring the roller for TJ. And we'll see if TJ can eat an entire package of hot dogs between the 3 and 4. Would you be willing to do that?
I'll consider it.
Bring the roller, and we're going to see how many hot dogs TJ can eat.
That's a great idea.
Like, is this for real?
Oh, yeah.
Is this for me?
Yeah.
No, that's for TJ. This is for me?
I think he'd like it because TJ's basically a big 12-year-old.
Better question is, where are we going to set it? There's no table. There's no counter. There's no nothing.
Hey,
out there.
I got news for you. The way this place operates, anywhere you want.
Put it on Jimmy's desk.
Put it right in the middle of the sales floor. Lord knows they won't be here on a Friday.
That's true. But
we'll have options.
But hey, David.
Put it in any cubicle you like, son.
But hey, David, congratulations.
What'd he do? Oh, he made it.
Yesterday, the sales department all congratulated David.
Oh, congrats, David. Why isn't he talking today?
He can't. Cut his mic off, David. All right. Hey, folks.